Good evening. How are you all doing tonight? Hopefully well. Hopefully you all had a good day. Look at me being so wholesome. So today we got a lot of fun stuff to get into. Yesterday I was live discussing the updates in Iran. As of now, there hasn't really been anything groundbreaking that has changed from yesterday to now, aside from a few things that I suppose are worth noting. Trump obviously announces a 3-week extension for the Lebanon-Israel situation. Now, we know with the whole Lebanon and Israel situation, that's a hot rocket. It's really like a hot potato, and it's just waiting to kind of explode in everybody's face in the region again. So I'm not really so hopeful about that, or really so optimistic, because that's something that we've seen in the Middle East time and time again. Perhaps Donald Trump is now patting down on Israel in regards to their constant violations of ceasefire, or them provoking Hezbollah to destroy the ceasefire, which is what they're very good at doing, so that he can finally negotiate some sort of peace. But at the same time, Donald Trump is probably begging Israel to relax, and so that J.D. Vance, the Middle Eastern envoy, can actually cover some ground in the negotiations for peace. But at the same time, the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, and the parliament speaker, Libov, had both said several times that this U.S. blockade is one of the biggest things in the way, or a large stick in the road to us actually coming to terms of peace. That blockade is, of course, imposed by Donald Trump, the administration, led by the U.S. Navy, in which the secretary yesterday, I believe his name is David Phelan, had stepped down. So, it's a bunch of nonsense rhetoric, really. But I am happy about the ceasefire. Donald Trump said today on Truth Social at around 11 a.m., the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, and Ambassador to Lebanon Michael Issa met today with high-ranking representatives of Israel and Lebanon in the Oval Office. The meeting went very well. The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to protect itself from Hezbollah. LOL. The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant at this very historic meeting, President Donald J. Trump. Now, look, this is all just sloppy diplomacy front-facingly. We'll really see what happens. And we all know what's going to necessitate peace. And it's going to have to be that Israel gets the hell out of southern Lebanon and doesn't provoke Hezbollah anymore. That's the whole reason or purpose of their existence. That is the resistance group in the south of Lebanon. That is an Iranian proxy, funded, of course, by the IRGC, powered by them. And they are a creation in response to Israeli encroachment upon the sovereignty of several neighboring Arab nations, the main one being Lebanon. That's why they exist. That's why they were created. So for them to be discharged, for them to, quote unquote, relax, as they've been saying recently in the media, well, then we're going to have to see Israel also do the same thing and play their part. And what does that mean? Meeting them halfway and removing IDF forces from southern Lebanon. Something that they struggle to do, and something that they've opportunistically ramped up on, of course, since the entire region is distracted with the whole Iranian Strait of Hormuz and Iranian port blockade conflict. So nothing really crazy. Hezbollah did launch some rockets earlier today, but, nothing out of the norm. But if you missed yesterday's stream, I highly encourage you go watch it. I gave a really good breakdown on what's currently happening, what I think Donald Trump is trying to do. I think that the United States overall has lost all of our escalation dominance, unfortunately. And so it's leading to Donald Trump having to make some really poor decisions that are destroying the opportunity of peace, or at least undermining the potentiality of a peace negotiation, and for J.D. Vance to look like the winner. Which, hey, to each his own, but I think that might be a good thing, because this just explodes the whole administration, kind of crashes the GOP as a whole. I mean, be real. Do you want a remnant of this administration to run the country in 2028? If the answer is yes, then maybe you should reassess the last 55 days and think to yourself if you would want any sort of remnant from this decision-making squad to be in charge of the United States for the next 4 years. I would hope that maybe one with common sense could change their ways after paying close attention to how the United States has strategically been embarrassed, and change their opinion. It's not a matter of right and left. It really now has become a matter of unnecessary foreign affairs that have actually depleted a lot of our munition systems. Did you get this? just recently, a bunch of news articles or news outlets had reported on the fact that the United States has been draining critical missile stockpiles in Iran war as years-long rebuild looms. That's from Fox News. Okay, the New York Times reported on that. CNN reported on that. But I'll read you the Fox News title just so you know there's no BS here. And we'll read that article in a moment, but we're going to join our friend. I got to be careful, of course, because of the platform, but we're going to join our friend in a moment here. But yeah, I mean, just to kind of start off, I'll give you a little teaser. Maybe I'll just read through it, actually. I don't have any chats, right? Okay. I'll just read through it. And tonight will be a little bit of I think probably it's going to end up being a longer stream, to be honest with you. I always say it's short, then it's long. There's a lot of things I kind of wanted to speak about tonight, so it's probably going to be a longer stream. Here I am with the Coke again, not sponsoring Coke. You know. And I know some Palestinians going to be like, bro, boycott. All right, bro, boycotting is ineffective. Let's get serious. Come on, bro. I'm not a liberal. Not a lib. So, okay, let's take a look at, there's actually a couple things I wanted to go over. Maybe I'll start on the news because I know that's the reason why a lot of you are here. So I'll kind of stay consistent there. But we'll react to Steven Crowder and his ridiculous statements. Maybe that's where we'll start, and then I'll kind of debunk him with this whole article about how the United States is using so much of its Patriot missile systems and everything else like that. But, it's no secret that our interceptors are running low. All of these Middle Eastern countries have been subject to Iranian missiles, their mid-range ballistic missiles program being one of the more capable ones in the world, the best in the region, really. So for the entire Middle East, this is a lot worse of news than it is for us back home. Iran does not have intercontinental missiles. They don't have missiles that can go across the world and strike U.S. soil, of course. So this is really a threat to the same GCC countries that have been devastated since the beginning of this war. Now, I'll admit, right, Qatar, Kuwait, these other countries, they're still operating fine. There's no real issue from a populist perspective or a civilian one, but the governments are struggling. Obviously, the UAE is threatening the idea or kind of floating around the rhetoric that they may have to depend on the Chinese yuan instead of the U.S. petrodollar. They are not able to actually export any oil through the Strait of Hormuz. If they are, it's a negligible amount. And we all know that's because the IRGC remains with the strong threat that they will attack any vessel that passes through without their authority or without that vessel actually paying a toll to the IRGC. They're blocking the Strait of Hormuz, of course, to choke the United States farther than they already have been. And with these U.S. blockades on these ports that are responsible for Iranian oil primarily and other goods that help the economy function, well, then Iran has vowed to continuously block the Strait of Hormuz and make the global oil market and the global community as a whole suffer. Every single country in Europe and Asia has not been happy about this, as they are the first ones to receive these goods and oil. And so they have all not been a very big fan of Donald Trump and the whole Make America Great Again movement of this war in Iran. The EU has condemned the U.S.-Israeli joint strikes on February 28th, as well as NATO. NATO has not really been on board. And, of course, Donald Trump has voiced tons of condemnation. Pete Hegseth had even joined the rhetoric a little bit in condemning NATO for not joining the war to, I suppose, die for Israel. So, tons of issues on the surface here, but, nothing new. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is still present. The U.S. blockade is still ongoing in an attempt to kind of strengthen some financial pressure on Iran, but that's going to prove fruitless over the course of time. And I explained that in detail yesterday. So if you missed that stream, go ahead and take a look. Or even my most recent video, actually. I believe it is titled, I don't know, I didn't post it, but my most recent video, go check it out. I just spit. Shout out to my guy Halimi, my editor. He posted that. But if you kind of need an update for Sunday through Tuesday and Wednesday, that video will kind of get you up to speed. But anyways, let's take a look at, this video from Steven Crowder. I saw this earlier today. This was actually posted 9 hours ago. And I'll go ahead and pop my screen on here so you guys can take a look. But shout out to all you guys. Going to be a good stream. Like the video if you have not already. In case you care, it's been a good day for me. Somebody asks, is that 0-calorie Coke? Of course it is. If you drink your calories, you're insane. I see people Look, I love a gross meal, okay? I'm very strict in my diet. You know, I take the gym quite serious. I mean, I go to the gym every day. You know, I'm on top of my figure. I try to stay in the best shape that I possibly can be in year round, really, but I'm on a pretty aggressive cut right now, whatever. I'm ascending, if you will. And, you know, I see people at restaurants. You know, I go out to a restaurant every weekend or so with my friends because I have like maybe 1 or 2 cheat meals a week. 2 is pushing it, really 1. And so we'll go balls to the wall. We'll be like, yo, let's just go get Five Guys. Maybe we will go to a restaurant here where I'm at locally, whatever it is. And, you know, I see people ordering like Coke, like real Coke. And I don't want to do the whole like health hierarchical thing here, but bro, if you're ordering like a drink with calories in it, there's really something wrong with you. You know, when you start cutting weight, the calories become so precious. And bro, drinking the calories is empty, but the bigger thing is 0 sugar, 0 calorie drinks taste phenomenal. They're awesome. And if you don't know that, it's probably because you've never actually tried them. Thoughtic, thank you so much for the $20. Shout out to you. W's in the chat for Thoughtic. He's been showing mad love. Thoughtic, thank you so much, bro. God bless you. He's been showing mad love. No L Desert Joe. Dessert Joe. Who said L Dessert Joe? Gonna ban you, nigga. We don't talk about our buddy Joe like that. Anyways, so yeah, I got my 0 sugar. There you go, right there. If you can't, let's see. Can I focus? Focus. There it is. 0 sugar, 0 calorie. It's the cherry float. It's really good, you know. So I always enjoy a 0 calorie drink. Don't start with the aspartame shit. See, this is where I lie, in case you happen to care. You have a spectrum when it comes to health conscious people or the health conscious community. You have people on one side who do not track anything they eat, never have tracked anything they ate whatever they feel like eating at that time, fast food, they'll cook something, they eat mom's cooking, whatever. And maybe those people are in bad or good shape. That's not really the point in the case that I'm trying to make here. But you have people on that end of the spectrum, which is this extreme end, which is like they just don't give a fuck about what they're eating, really. And then you move towards the middle, and that's where you'll find somebody like me. I'm in the gym. I'm eating chicken and rice. I'm eating beef and rice. I'm watching what I eat. I track my protein. I track my carbs to some degree. I strategically utilize carbohydrates for a better workout and all that good stuff. So, you know, I'm on top of it. I'm not super meticulous. I eat the same things every day, so I don't have to rigorously like track and make this differentiation from day to day because of the fact that it's really the same thing, more or less. And then on the other end of the spectrum, and this is where I am not, and I never will be, are like the, what would you call them? The granola people or like the super health nuts. You know what I'm talking about? Like the grass-fed steak, no aspartame, no artificial sweetener, like would never eat anything inside of a bag, shop on the perimeter of the grocery store, guys. Get me the fuck away from those people. They're lunatics, okay? I'm a big believer. You gotta enjoy like what you're eating. Oh, but if you have the Quest protein chips, the protein's not complete and it can give you cancer. Nigga, really? Okay, everything can give you cancer. Hell, the water in the shower gives you cancer. Like tap water gives you cancer. Fluoride gives you cancer. All the shit in our toothpaste gives you cancer. Breathing air at this point allegedly gives you cancer. You know, I'm really sick and tired of the like, you know, I'm at work and I'm not going to name call anybody. I put a splash of milk in my coffee. God forbid I put a splash of milk in my coffee. And I have coworkers and colleagues and they go, hey man, you don't need milk, just drink the coffee straight. Fuck off, fuck you. Really, fuck you. Really, I don't mean that. I love those people, but like really fuck off. I want to enjoy it. Okay, I'm also lean. I'm in good shape. I'm in better shape than like most people, not to like toot my own horn. I'm in pretty good shape. Go check out my Instagram. But like, you know, I'm in better shape than most of these people telling me that. It's like, hey bro, you're eating all this organic grass-fed bullshit. You're eating all this non-GMO, organic, non-processed, which is fine. I'm not demonizing that. But it's like these are the same people who use deodorant that doesn't have like aluminum in it. These are people that like use the super healthy, non-fragrance laundry detergent, and then you smell like shit because the laundry detergent is organic. So you smell like cock and balls, but because your laundry detergent is organic, it's fine. You're not going to get cancer. You'll just smell like cock and balls and walk. No, no, actually, thank you. I'm good. Give me the Tide. Give me the cancerous shit so I can smell good. You know, if I need a Coke Zero to hold me over so I don't cave and eat 5 quarter pounders, because I can do that in one sitting, and a 20-piece nugget or a full Chick-fil-A meal or a full Raising Cane's meal, if a Coke Zero can make it a little bit easier for me to steer clear of that, well, then I'll have a Coke Zero. And also, these are the same people that like completely deny medical research and medical literature. You know, all of this literature from the doctors, from the scientists, the people who went to school for like a quarter of their lives, by the way, say that aspartame is actually not that bad for you. Artificial sweeteners are actually not that bad for you, so long as you have them in moderation. Maybe I'll have like 1 or 2 diet drinks a day. Fuck off. I feel fine. I can't with these people. I can't. Because there's been this trend. Thoughtic, thank you so much for the other 20. God bless, bro. I really appreciate the love. W's in the chat for Thoughtic. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I can't with these people. They're insane. They're absolutely insane. So I just want to make sure, because I do, you know, I bring my own lunch to work, you know. If I see organic chicken, then I'll buy it. But if there's no organic chicken, I'll just buy the normal chicken. Like, I'm not a nut with this shit. Again, same thing with beef. If it's grass-fed, I'll buy it. If there's not, and beef is a little bit more important, but even then, to be grass-fed or grass-finished. But even then, I'll just get normal beef. Bro, at the end of the day, all that matters is your lifestyle habits. Are you getting your 10K steps a day? Are you walking? Are you doing your cardio? Are you weight training? Are you resistance training? Are you doing some form of exercise, aerobic, whatever it is? And are you eating relatively clean? Are you eating at a maintenance or slight deficit or whatever, and eating somewhat whole foods? If the answer is yes, you're good, nigga. You know? But that's the thing, is there's been this new trend and wave now of like this organic gym bro, grass-fed everything. And it's like, we've got to draw the line somewhere. And of course it's lucrative, right? If you go on TikTok, and I'm not attacking anybody, but this is the trend now. You go on TikTok and you sell this like beef stick that has like no processed GMOs, and it's like, okay, this looks good, you know, this is organic, this is a little snack, it looks tasty. So I click the link on TikTok shop. The beef stick is like $55 for a pack of 10. I'm sorry, who's buying that? Are you out of your fucking mind? Who's buying that? No, thank you. I'm going to go down the street to Target and get the chomps, and I'm going to get 30 for the price of 10. That's what I'm going to do. Couple extra ingredients, too bad. You know, but this is what they do. They tell you that it's this whole food, it's grass-fed, no grains, grass-finished, no GMOs, and then they just up the price by like $50. Like, unbelievable. So, yeah, I am ranting tonight. Sorry. I am ranting tonight. All right, let's get into the article. But that shit pisses me off, bro. That shit pisses me off. I hate, like, the health nuts. Like, nigga, you're not going to put milk in your coffee. Put a splash. By the way, I'm not dousing milk in my coffee. My coffee is literally probably 80 to 90% coffee. The other 10% is a splash of milk. Little 0-calorie sweetener, maybe an Equal, maybe a Splenda, whatever it is. Maybe a little pump of hazelnut, 25 calories in a pump. You're good. You're chilling. Low calorie, good for you. Like, enough with the black coffee. Black coffee tastes like shit. Do not lie and tell me it tastes like shit. It's the most bitter, disgusting thing ever. And it makes your teeth yellow. At least enjoy it. If you're going to have coffee and you're going to stain your teeth, because it does stain your teeth over time, at least put some milk in it, nigga. Enjoy it. Thoughtic, thank you so much for the other 20. Appreciate you, bro. Bro's going crazy. Thoughtic is rich. Thank you, bro. God bless you. God bless you. I believe you're Muslim because your name is Thoughtic, so barakallahu feek, but I don't know. Thank you. Yeah, someone said he's rich as fuck, donating hella 20s. Hey, my viewers have motion. Thank you so much, bro. God bless. Someone said dark coffee is good. You're high. You're high. It's the most... and I'm telling you this because I tried it. Like, I try to be... This is what I did a couple summers ago. I said, you know what? I'm going to start drinking black coffee. I'm going to really be careful with this stuff. You know, what you put into your body matters. I was subject to the brainwash. At least it was starting to seep in. because it was going viral on TikTok a couple years ago. This whole like grass-fed health craze thing. Bro, the seed oil shit, whatever. Bro, I tried it for like 3 days and I'm like, yo, black coffee tastes like monkey cock water. It's just the worst thing ever. It literally tastes like deer shit. I don't even know. What's the worst tasting thing you can possibly bring to your mind? Unfathomably disgusting. It's gross. Oh, you're dry. It's so bitter. I get it. If you're drinking it for the function and you acknowledge it tastes bad, fine. But especially when it's cold, if it's hot, maybe with some sugar, now we're talking. But yeah. All right. I'm really just... Let's get into the article. Got a show to do here. I'm sorry, guys. But I have to say that because I'm going to drink this Coke Zero and I'm going to get some dumbass being like, bro, the artificial sweetness. Okay. Stretch Dub says, Riyadh, if someone gives me a piggyback ride for 10K steps, can I still get my steps in that way? Okay. Yeah, very funny. No, you have to do them yourself. Thanks for the super chat. Okay. So let's take a look at this here. Let's react to our friend Steven Crowder over at Rumble. Someone said, where's Riyadh from? The nose length is throwing me off. Yo, bro. I've never been bullied like I've been bullied starting this show. Niggas talking about my hairline. The other day, someone was like, bro, if an ant crawled on your face, it would drown from the oil. All right. Guys, are you here to watch and support me, or are you here to attack me? Now I'm playing. I'm Sudanese. I'm North Sudanese. So, I mean, I guess I'm African, but, you know, I guess I'm Arab as well. Okay, yeah, I got the nose. Wow, I'm just getting fried. Thodic, thank you for the other 20. Thodic, what is going on, man? Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. No, I'm not going to shadow realm him. No. He's just joking. Or he's just genuinely curious. Thodic, thank you so much, bro. All right. Let us watch. W's in the chat for Thodic. Let's see what our friend Steven had to say. Yeah, I'm North African. Am I Jewish? Yeah, 100% Ashkenazi. All right.
First claim from Chris Cuomo. And it's very similar
So this is a response to Chris Cuomo.
to the wrong claim that a lot of other people make. And I do recommend you go and watch his whole video so that you see we are not taking anything out of context. His claim is that 60% enriched uranium doesn't really mean all that much. Here, watch him.
They are preying on your ignorance, and they are intentionally deceiving their supporters about what the information means. The more you look at it, the more obvious the deception is. Now, they're getting over on people. Why? Because they are confusing the non-critical thinkers.
Hang on. We're done with the coffee shit after this. By the way, Chris Cuomo cooks in some segments here. Angel says, thank you for the 20. Excuse me. Vanilla iced black coffee from Starbucks is not that bad. Really? Well, then it's probably not healthy. Let me see how it looks. Bruh. Oh, you said vanilla iced black coffee? Okay, so what does it have? Like 5 pumps of vanilla to make that shit taste good? Starbucks. I'm trying to find an image of it. It doesn't look like black coffee to me, man. Are you talking about the bottle? Yeah, but how much sugar does it have? Probably a decent amount. You know? But look, I agree. Maybe that does taste good. But that's not enough for the granola people. They're going to go, well, it's got artificial, look at the ingredients. It's got things you can't read. Like you know what you're talking about. Angel, thank you for the 20. Bottom line is black coffee just tastes like shit. And I'll never release from that. I'm never going to get off of that. Like, that is my position for life. It's just performative to me. It is performative. It's like, nigga, just put some milk in there. Like, why are you suffering?
All
right, back to the back to the Iran talk. So right now, Chris Cuomo is making the case that Iran was never really close to making a nuclear bomb, or even if they were, they never actually were making a bomb. And the United States used a false pretext, being that they were going to make a nuke to start this war. That's kind of the angle in which his rhetoric is coming from. I watched like the first half of this video. However, I didn't see the second half. So if I remember correctly from earlier on today, that's what he was saying. But I'll play it from the beginning.
On your ignorance, and they are intentionally deceiving their supporters about what the information means. The more you look at it, the more obvious the deception is. Now, they're getting over on people. Why? Because they are confusing the non-critical thinkers into believing that having enriched uranium is the same thing as almost having a weapon.
Oh, you're saying that's not the case. Okay, well, here's the truth. No country has ever passed, we could say 20, but I know someone might say, oh, 21. No country has ever passed 30% enrichment and not built a nuclear bomb. Iran is at 60%. So whether you agree with the intervention or not, you do have to accept the factual premise that in this instance, Iran with 60% enriched uranium would be the first country to do that and not develop a nuclear weapon. You want to put that much faith in Iran?
Okay, but here's the thing. You have to concede that you're speaking in likelihood, not fact, and not truth. Yeah, okay, no country has passed 30% enrichment and then not made a bomb, but Iran's been at 60% for the longest. For years they've been there. And by the way, this is something he's not going to mention. We brokered a deal and cut the contract so Iran would bring that down to 3%. Donald Trump ruined that, and he brought us to war in Iran. So the problem that you're harping on about being the level of enrichment, 60%, that's closer to 90%, which is weapons grade, was actually handled by Barack Obama. He brought it down to 3%, which can only power power plants and other things, but could not be utilized for deadly force. So this argument kind of falls flat on its face. As well as the fact that if they wanted to make a bomb, and if you know anything, you would know this, they would have made one some time ago. But they didn't. And ever since the 90s and the early 2000s, what have the think tanks been motivating our politicians to think? Well, it's actually that Iran is a week away from a bomb. They're 5 months away from a bomb. They're a year away from a bomb. It's always a different spin. If you've been paying attention to the news and the rhetoric on Iran, it's always been they're close to this bomb, this catastrophic bomb that will deliver destruction like we've never seen before. And they never actually made that bomb because they have a religious ruling from their previous leader who was killed that they cannot make a bomb. Now he's dead. Now they might make a bomb. But who killed us? Who killed him? Us. So, again, the premise in which he's trying to argue from is somewhat factual. Yes, I will concede no country has gotten to that level of enrichment and then not made a bomb. But again, inherently, your standpoint, your position fundamentally is kind of omitting the bigger picture that we not only address this issue, but they're enriching to that degree because we have forced them to do that in gradual escalation from the 90s onwards, as well as Israel.
The next claim from...
And this is what it always is, right? It's always this, I'll give you this fact and I'll leave that one out. But we've got to paint the whole picture very clear, top to bottom, because if we don't, well, then we're going to seemingly support this war. And of course, if you've been under a rock, this war has been destructive for the United States and the global world, or the global oil economy, the world as a whole. So it's very important to pay attention to people like him or others who try to push this narrative because, again, they always just find a way to step around the biggest piece of context that will lead you to find that we are actually at war with Iran for different reasons other than their nuclear bomb. That I'll respond to in a moment because I think he brings this point up again.
Brothers get
Thodic, thank you for the 20. This is crazy, bro. Thank you so much. Just incremental 20, 20, 20. Thank you so much, Thodic. God bless, bro. God bless you, man. I really appreciate the support.
that Iran wasn't close to getting a weapon, it's all a lie, something.
There is a good basis of belief within the expert community that Iran does not have the expertise.
Mind you, Chris Cuomo is quoting the expert community because uranium is not just this easy topic to dive into. It's actually highly complex. And so a lot of people try to talk about this. No, you have to look at what the experts are saying, especially from the intelligence community and others. But overall, all of the experts, people who have some sort of skin in the game when it comes to nuclear weapons, enriching uranium, centrifuges, all this good stuff, they will tell you that Iran has always been relatively close to a nuke, somewhat, but never actually decided to assemble or build one, and always left a gap that with our aggression decreased. So U.S. aggression incrementally but surely decreased that gap from a non-concerning level of enrichment all the way to weapons grade. We decreased that gap via our aggression, via our serving of Israeli interests, and of course Israel themselves starting several conflicts in the region and encroaching upon other borders and threatening their sovereignty. There's no secret there. And this is what, by the way, Iran says themselves. Everybody always wants an explanation as to why Iran does what they do, why the IRGC has this program. Well, they'll tell you if you pay attention to the media over there, if you pay attention to their parliament speaker, if you pay attention to all of the head officials, they say why they're doing these things. And they make it abundantly clear. Did you see the president's letter to Donald Trump after he threatened to bomb all their power plants? He addressed every single point from U.S. Iranian history back from 67 till now, or 79, sorry, till now. And every single time he made a point, you saw a parallel between what I'm saying and what he said. That doesn't mean I'm IRGC, but that means that the United States has kind of foiled them into this corner that has left them no choice but to kind of enrich and kind of hedge a bomb. But that's what they were doing, is hedging. That's a political strategy. But never were they actually going to make one. The only time the threat became real, the only time the hedging became no more hedging and an actual race to a nuke was probably back in June when Israel struck them out of nowhere. And then we had to save them from their fire because the 12-day war was not looking good for Israel. That's when they found out Iran has a ballistic missiles program that is very capable. And pay attention, stay tuned. I'm going to bring that all together in a moment here.
Nor does it have what it needs to have in place, even if it did have the expertise, to make the moves you have to make to go from having the enriched uranium, if you could even enrich it from 60 to 90, which is not a given, but is likely, is probable, not just...
They could have done it. I believe they could have done it.
Possible, and into making a weapon. So, can you have a weapon if you don't have weapons-grade uranium? No.
No.
Do you automatically have a weapon if you have weapons-grade uranium? No. Was the regime weeks away from having a nuclear weapon? No.
Okay, here's the truth. Cuomo is misleading you here by omission. Iran is close to a
No, you are.
nuclear weapon. And sometimes people point to, we've been hearing that for years, as though it hasn't been the case in spite of other efforts. What do I mean by that? Allow me to explain. So first off, a physicist, nuclear weapons expert, David Albright, he said that if Iran has 5 to 6 months to build the probability of success grows to 84%. 84%. Here's the third claim from Mr. Goomba.
But why has it never climbed to 84%? Why have they never actually done that? That's the bigger and more relevant question here. Because they obviously have the ability. There's no secret there. The Persians are smart people. They could build a bomb if they really wanted to build a bomb, but they've withheld from doing so. And so to me, if you're a smart person, you look at that and you go, well, why are they doing that? And it's always Islam. It's always the clerics of the Shia religion. It's always this. It's always that. It's never, is this a political message to their adversary in the region that threatens them every other day? That's exactly what it is. And that's their conflict. This is the whole thing. Our conflict, our confliction of interest, our real business in the Middle East should never have to do with Iran. It shouldn't. Because Iran does not really pose a threat to the United States currently. Previously, with the hostage situation and everything else like that, maybe you could make the case, but and the Beirut bombing and everything else in between, which, by the way, Israel knew about and didn't tell us. But regardless of that, certainly there would be a better thesis for that back then. Today, there's none, because their missiles don't threaten us. their proxy network don't threaten us, and their nuclear program don't threaten us because they were never going to actually establish an entire nuclear program until Israel and us, the United States, attacked them. And if Iran makes a nuke, who are they going to use it on? Let's really be honest with themselves here. With ourselves. I'll go that far. I know that's far. I'll go that far. If they make a nuke, who are they going to use it on? It's likely not the United States. So
all of this is a political distraction.
I don't believe in the loser BB, loser his own people theory. I believe that he was told they could do this. It would be easy. He is not sophisticated. He is not a student of war history. And he likes the idea of an easy win. He thinks that Venezuela is the same as Iran. And he wanted the distraction from what was happening at home. That's what I think. The Epstein thing, not going his way. Affordability, not going his way. Getting things done with or in Congress, not going his way. That's why we're in Iran.
Yeah.
I mean, partially, yeah, that's certainly true. Also, just the fact that ever since the 12-day war in the summer, that was shut down ultimately by the United States bombing Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan, the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, we knew that Iran was going to build back up their missiles program and probably up their uranium enrichment. If they never were to do it, that would have actually been the time they would do it. So we kind of exacerbated the issue and poked the beehive in doing that. That, of course, motivated Benjamin Netanyahu to want to act fast because from that 12-day war onwards, the clock is now ticking. Do you understand? But that's the whole point. That was kind of the whole science behind the 12-day war and provoking the Iranians. It was to motivate a U.S. response. And what better way to motivate a U.S. response than to say that the Iranians have a capable missile program that can hit every other country in the region within moments. I apologize. Sorry. So
this is another common trope that people have used. And they use it to say, stay home in midterms, and there's no difference between the right and the left. They say Donald Trump said no new wars, and he betrayed his base. But no, he said no more, no new forever wars.
Come on, Crowder. Come on. Come on. Are you really willing to die on this Trump ship? Let it go. Let it go. It's set sail and it's on its way to failure. Let it go. You know, I really feel bad for the MAGA base that can't come to terms with the fact that this war is bad with us, or bad for us, sorry. Or maybe he's afraid of disappointing his audience. I don't know. Someone said the Iranians are losing 500 million a day by the Strait being closed. No, they're not. That was Trump's claim from the blockade on the ports. And they're making money on the ships that happen to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not true.
And we are only going to fight wars if we know that we will win, and it will be swift, and it will be violent, and it will be effective. We're not going to find ourselves in another Vietnam or Iraq. Not everything is...
And then he says, no boots on the ground so far, jackass. All right, stay tuned. Let's see what happens.
comparable to Vietnam.
Because there's been no peace either, jackass. And this has been 55 days. It was supposed to be 4 to 5. You got an answer to that? What's worse, Donald Trump saying that a war with one of the most powerful nations in the Middle East will be 4 or 5 days, and then it actually being 55 days, or me saying boots on the ground could happen this weekend? What's worse? Because the possibility of the 4 to 5 days is eradicated. The possibility of boots on ground is very well within reach.
Vietnam or Iraq. And it's very, very clear. You may disagree with it. And I disagree with President Trump on a lot. I could say this. His views on abortion, I do not agree with. I have never...
Who honestly cares about that right now?
...agreed with. But I voted for him in spite of that because of the alternative. I would not call it a betrayal if Donald Trump said he supports abortion with some limitations that I wouldn't support, because I understand that's his stance. President Trump, here's the truth, has made Iran a focal point, including militarily. For over 45 years, we don't have this kind of a track record from any president.
Yes, you can disagree with your favored president or your presidential candidate on a few things, and despite that, still overall support them. Okay, but what I'm asking for right now is condemnation for the reprehensible actions that have been taken in the last 50 days, one that has brought the United States into economic disaster, and one that seems like it's more so long-winded than short-lived. And we don't have control of the situation. We obviously don't, because when the war kicked off, intelligence assets all got together in Florida and said, we're going to prepare for 100 days of planning. And Trump was saying 4 to 5 days, 2 weeks at most, Pete Hegseth. So to me, it looks like actually this administration does not have entire control over what's happening. How do I know that? Because that 21-mile passageway of water that is responsible for 1/5 to 20% of the world's oil, most of it belonging to the Gulf countries that depend on the petrodollar and use the petrodollar that bolsters our economy, cannot push their oil through. As a result, several countries are suffering. Iran has the ability to do that just by threatening the idea of a drone flying over oil vessels or their missiles program. And then the mines in the water as well. So I don't know if we actually have control of the situation. That's why I blow it up to be the big deal that it is. Because we are not in control, and we are fucking America. I'm tired of the Trump supporters saying, Trump knows what he's doing. Really, dumbass? Then tell me what the fuck Trump is doing. Go ahead and elucidate the larger picture for me. I'm not seeing it, and I don't think anybody with a brain or an IQ is seeing it, because I'm yet to see a good prediction. But China has replaced that oil missing from the Gulf countries from that of Iran. And that bolsters their strategic relationship. Venezuela, China, they only got like 2 to 4% of their oil from Venezuela. China is going to continue to thrive and grow despite our efforts, because this practice of brinksmanship and this war in the Middle East is an outdated methodology. It's an outdated strategy to bring the United States more power. Wars in the Middle East have never really worked. So why would they work against the Iranian regime that's far more technologically sound and sophisticated than the Iraqi regime? Does that add up? So Trump said no new forever wars. Okay, but the whole premise of going to war with Persia is a forever war. That is Persia. They've existed for thousands of years, been tried several times, to no avail. No one can come out on top. They're fortified by large mountain ranges. They have a harsh terrain, worse than Iraq, which was one of the aspects that made the war in Iraq difficult, was their harsh terrain. Iran is worse. They also have 90 million fucking people. They also have 250,000 armed guards on the ground ready to go if we decide to go that route. They also have a really capable ballistic missiles program that is precisely pointed at all critical pieces of infrastructure belonging to our allied nations in the Middle East. Do I have to keep going? I could. I don't think that I need to, though. I think that I've made the point more than clear at this point. So when Crowder or Patrick Bet-David or all the other guys desperately try and voice support for this war or say that you're panicking, you need to hang in there. Yeah, there's some aspects that don't look so good, but overall, we have control, and Trump is doing this because he's always intended on doing it. No, Trump is doing this because Israel forced him to do it, and Benjamin Netanyahu has him on a leash. What are we talking about? All of Trump's closest right-hand men, his envoy, are in bed with Benjamin Netanyahu. They're closely associated and allied, campaigned for each other in the past. Now they work for Donald Trump. Now they're a part of the negotiations. Now they're a part of the whole process. Can you not see that? Will we not acknowledge that? Will there not be any comment towards that existing reality? And this does not mean, I know guys on the right like this traditional conservative, Christian-esque right that Crowder comes from or Patrick Bet-David comes from have a hard time in acknowledging that Israel is the issue in the Middle East. I'm not even asking you to go that far. You know, the bar is really low. All I'm asking you to do, all I'm asking you to say is that this was not the best idea for the United States strategically. That's it. You know, does not take an expert to discern that. And if you can't, you're either operating in bad faith because you're desperate that you'll receive some sort of approval from Donald Trump, or you don't want to disassociate with the right. That's not what that's doing, though. Sagno Sprite, thank you so much for the $2. Hi, Riyadh. Hope you're having a good day. You as well. Thank you so much. I am having a good day. So,
on any other singular issue, we have the luxury of him being a celebrity before he ever ran for office.
The Iranian situation is a case in point. that they hold our hostages is just absolutely and totally ridiculous. That this country sits back and allows a country.
There's no way we're pulling up a clip of Donald Trump talking about an Iranian situation in the 1980s. By the way, that's something that we started. The whole embassy situation and the diplomats that were kidnapped and the American citizens, that all stemmed from the 1979 revolution that stemmed from Operation Ajax. That was launched by the MI6, CIA, and Mossad. So again, we have another issue of our involvement putting us in jeopardy. Now, I'm not a non-interventionist, and I don't want to give off that idea. Sometimes intervention has its place, and it has its utilization, it has its strategic properties. But with Iran, it was never really there. For the oil in 79 and 53, maybe you can make the argument, fine. But other than that, we have no business there. But I guess this clip from 1980 really proves Donald Trump right. I'm sorry, does this clip from 1980 fix the fact that oil is sitting at $90 and people are saying that's good? Does this fix the fact that Asia is about to be without oil? Does this fix the fact that Europe is approaching a global energy crisis or an energy crisis in Europe? The Netherlands had stated that the other day. Does this address any of that? Does this address the fact that our Patriot missile interceptors program is the lowest it's been in recent history because of this war that's very attritional and asymmetric? You know, like, what are we talking about here? Oh, but Donald Trump is consistent. Donald Trump is also a dumbass. And the sky is also blue. So let's name facts. Is Donald Trump objectively intelligent? No. Okay, so why does it matter what he was saying in 1980? He was a pop star icon. He was not a politician. He is a politician now with poor politics. That is why the United States is in a catastrophe. That is why his approval rating is in the toilet. That is why he will lose in midterms. Not because of right versus left, not because the Democrats are winning, but because Donald Trump is making it exceedingly easier every single day to go against him, which is why his whole base just turned on him. What are you going to be, the lone wolf who doesn't turn on him? Well, then you're just going to look worse. And as time progresses, you will not be vindicated. You will look even worse. The only reason we're cooking Trump this hard is because hindsight is 20/20. And we know that destroying that Iranian nuclear deal is what got us here in the first place.
Such as Iran, to hold our hostages, to my way of thinking, is a horror.
Obviously, you're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and brought our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yeah.
Claim number 4 from Chris Cuomo, and this is why I believe he's still the same leftist who referred to you as trumpets.
Hang on, guys. Give me a second. Give me one moment. Got some weirdos in the chat. Okay.
And I think mogtards, whatever other
Not even where I work, by the way. Nice try.
the terms he used while claiming he dunks on a 10-foot rim and it's 8 feet and arguing in the comment section. Like I see with the Marxist right, they'll misrepresent Iran. And again, I'm not talking about people who have sensible disagreements. They'll misrepresent Iran and then parlay that into, and see, all this other stuff, everyone else was right. He's bad on immigration. He's bad on the things that are objectively false, because that's exactly what Chris Cuomo does. Trump is even failing at immigration. Tell me how he doesn't sound like a leftist still.
Immigration. Has he changed any of the rules that matter?
Yes.
Nope. Has he changed the resource structure?
Yes.
In the way that would matter the most? Nope. Why?
He has, but to
Processing
no avail. It
capabilities,
hasn't worked.
Ability to hold with humanity, ability to return.
no,
He didn't up those. He upped ICE.
He installed a revolving door. We're
Created a
good.
brute squad that has embarrassed itself and embarrassed our law enforcement culture.
Well, no, it hasn't embarrassed itself. It actually embarrassed the left even more, showing how they have no backbone for
In this
federal
country.
law. So
Violating the Constitution, violating decency. Yeah, but everybody wants people who aren't here legally to get out. It's never been the question.
What?
I mean,
Sure
for
does.
some Democrats, maybe.
Pause.
They wanna
Entire
open
sanctuary cities where you can't deport a single one. All right, let's finish his clip.
Orders, they don't believe it's a crime to enter illegally. Okay, but that's not the law. And I don't think it's a good political position either, but it's definitely not a good legal position.
It was a political position of the entire Democrat Party. We saw it for 4 years, 12 to 20 million illegal aliens, and they wanted amnesty and a new voting base. Here's the truth. Yes, Trump has changed all those things. President Trump has, and he has massively improved immigration. Is it perfect? No. But by every objective parameters that we could set, metrics that we could use that are quantifiable, deportations, over 2.5 million total. Yes, that includes self-deportations. Border crossings are down 97%. Net migration negative for the first time in 50 years. Asylum claims down 99%.
Yeah.
Refugees being admitted down 90%.
There's no way. Okay, so he stopped a wide open border during Biden's administration that let in like 10 million illegals. That's a W. How low is the bar? What are we talking about? Cuomo's actually kind of right. There have not been mass deportations. That was the promise. And there was supposed to be no new wars. That was the promise. Well, we got a brand spanking new war that the last 10 presidents fought so hard to avoid. Sorry. So, that's ridiculous. You know, the U.S., this is the biggest thing for you to understand so you could debunk this bullshit rhetoric. The United States uses the false pretext of a nuclear weapon to start this war, even though it's not the main concern, when in actuality, any expert will tell you that if uranium is the concern, the worst thing you can do is start a war, because now you will guarantee the 60% will now reach 80 or 90 if you don't stop, in which we have not stopped. And if we do stop and we get out, we're likely to come back. That's what the IRGC would suspect. And so they'll probably, by that time, have weapons-grade uranium. On top of that, once you figure out the idea that this is a false pretext for this war to start, then it only leaves you with one real conclusion. This is serving Israeli interests, because Benjamin Netanyahu is extremely concerned about Iran's ballistic missiles program, and he doesn't want it anywhere near Israel. He's also concerned about the proxy network. But unfortunately for him, those things don't threaten the United States or America. They threaten Israel. And they only threaten Israel if Israel continues its aggression, in which it has. If it practiced peace, well, then there would be no issues. We've seen that historically. But they struggle with that. So, yeah. Come on, Crowder. We have got to do better. I'll go ahead and play this for you guys. I'm just going to run really quickly and use the bathroom. And then we'll get into our next story. Like the video if you have not already. Do I have any chats? Very quickly before we get into all this good stuff. And we're joining my brother shortly, guys, so don't worry. Okay. Shout out to Thodic, man. W's in the chat for Thodic. He makes the show go on. He makes the show go on. All right. Man, I hate advertisements. I'm saying that and you guys get ads as you're watching this. I'm sorry. Once I escape the Matrix, I won't make you guys suffer through ads, okay? I got no choice. I have no choice. All right. Let's play this for you guys.
News attacking several cargo ships and seizing them just hours after President Trump extended the ceasefire. So welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer is off, and it's great to have you.
1 second, guys.
Great to be with you as
right
always.
Back.
I'm Bill Malugin. Dramatic developments as the White House confirming to Fox just moments ago that President Trump has extended the ceasefire with Iran for only 3 to 5 days. And despite that ceasefire, Iran's Revolutionary Guard is deliberately seizing ships and directing them to the coast of Iran.
The latest developments also raising serious questions about ongoing efforts to end the conflict. Former CENTCOM spokesman Joe Bacino earlier making the case for the U.S. to maintain the blockade on Iran.
If we lift the blockade while Iran is keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, they've got leverage, or certainly they feel like they've got leverage. I think with the blockade, we've got multiple pressure points. We've knocked out 50 years, more than 50 years of military equipment inside of Iran. Then we've got the economic pressure with the blockade. Then we've got the diplomatic pressure with the ceasefire delay. And eventually we're going to start, presumably, phase 2 of the war.
And Lucas Tomlinson is joining us live at the White House this morning with some new reporting on this ceasefire. Lucas, what you got?
Well, Bill, good morning. After U.S. forces seized 2 Iranian ships, it appears Iran has responded in kind, seizing 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz just this morning. As President Trump says he's only extending the ceasefire 3 to 5 days, according to White House officials. The president posting about the ceasefire on Truth Social saying, quote, "Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded." Now, early this morning, the British military says Iranian gunboats attacked 3 ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz, commandeering 2 of them, one causing heavy damage to the bridge. The second attack took place just 8 miles off the coast of Iran, the third nearby. Ship tracking shows it was a Panamanian flag and Liberian flag vessels that were seized, both associated with the Mediterranean Shipping Company, the largest container shipping line in the world, based in Geneva. Iran's state broadcaster says the 2 vessels are currently inside Iran's.
So that was yesterday. I covered that yesterday. I just played that while I went to the bathroom so I don't bore you guys to death. But
territorial waters.
I wanted to react to this really quickly. I don't know if you guys saw this. This was crazy. So I guess this kid in New York went up to some girl, asked for her number, and she said no. So then he slams her on her head and stomps on her head. I'm not even kidding. That's what the video shows. And I'm going to have to be careful with how I play the video because of the fact that we're on YouTube. But take a look at this. So this reads here. Let me enlarge that for you guys. So this is in Manhattan. 14-year-old boy body slammed a 15-year-old girl onto concrete and stomped on her head in broad daylight, all because she wouldn't give him her phone number. At least that's the story. Apparently, when you watch the video, the attack happened around 3:30 p.m. on Monday in East Harlem, with the confines of the NYPD 23 precinct. Video shows the suspect dressed in all black with a face mask standing next to the girl who was attempting to cross 3rd Ave. According to sources, the boy and the girl attended the same school, and the confrontation began after he asked for her phone number and she refused. He is then heard saying, "I'll smack the shit out of you. You're staying right here," and blocks her from crossing. The girl retreats, starts walking the other way on 3rd Ave, where the suspect grabs her arm, lifts her over his head, and slammed her into the pavement. Then he stomped on her head and walked away like nothing happened. The victim was taken to Harlem Hospital Center in stable condition. The suspect was arrested later that day around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The suspect, a 14-year-old boy, was arrested and charged. So if you haven't seen this video, I guess this was today, but go ahead and take a look at this video.
Right? You talking about TikTok, right? I said that I smack the shit out of you right now, right?
Do it.
No, you stand right here.
You will.
No, you stand right here. You stand right here.
So obviously she's trying to cross. He's blocking her.
Oh no, she got your pussy.
Let's go. Oh, word? You got pussy?
Slams her. And then proceeds to stomp her. She's already knocked out. And I apologize if things like this make you upset. Maybe look away. She's knocked out. Her hands are in the air. She's unconscious. You know, kind of that common knockout response when somebody is knocked unconscious from head trauma. And then he proceeds to stomp on her head. And I'm going to pause it right there because I don't want to play that on YouTube. I don't even think you want to see that. If you want to watch it in full, go ahead and check out NY Scoop's page on X. Horrifying, horrifying scene. And, you know, this is what I said the other day. This is the kind of stuff that is unsettling. He could have killed her. Easily could have killed her. And so somebody may see this, presumably from the left, and they'd go, well, you know, he's young, you know, he got embarrassed in front of his friends, and so he acted out emotionally, he lashed out, it was a mistake, but, you know, we should move on and give him some kind of rehabilitation emotionally, have him work on his anger, and then move forward from there. And it's like, hey, no. You know, there is definitely a threshold. There's a line all the time. And I've got to be careful because of the platform that we're on, but I trust that you guys will be able to make the connections, and wherever I leave those gaps for you to make those connections at. And so I don't want to be too vague, but it's always kind of the same situation we're seeing here. And this is the biggest issue. A lot of individuals will see something like that, and especially from the left, this is really the attack, I suppose, or at least where it's aimed. And they'll go, well, you know, our people, black people, have been impoverished, and they use these buzzwords that have held them back for years, like redlining, and, you know, we've been held back in slavery, and so our people take longer to kind of come along. And look, I will be so gracious to concede to the fact that at one time, at one point, there was an active attempt to subdue black people in being economically successful and prosperous. Those times are absolutely not right now, especially with the existence of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, the whole nine. I mean, are you serious? And so you see something like this, and a lot of people make the mistake, and this is going to surprise you. A lot of people make the mistake and they say, well, this is just pure evil. You know, I don't even think it's that. And hang on with me here. I don't think it's pure evil. People will see this and they'll say, you know, that boy's just got issues, but there can be rehabilitation. This is evil. This is demonic. I don't even think this is spiritual. This is a matter of like intelligence. This is a matter of capability. If you ask a girl for her number and she says no and embarrasses you, so you respond and you go, fuck you, bitch, whatever, and you get emotional and you put on a show for your boys who just watched you get rejected or whatever, that's still shallow, but fine. You know, a guy will do that. And to that, I'd say, whatever, ignore him, right? And I'm not trying to white knight here, but I'm just giving you the scene. I'm giving you an example so I can make a bigger point. You know, if a girl had smacked you, right? Let's say she smacked him or kicked him or punched him or spat in his face. Well, then there's certainly a different response that we would have to his actions. Maybe we would say, hey, still not the best idea to attack a female, slam her, you knocked her out, stomped on her head, whatever. But at least you could use the argument that she provoked him. At least that's the argument that would certainly be used for a lot of black people, myself included, so we can defend our own people, right? But in this instance, in this situation, this is just the biggest display and example of true low IQ mental instability. And that's what these issues actually stem from. And this is the problem with the left, is they do this like buzzword, word salad, kind of stifle you into this whole issue of, well, it could be from lack of education and food stamps and being in the bad part of the neighborhood due to the fact that the real estate market has been biased towards white people and all of this stuff. And I don't know if that's the exact rhetoric, but you know, they say things along these lines and they string you along. And I'm not saying everybody on the left or everybody that's super apologetic for blacks or unapologetic for black behavior would defend this. They'd probably condemn it the same way I am. But I'm going a step further and I'm saying this is not even a matter of, you know, how this boy was raised. Then I get it. You are a product of your environment. I've always believed in that. This is actually a matter of like, this kid just cannot be a part of society. His age is of no excuse. He's a fucking adult. You know, the whole like, he's 15, he's 16, he's 14. That's more than old enough to know you shouldn't slam a girl on her head, find that she's unconscious from you slamming her on her head, and then stomp on her head. That's attempted murder. That's a sign of mental instability to the point where this person can no longer be a part of society. They either need to be removed from the country or outcasted from society, imprisoned, some sort of confinement where they can never interact with people again. Because this type of hazard is a hazard that your mother could end up stumbling upon. Your sister could end up stumbling upon. Then what's the excuse after that? What if that was your sister? What if that was your mom? What if that was your grandma? And that's for the people who somehow try to excuse this behavior. And I hate to say it, and you know, you can't say these things, I suppose, but it's a matter of like intelligence. You know, what you find is the lower the intelligence, the more senselessly violent sometimes a society or a people are. And In this case, this is the greatest example of what I'm saying, and this is what we saw previously. And we see this often in many separate instances, and it's not all, of course, I think it's silly for me to even say it's not all of them. Of course, it's not all black people, but there's a threshold here. You know, the whole situation with that Ukrainian refugee, I can't remember her name, forgive me, I'm sure many of you know exactly what I'm talking about. When she finished her shift and she got on the train to go home, this girl is a war refugee. She escaped a brutal conflict in her country, coming to the United States for a better life, and she's stabbed in the neck on a train by a man who was not provoked to do such an action. And so you start to kind of see the pattern and whatever have you, but it's one thing if a nigga goes in a store and he waves a gun and he doesn't intend to actually kill the clerk. He just wants the money, and so he's using the gun for that purpose. It's a means to an end, and he's poor. Of course, he's an idiot. Of course, he should go to jail, in my opinion, forever. But I think there's a different conversation to be had with people like that, because there's a goal there. You know, he's trying to rob you. You know, and I'm like getting to the point where like I'm leveling out the level of crime, I suppose, but there is a threshold. And when that threshold is crossed to this level where somebody is senselessly violent to this degree, that person needs to be outcasted from society in the fullest way possible, in the fullest sense. There is no, but we need to worry about mental health and we need to administer some sort of mental health and medication and excuse him. And no. Hey, listen, even if it's a mental issue, you know, God bless the kid. Maybe that's something he's had from birth. He still does not need to be a part of society. That's not brutalist. That's realist. So, you know, look, I'm being, and like I said, it's not a matter of, you know, and I've got to be vague here. You know, I'm careful for these obvious reasons that still in the real world to some degree, and we're on this platform, but it's always kind of the same culprits, if you will, unfortunately. But that's the problem. It's a matter of intelligence. It's a matter of intelligence. People say this is evil, this is demonic. No. This kid is so stupid. Yeah, the word is stupid. This kid is so dumb. He actually thought this would be a necessary decision to make, or something that would result in something good. Like, these people have no ability to discern the back end effects of their actions, the consequences of their actions. They don't have that ability in their mind. You know, when you get angry and you have a moment where you go, ooh, let me hang on, let me hold back, or you're frustrated. These people don't have that. You know, you get into a road rage incident with them and they just ram their car into you. Then they get out the car and beat the shit out of you. That's not somebody that should be a part of society. Do you get it? Like, there's no jail for them. They need to be outcasted. They need to be confined, because those people, just one of them individually, pose a threat equal to like 30 criminals who are of a lesser degree. That's what I'm saying. You got your black people who will walk into a store, you know, hey, nigga, give me the money, nigga. I suppose there's a conversation there. There is no conversation. There is no conversation. This kid never needs to see streets again. He never needs to see the light again. I know that's rough. I know that's tough. That's not the softest around the edges, but get used to it. That's my opinion around here. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. That is attempted murder. And the reason I'm going on this whole monologue here is because as a society, we have to be more honest with ourselves, or we ought to be more honest if we want better outcomes. And that means nipping the shit in the bud, actually stopping it, and actually responding to it appropriately. And something like this calls for not intervention, not mental work, not medication. No. This calls for complete outcasting from society and confinement forever. That's how I perceive it. I don't know how you could perceive it any differently. What's the situation if she's killed then? You know, thank God this girl actually survived. What's the situation if she's killed? So yeah, that's actually what needs to be the case. And that's the direction that the United States needs to lean in domestically. I'm always talking about geopolitics. Let's talk about what's going on here at home. When people commit senseless, unmotivated, unprovoked acts of violence like this for no good reason, then those people need to be in prison forever, or there needs to be a system at hand that is so much more brutal than the one that we're familiar with our quote-unquote democracy. You can kind of string that along however you want in regards to what I mean, execution, whatever it is, but again, this kid's probably going to see the streets again, and to me, that's really unsettling. Really unsettling. And people say, oh, you know, if somebody had a gun, then they could stop him. And it's like, yeah, I guess, you know, I own firearms, but I don't think that actually addresses the issue. I think what addresses the issue is acknowledging that we do have, you know, a subsect of people that are so stupid, their IQ is so low, they genuinely cannot comprehend how capable they are of violence and the consequences of their actions, even if it means killing whoever is victim to their attacks. That's the real issue. You have to identify that. It's not evil. It's like these people are not comparable. They're not actually capable of living amongst others. And we need to actually treat it on its face like it is. You know, because I can imagine, of course, the black community is going to be radio silent about this. And if they respond, their response won't be parallel to mine. And if we start to treat these people the way they should be treated, if we respond to these actions and these behaviors the way they should be dealt with from the beginning, well, then you will notice a pattern, right? Like, oh, all of the people who are going away forever kind of look the same. You know, they're all black, they're all white, they're all this, they're all that, black. And so then people will say, oh, but this seems to be racially motivated. No, that's just the case. Do you understand? Hopefully that message was clear despite my vague language. And it's tough to make the attempt at addressing these things without being as explicit as I would like to, but I hope that you at home as a viewer can discern the gaps and kind of understand the whole piece there. So it's crazy. It's crazy. This is horrifying. You know, stuff like this is super unsettling. You get rejected, so you slam a girl on her head. And this is the shit in New York, by the way. Like, this is the shit with New York. And of course, you've got 8 million people mumbo jumbo all next to each other and shit. You know, New York City primarily, but our cities are not safe, people. Our cities are not safe. Oh, but the crime rate, If shit's happening like this, our cities aren't safe, because that could be your daughter, that could be your mother. How low does the bar actually need to fall before we address the issue? You know, so it is what it is. All right, let's see. Gonna get Myron on in a moment. John, thanks for the $5. John says, it's not an IQ, it's an EQ issue. I looked after people with disabilities and Down syndrome, and they do not show these evil behaviors. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the emotions, bro. I don't know. I think it's an intelligence thing. And this topic is very redlined, so on the day that I'm on an alternative platform, I'll give you my full opinion on that, but I just simply cannot do it on this platform. I simply cannot. That's not a chicken out. I just can't tell you. I see what you're saying. I disagree, but I've got to be careful. All right, let's call Myron, see what's going on. But thank God that girl's okay. Don't let my brother see that clip. Yo, I'm calling you now on Discord. I'm on stream.
All right, let me open up Discord right now.
All right, bet. I'm waiting for you. Peace.
All right, peace.
Really quick, justice for JC. I have a friend from Gaza. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I have a friend from Gaza. He was so surprised the support he got from Iceland, European country. He told me that their news are tampered with hatred, that the West hates Muslims, Israeli propaganda. Yeah, thanks for the super chat, man. And that's what we do here, man. We dismantle that. That doesn't mean it's this whole like, I'm just fighting for the truth. People think it's pro-Islam. People think it's, you know, pro-far right. No, it's just the truth. That's it. I try to reach the truth, and I try to show the truth and what I find it to be, and then you as a viewer can decide whether you agree or not, you know. And you know, John, just really quick, there's levels to crash outs, right, when it comes to EQ. If you are not, you know, disabled mentally, and you do something like that, you know, that's a crash out society cannot afford to have pending upon them if those people are angered. Do you know what I mean? So whether it is EQ or IQ, and I disagree with you, but I don't want to do the race theory thing right now, but whether it's either, it really calls for the same measures, which is our extreme measures. And you need those extreme changes for the greater outcome of this nation. You know, extreme measures call for extreme changes, right? So, or extreme changes, whatever the saying goes. So, it's nuts. But while we're waiting for bro on Discord, yeah, because I got a headache. I just popped like 3 Advils. Or ibuprofen, whatever, same thing. Steven Crowder actually reacted to that. Let's see what he said. We just ripped on Steven Crowder, so let's agree with him on something for once. So go ahead and take a look at that while we're waiting for...
He's asking for the phone number.
Right now, right?
Do it.
No, you stand right here.
You won't.
No, you stand right here. You stand right here.
Why is he trying to keep her there?
She refused his phone number.
Oh.
Hurls her in the air, bro. I mean, what was he thinking? I mean, just look at this kid as he's approaching her.
Why is he trying to keep her there?
You know, people say menace to society jokingly. No, this is a genuine menace to society. And who the fuck wears a mask anymore? Another red flag. And this nigga's got no taper. You know? I know this is a serious situation. Yo, never trust a black person who doesn't get a fade, bro. I'm sorry. If a nigga's got this 70s, 80s fro going, no lineup, no taper, dangerous. That's the equivalent to like black Air Forces with fucking zip ties for laces. Okay? All black fit, you know, just obviously up to no good. I see a nigga with, and these are my people, I see a nigga with no taper, I'm steering clear. We got...
Yo, can you hear me?
Could hear you, yo. What's going on?
Let me turn you down a little bit. Sorry, you were loud for a second. How do I sound on your end? Am I not destroying everyone's ears?
No, you sound perfect.
Okay. Cool. All right. Okay. I think we're good now. Sorry, dude. My Discord wasn't working for a bit. I had to like force quit it and then open it back up.
No, you're good. You're good. I figured. I was actually just reacting to, you know, if I show you, you're just going to crash out. I'm not going to lie. But we were reacting to this clip of this 14-year-old boy slamming this girl on her head in New York City and then stomping on her head because she rejected him. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it was wild.
Jock, what he said, W Rad, Fire Stream now, Patrick Bunshamut. I appreciate you, Jock, for the 100, man. Appreciate you greatly. No, I didn't see it. We could play it if you want. I mean, you're on YouTube, so you got to be careful.
I know. I was already kind of stepping around everything. You can't really see him slam her. You can just almost kind of hear it. But then I paused the part where she gets stomped. I mean, here, I'll just get your raw reaction to it since you have not seen it. But
yeah,
it's pretty brutal.
We could do the Randy Fine thing if you want.
Oh, yeah. So what was that about? What was that about? They were talking about hadith or something? You were reacting to Timcast. Someone said kosher cast. I was laughing really hard with this. Someone said that in the comment.
Let's watch it. It's probably done. Yeah, Tim ends the show at 10, but we can go through it. He was a guest on Tim Pool's show today.
All right, let's take a look.
Yeah.
They're not live anymore, right?
No, they got off. Like
I can pull it up very quickly.
No, I don't have it here, but I can pull it up though. Let me go ahead and hold on a sec.
All right, I got it here. What timestamp?
You do got it? He was there the whole show. We can kind of
It
start
is
from
officially-
the somewhat beginning if you want.
Okay. Let's go for it. I know you were super chatting, and I can kind of skip to where you were super chatting, but all right, let's.
No, because I came in late. So you can, if you want, you can, yeah. You can start it from earlier.
No
Why
love
would he?
for this
He's not
country.
American.
What I truly don't understand is why do all of these
It's just like, bro, I know I haven't even let it play for 2 seconds.
Why
love
would he?
for this
He's not
country?
American.
What I
Like, really? A yarmulke with an American flag on it? It's
Yeah.
just nuts, man. It's nuts.
Yeah. It's crazy.
This guy is legendary LARP all time.
what I truly don't understand is why do all of these people who hate us, who hate our values, who hate the American project, who hate the history, why do they all come? And we saw this with
Well,
they
destroy
get
us. Well,
they
you-
get
are you
all of their
destroy
kids are
us?
here.
Are you familiar
There's
with
cash.
the Trojan horse?
Yeah.
Why
destroy us.
did the soldiers go inside and try and get into the enemy's fortress? Well, they wanted to kill everybody.
It is also part of the, it's like if you look in the Quran, which I haven't read, but which one of my columnists worked on a few years
Okay, if you look in the book that I'm about to mention that I haven't read, oh my goodness, man.
ago,
It's
and I
going to be a long reaction here.
read all of the stories. Anyway, she was telling me that the first part of jihad is to become part of a society, to assimilate into it if you're not in the majority, to take what you can, to take up a victim status, and then to slowly gain everybody's trust as you gain political power. And one thing that's interesting about the Islamic immigrants from, Arabia and North Africa is unlike the traditional immigrant experience where people wait until they gain political power, like the Irish, the Italians, Jews, it's like a couple generations before you start getting involved in, the political apparatus of your community. You'll see first generation Somalis like, Ilhan Omar getting involved in politics at the, right there, right all of a sudden. And
Well, we don't like Ilhan, but, unfortunately, the Quran does not teach Muslims how to categorically, in a chronological timeline, do jihad until you incrementally gain power in your country's government or power apparatus structure, whatever she's calling it. Actually, another group of people are taught to do that by their holy scripture or by
I was
the
gonna
rabbinical
say-
commentary to their holy scripture, that being the
I
Talmud.
was
You
about
can
to
actually
say,
find
bro.
excerpts in the Talmud that teach them to do that, and not really in the Quran. And jihad in and of itself is just actually striving in the cause for God. Jihad can be as simple as resisting sin, right? So, of course, it has its spectrum. That can mean fighting for God too, or fighting in a war, which, of course, all these people in the Middle East feel like they're justified in doing. I'm not here to say whether they're right or wrong, but if you've got half a brain, you can always see two sides to the coin and make your discernment as to why they feel like they're right or wrong. So, and I don't even know how the conversation got here. Randy finds at the table, so the bar is really low. But this is, another level of retardation, I'll be honest.
that is a different thing than we've previously seen. And it makes you start to think like maybe you weren't like in some sort of crazy survival situation where you needed to like hurry up and go somewhere else and establish a new life and get your feet back under you and get your whole thing together. Maybe you have a plan of what you want to do. I don't know. I mean,
I think there's no question that's what's going on with a lot of this stuff.
You think that's like
they are
part of
here?
it?
They are here to destroy. In many of these cases, they were not the refugees. Ilhan Omar's father was
Mhm.
one of the people doing the bad things in Somalia. They were fleeing from him, not the other way around.
Right,
And
that's
that's the case
And
with many of these people.
Her and her brother,
Well,
that
there's
whole
that,
thing.
yeah, but many of these people, Hassan Piker was not some poor person who needed to come to America for opportunity. His parents were wealthy. They
aren't there
came
all these
here.
pictures of him with ponies?
Yeah, they're wealthy. So this all is a fraud. It all is a scam. And they are here. They do hate America, and they're here to destroy America.
Yeah,
that is the goal.
I align with the idea, the concern that the corporatocracy is going to buy us out and make us a permanent rental class. And I think that I align with the leftist communists. They want to stop that too, but their methodology is to use violent force sometimes. And I'm open to the government seizing property, like if it was Chinese bought American farmland. Like that's arguably communist to use the government to seize private property.
But by the way, in those cases, it's called eminent domain. They actually give them the market value of it. They don't just take it. And we do that all the time. If they want to expand the road out in front of here, the government can seize the property in order to expand the road, but then they have to give you the market price to do it. That's been something that's been around for a long time. I think the challenge here is what does it mean to be an American, and what is our culture, and are we going to be able to do these things? You talk about the corporatocracy.
Oh, wow.
It's the creation of wealth and companies that's made America America. All these great technologies that we're talking about. It was some entrepreneur that came up with that hose that you were talking about earlier, and probably came up with the idea in America because we.
Who do you got, him or Dan Bilzerian?
I hope Dan wins, man. I'm gonna definitely contribute to his campaign.
Yeah.
So we got to get this guy out of here, bro.
It's gonna be tough. Yeah, no, we definitely do.
Create all the innovations in the world.
I just asked the robot, and it says that incest is fairly common in Somalia. Around 49% of Somalis are the product of first or second cousin marriages.
Well, you saw what Keir Starmer just recently said in the UK.
He married his cousin?
No, but
Somalia is never free from the attack.
Yeah, they're
always the butt end of the joke, bro. Minneapolis spearheaded it, but it's like they're just never getting a break.
They're never gonna live that shit down, bro. The daycares, all that. They're never gonna live that shit down, bro.
Yeah.
Remove the bias against first cousin marriage. You know,
so in West Virginia, when you try to get married, because my wife and we got married.
Who are these people? Do you know who these people are?
And
yeah, these are people on his team. Like yes,
they go.
Like,
are you related to each other?
Girl,
and we were like, what? No.
I wasn't sure that first younger girl who was. Who she was.
What was that you said?
That first girl, the younger one.
I don't know who that is, but the other people like work with him.
Okay.
They're like
tree and
a
a helix.
Yeah,
where it goes
exactly.
back like that.
I mean, I remember in Boston when my dad and his second wife got married, they had to take blood tests, and that was part of it. That used to be very, very common that they would make sure that you're not related. And if you look at actually the history of Europe, it is the removal of
And the Gulf countries actually motivate Muslims to do that.
Intrafamilial marriage that made there be more diversity in Europe. You know, it was
not
better
only
for
that,
everybody's brains and chins also. You know,
and interestingly,
perhaps
with
Real quick. Also, guys, one of the guys in the OSS made a clip channel for my bro. Make sure to go follow it. It's Riyadh Clips. I'm gonna drop it for you guys here. Make sure to follow it. Show it some love. One of the OSS guys made it. You know, help him out. It's not mine or my brother's, but Brett had told me that's one of his guys. So yeah, go ahead and check it out.
Shout out to you. Thank you, man.
They're gonna be dropping. Yeah, they're gonna be dropping clips. Actually, I need to ask you about this. What do you think about this whole David thing? By the way, I was watching some of his videos. Nigga like was snitching on himself, and obviously this is more like your age group, you Gen Zers.
Yeah.
Like you didn't really have music like that growing up, so this is a little weird. But what are your thoughts?
Here, let me just pull up. You're kind of lagging on my end. I don't know if I'm am I good on your end or?
You're lagging on my end too. I don't know if it's me or you.
No. I think it's Discord, man, because this never happens.
Okay, let me stop sharing my screen.
Here.
Yeah, you might be lagging on your end, bro.
Let me try and.
He said it's both.
Yeah, it seems like it's both. It's so unfortunate. Yeah. Here, let me join. Let me leave and join really quick.
Okay.
One second, guys. No idea why it's lagging. It never does that.
Yeah. Do a quick speed test on your internet. Don't share your screen when you do it, though. I'll look at mine real fast, make sure I'm good.
I ain't gonna lie, Loki got poverty internet.
Yeah, it's not. I think it might be yours. Okay, but I think you're good now, though.
Is it a little bit better now?
I think so.
Coming in smooth?
Yeah, I think you're good now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not my internet. It might be yours, bro.
Yeah, but that's weird because it's never done that before. So I don't know if it's a Discord problem or what.
I got 635 download and upload is look like it's gonna be 188.
Yeah, I'm at
Yeah,
500.
so
I'm at 500 download.
that's good. And then how much for upload?
Let's see.
Yeah, 635 download, upload 188.
Oh, damn, my upload is 30.
Yeah, that's trash, bro. So, bro. What are you
Yo,
doing?
but
I
this
told
never,
you.
this literally never happens.
Someone said my papers. I told them. I thought my paperwork. I don't know what is he doing? All right, fine though. I think it's fine.
Goodness, yeah, that's bad.
Now,
Damn,
yeah, after this, we have great internet.
how bad is it from your end on your stream? Like, can you hear me clearly? Because I'm struggling to hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
You want to restart your?
Yeah, I might just have to restart and jump back on. Yeah, I'm looking at your stream. Goodness, I'm like in 4 pixels. All right, great.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
I restart stream and reset everything out and back.
All right, let me do that. I'll be back.
All right, peace.
I'm laughing at the chat. Someone said Byron is roboting. Bro, I think my connection's fine, bro. I'm lagging on both. First El Riyadh. Yo, bro, I don't know what to tell you guys, okay? I don't know what to tell you. All right, stay put. I'm not even going to end the stream. I'm just going to reset my computer and hope that that fixes it. So stay here. You're going to see black, but I'm not ending the stream, okay? So just give me 1 second. I'm going to reset. Bear with me one moment, all right? We're going to go down now. I know it's clear on my end, but Discord is acting up. I think it's Discord. Hold on. Let me go on. Let me go on Down Reporter. Let me just make sure the website's not down. Ah, damn. Yeah, Cope. Website's actually working perfectly. All right, we're going to reset the computer. Jump over to mine real quick and then come back over here if you were watching on YouTube. Give me a second, okay? Sigh. All right. One moment while we reset. All right, we'll reset really quickly. 1 second, guys. All right. Are we back? All right, we're back. W. All right. Let's try Discord again. Yeah, I see I'm back. Let's try it again. I suppose I have to change my internet. I'm just a regular broke normie. Like, what am I supposed to do? What? I'm literally what? Like, come on, don't bully me. Someone said, what's the difference between Riyadh and a black screen? You're lucky and I'm in a good mood, nigga. I should shadow rum you for that. That's actually really funny. That's a good joke. All right. Let's try this again. You guys are funny. All the jokes. All the jokes. Everybody's attacking me. Everybody's attacking me. I didn't even do anything.
One moment while I try to connect this.
All right, well, we're getting Myron on again. But, yeah. All right, chat. Everybody in the chat's a comedian today, huh? Let's read these chats. Okay, so it says, sup, Peter Lover, big fan.
I think you're good now.
Good now?
I think so, yeah. I was reacting to dumbass Akash.
Oh, let's do that.
We'll make fun of him and his wife, yeah, and then we'll go back to Randy Fine.
Can you see me? Am I good?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I think
I'm
I think we
gesturing.
can see you now.
You're still loading on my end.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna turn my camera on right now. I gotta turn it off.
Hair Huerta says, "Sup, Peter Lover, a big fan. Shout out from New York. Thanks so much, bro. $5, appreciate it." Justice for JC says, "Cure for headaches, magnesium, electrolytes, and enough water." Yeah, true. Thanks for the $6. I just took a painkiller instead, though. All right. We're back. We're back in business.
Okay, let me open this back up. Hold on one sec.
Yeah,
you caught me right at the beginning, so.
Restart.
Like how we wanted to set up the tiers and all that, and then that started doing fairly well,
He's talking about how they started their Patreon and made money. That's what he's.
Were you surprised at the success behind it?
No, I got surprised during COVID when it like really started to blow up, and then we started to get like all these huge guests. That was all surprising. The Patreon, I felt like this is fun, this is a thing, and it felt like at that time, honestly, it was like Schultz would always say his mom told him the ascent is the most fun. The climb.
That's right.
That was the best. Like we had a little passionate fan base, and we just kind of said whatever and did whatever, and no eyes were on us. That was the best.
And then they got really woke and weird.
Yeah. Now, does it feel like too much pressure?
Not too much pressure, but it's a lot of noise around everything I do. Like I liberal people think I'm this.
I wonder why. Because your wife is a 304.
MAGA conservative because I had a conversation with Trump. Conservative.
Yeah, and not only that, like he's saying, oh no, they thought I'm a conservative, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because these guys are out of New York City. These guys are like, the thing is this, Andrew Schultz, and I've been saying this forever, and I'm glad people are finally seeing it now. Andrew Schultz is the type of guy that will change and shapeshift based on who's around him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like 100%. He will say and do whatever he needs to do to get himself to the next level, which is fine. Like very successful people, a lot of successful people have that trait actually, guys. They're chameleons. You don't really know where they stand, but they're able to kind of, like Patrick Bet-David does this a lot, right? A lot of like big podcasts, like they'll kind of take a more centered position. Like you don't really know too much what they think. There's some stuff they might be outspoken on, but they're not like really 10 toes on anything, because it's like you want to be able to kind of siphon off both ends. This is why being a centrist helps you a lot in media.
It's key for mainstream attention, right? Like Andrew Schultz, all these guys, they're super mainstream. Even Patrick Bet-David, he's political, really. That's his heavy focus or his topic, but he's mainstream. That's because they just kind of go where the wind blows. That sounds like it's kind of degrading, but that's the reality. And you have two options as a content creator or an e-celeb or a public figure. You can either stand on business, be cemented in your grounding, ideologically centered, and not bend or cave or fold to really whatever people may say, and then you build up your audience from the ground from there. That's so much longer and more painful. But if you get through the thick of it, right, and you get through all of the pain of it, then on the back end is that pleasure of having people who will literally die for your cause, right? Like people who are you can trust with your life. And then for these guys, they don't have any real like loyal audience. If these niggas said the N-word tomorrow with the hard R, they'd be canceled off the face of the planet. So that's kind of the con, right? Is like they have to bend and fold to the societal norm at any time, which is the only reason why Andrew Schultz has ever even started talking about Israel recently, because he noticed that it was kind of okay, right? But other guys have been suffering for that from years, you know? So they just kind of go wherever they feel like the mainstream rhetoric will allow them to go without being canceled. You know, they don't, even as comedians, you know, as a comedian, you're still very careful about what you're touching on, so.
Yeah. And comedians historically, if we're going to be honest, almost always lean more left.
100%.
They'll like poke fun at like people that are like super right wing, but a lot of them tend to lean left politically. They just try use humor to kind of make fun of like the ridiculous leftists, but a lot of them themselves are pretty progressive.
People think I'm this liberal cuck because I had a conversation with so-and-so, and it's like, it's just a lot of noise.
Yeah, and I'm sure the intentions of starting a conversation, you probably, I don't know, it's like you want it to be successful, but to be able to say, hey, we had the next president on our show.
Yeah, they had Trump on. They got some heat for that, but.
Also, you have Bernie Sanders on the show. I mean, you guys have had different people come on to the show.
Yeah.
Was there a time when people turned down your show? Do you remember that time?
Many people have turned it down. Even now.
All right, someone said 7:29, so that's fine. We'll wait till 7:29. We could play all this and because I asked, hey, what's the timestamp when he starts talking about his wife? Stock investor, subscribe. Welcome to the OSS. Regeki says star 2725. Thank you. Kyle KDC says, when are you and Tim going to debate about the war? Apparently he's coping, saying we're winning. Everything is planned. Nah, bro, we're fucking losing. But if Tim wants to debate that, we definitely can. Liberators, if you're starting an official pod together, what would you call it? Stay tuned. Close it in task manager and restart it. Got it. That's what I did. DeVicho, Myron, as you know, I'm a college and I'm about to graduate but jobless. Any advice for me to stay afloat in this economy and dating scene? Get some odd jobs until you get a real job. Fifth Elemento, thank you. Timcast got subscribers only after you said something. I'm sure they probably did. Yeah, dude, pick up a job now while you're still in school too. Then I get David Zionist maxing. Did you cook a cast wife yet? No. Saying Yahoo. Okay, we're caught up. All right, let's get back to
I have two very
I turned it down. Yeah, I was begging Kamala's people to get her on. And then
go ahead.
Justice for JC, thanks for the $3. She says, get streaming equipment from Black Magic Design. Okay, I'll note that. And then HHH.
Black Magic.
Is it good? You familiar?
No, I am. You don't really need it though, because you're using one camera angle, right?
Yeah. I don't have the alien. I don't have the alien UFO setup like you.
Yeah. No, Black like they got good switchers. They got good switchers, but you're using one camera angle, so
maybe
not really
in the future,
needed.
That may be a conversation, right? When I'll move and have a new setup
that's
soon.
Fine. I got you. Like the only Black Magic I think that's worth getting really is like their switchers are pretty good if you got like a 4-point camera setup, but I think Roland is better.
Yeah.
But for like, you know, people just getting in to content creation and you want multiple cameras, like the ATEM Mini is like the basic one that they use.
One more chat. Mokruk says, enjoying the streams, keep it up, praying for all in the Middle East. Yeah, praying for them. All right, go ahead, bro.
they literally said, well, we would have if you didn't have Trump on. Now it's too big of a risk. And I was like, well, that's
bunch of bitches.
Stupid. It's a debate is one.
Yeah, that's retarded.
You would
but
think
a lot
with
of
the Overton window moving so far, like this wouldn't be such a divisive situation of having Donald Trump on your show prior to him being president and making all these mistakes. By the way, this was prior to like the whole ICE controversy.
This way before.
Like this was way before. Like Trump became far more taboo after the whole Minneapolis situation, Alex Preddy, Renee Good shit. Like before that, it wasn't even that.
Yeah.
Like I can't believe, you know, and that just shows you how we're sharing space with like extreme mentally deranged progressives. You know, like Donald Trump was actually moderate in comparison to how he was viewed after the whole ICE situation.
Yeah, no, and in 2024 it wasn't bad. I mean, you can make the argument, oh, he had been convicted of the felony, but let's be honest, Stormy Daniels is a 304.
Yeah.
You know, the classified document case, that was the one that I think that was the strongest case they had against him. Luckily, he didn't get everything ended up getting thrown out, but all the other cases against him were bullshit.
Candidate talks and then the other talks. How is this different?
Yeah.
And she
and Kamala Harris probably didn't want to go on their show. Let's see what he says.
bodied him in that debate. I thought she should.
No, she didn't, nigga. Are you retarded? What? Yo, is this nigga retarded? Bro, this is why, what the fuck? Is this guy stupid?
Too big of a risk. And I was like, well, that's stupid. What a debate is one candidate talks and then the other talks. How is this different?
Yeah.
And she bodied him in that debate.
No, she didn't. That's how I can tell. This nigga's politically retarded.
Watching.
Yeah. Yo, this is why Andrew Stoltz is also a political retard as well. Like, I'll never forget, PBD brought him on to talk about JFK. Bro had no idea about anything. It's like, bro, respect the platform. Like, study up. Like, I always, whenever I go on a show, I ask them, what are we going to talk about? Right? Yeah. And if the topic is going to be something that I'm not familiar with, I'm going to research it and make sure I'm educated on the topic so I don't look like a fucking idiot. But Andrew Schultz is so fucking cocky and arrogant. He was just there to promote his shitty fucking comedy tour, didn't research anything, had no real commentary to give, and made himself look like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Mr. Drippy, thank you, and Gaben as well. Shout out to you. Drippy says, track my order on the site. Message Brett. Hit up Brett. Or the mgx.merch.email, Gmail on the website. But yeah, dude, like that's just like how politically retarded these guys are. And that's like if you think Kamala Harris won a debate, bro, you clearly are a fucking moron.
In another world, obviously.
I'm not saying that Trump did a masterclass in debating, but Kamala Harris was clearly fucking clueless.
Well, the thing with Trump,
I thought she should have gone on
so much more centered in his plans, right? Like Trump was very clear, and Trump is a master campaigner, so his idea and his agenda was so much more maybe feasible for the right, but he just painted a clearer picture as to what his motives were. Kamala was all over the place. I think that her idea for the future of the nation was a little bit more vague. So even if you were on the right or the left, there's no doubt that Donald Trump was a lot more clear in his motives, and it was more attractive at the time. You know, no new wars in the situation with Ukraine, Gaza, everything like that. Kamala didn't really echo the same idea as strongly as he did with as much passion. So he bodied her just off of the fact that she's so stupid. You know, the bar wasn't really high for him to make himself look smart with those debates.
Yeah.
More pods and, you know,
also keep in mind, one of the things that actually hurt Kamala a lot is that she was in power.
Yeah. Yeah. And so
like,
there's
I don't
previous
think I've ever
records
seen
that
a run that was actually already in the position to some degree.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big point.
People forget that Kamala Harris was president for like an hour, technically, because I think like Biden got like a surgery or some shit like that.
Yeah.
So she was the president actually for like an hour or two. And I don't think we'd have ever had someone who was vice president in office, had been president, even though it's not, you know, it's a joke, but technically she was, and ran for candidacy.
Yeah.
So Trump really dug into her, like, yo, she's already here, like she's already running, she's in power right now. Look at what's going on.
And that was the rhetoric, right? The bleeding border, the 10 million illegals, 6 million illegals, whatever it was. She's destroyed the country. This administration has no idea what they're doing. Look what happened in the Middle East ever since they took office from when I was in office. There was peace when I was in office, you know, so it was really easy. Trump was in the perfect position strategically to just use everything that may or may not have been their actual fault against them. And that's why it was not really hard for him to make pretty good points that he substantiated quite clearly in those debates, despite the fact now that people are arguing that he has dementia on Truth Social and everything like that. He was actually relatively coherent for what we see now during those debates. He did a decent job. So, yeah,
he made fun of Biden too. Like when Biden was like, he's like, what the hell did he just say? Like it was funny. and then he also like said another thing too. Also, the cats and the dogs thing that went viral. Remember when he said they're eating the cats and the dogs
on her?
Yeah.
Like, and that went viral. Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. Because we cooked them fucking voodoo niggas, bro.
They're eating the cats and the dogs. If you got a dog in your neighbor's Asian, you better watch out. That and also, you know, no, the fact that Biden was absolutely just
in Springfield.
Yeah, go ahead, play this. This is good.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our
Yo. Play that again, bro.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
And this went viral because what they did was they turned this shit into a song, bro.
In Springfield,
I've never even seen that. I've never. That's actually funny.
Viral. Like they took this clip and they made it go viral, and that helped with the debate as well. So not only did it beat her like on the points and shit like that, but he also fucking like, you know, had a viral song come out of it on TikTok. So you know, obviously a lot of people lost their minds like, oh my God, this is incredibly bigoted, bro. That shit was hilarious, bro.
Well, he won the war of rhetoric though. He did. Like that's the shit that he was doing, whether it was, you know, really touchy or not. He won the whole like culture kind of rhetoric deal, which is like, look, I've got a plan to address this issue, even if the issue is as specific as people's pets being eaten, and she doesn't. And also when he would bring up these really touchy subjects to some degree, some of these issues were actually relatively true or had some truth to them. Like that one, there was a story of it, right? And it would put Kamala in this position where she would be left with two choices to either acknowledge what he's saying is true, but downplay the severity, or overall completely ignore it and act like it's not happening. And so Trump was able to put her in this position where she just seemed like a typical leftist, like not addressing the issues that are actually affecting a majority of the country. So, you know, it was a series of things that kind of made him just walk into the Oval Office, you know, walk into Washington. It was a losing cause, you know, with the whole Gaza situation and then the open border. And then the fact that Biden couldn't string together a sentence, and when you talk, you sound like this. It was, you know, just kind of this whole attestation for failure.
No, absolutely.
Herself, if she had that like personable side, I think we could have brought that out of her and it would have been good. I think. I don't know.
It's so,
bro. She was not gonna go on no fucking adversarial podcast, bro. She only did call her daddy, bro. That's it. And I think she did like one filtered interview with Fox News with Brett Baier. That's the only adversarial interview she did. So, yeah, dude, like she did no adversarial interviews, and she had all the, you know, stupid A-list celebs backing her.
Crazy to be having this conversation again because just seeing your journey.
And guys, get ready. I'm going to get off YouTube here in a second.
And then now we're talking about you headlining your own show at Radio City Music Hall.
I'm very excited for this.
April 18th.
Very excited. 6,000 seats is a lot to fill, though. So please,
Hell yeah.
everyone, buy tickets.
Please,
that's
everyone.
overwhelming
Akash
number.
Singh will
Oh, he still hasn't sold them all.
be headlining.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Radio City Music Hall, Saturday, April 18th. Why this is important? Because you've seen someone come up on the grind, hard work, being down and out, and not really thinking life is going to turn out the way it has been so far,
Yeah,
right? But
yeah.
I don't, you know what I really appreciate is that you've been open about the struggle and appreciating this as a milestone of you being on that stage.
Man.
What does this mean for you? This is your first time.
First time. I've done guest sets there for like 4 minutes, but it's a
Sure.
different. I remember 2014, I went and saw Dave Chappelle. He hadn't really started getting back into the specials and the full-time stand-up. He did like almost like a pop-up, and he sold it out super quick. And I remember sitting there and being like, oh, this is the dream venue. This is the one. MSG.
Dave Chappelle's a Wokey, too. I think he went and dropped flowers off at Renee Good's memorial in Minneapolis. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Renee Good. I don't think it was Alex
Yeah,
Preddy.
it's something to do with the situation. I can't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he showed up and dropped flowers off in Minneapolis and was there at the thing. He's a Wokey too, bro. Like, yo, look, man, what I'm realizing is like everyone in Hollywood, for the most part, is a progressive, man. It is what it is. And you have to be, because you can't really move or get anything done if you're a conservative. You just can't.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Yeah. It's
You gotta be a
because
Wokey.
they're the protected side of the political aisle, no doubt. And, you know, but there's something to be said. Now, podcasters and like e-celebs, even though they're not as famous, like as a household name per se, they have more influence. Like that's why they are
100%.
called influencers. That's why Donald Trump also had so much more effect on the media, because he was going on the podcast. He was talking to the Joe Rogans, you know, he was talking to the Nelk Boys. He was talking to all these guys that despite the fact, that despite the fact they may not be the Beyoncés, they may not be the Taylor Swifts or all these other people, those celebrities are only idolized for their performance, not for teaching people how to actually think, not for influencing people. You know, somebody like you and other people in the space actually teach people how to think. That's what you do for a living. So if you have somebody like Trump on your show or anybody else similar who has like that kind of podcast, YouTube entertainment segment, well, then they're guaranteed to actually make a bigger dent in the election cycle, you know. But for these like mainstream celebs, that's like a dying thing, man. And as a younger guy, like I'm only 24, I can say now confidently, even though, you know, I'm young, from when I was younger to the age that I'm at now, streamers and like YouTubers, TikTok celebs, even Instagram people, they have like more pull and influence than like these mainstream celebs. Like, and they're growing faster than mainstream celebs. You know, the whole kind of like Hollywood industry, like singers and stuff like that, of course it will always be relevant, but it's losing relevance. I think those things are kind of maybe on their way out. We're looking at a shift in media. You know, everybody's watching Clav now. Everybody's watching Nick Fuentes, Sneeko. Like, people aren't like really raving about celebrities and actors the same way they once were. I don't think that's a thing anymore. They take them for what they are, which is an actor or a singer or a rapper, and they leave it there. Because I think there's been this realization as a country that these people politically are not literate.
Yeah, no, they're not. And you know, it's like just kind of like, it's like when LeBron gave his opinion, they said just shut up and dribble. It's true. Y'all niggas are retarded. We don't care what y'all got to say. The 1W comment, yo, shut up and dribble. It's true. You're retarded, nigga. You barely graduated high school. You know what I mean? You're a Neanderthal. Just you know what I mean? Just play basketball, or, you know, just tell jokes or whatever. Like, these entertainers are retards. Like Eminem, like, hates Trump, has derangement syndrome, which I could understand, whatever. But like, he hates him for like the wrong. He's a bigot. Okay, bro. Like, didn't you get canceled for saying a whole bunch of shit before, for saying the same stuff? By the way, guys, I'm ending the YouTube stream now. Come on over to Kick. I'm ending YouTube right now, guys. I put the link in there. Mod, spam it, or you could go to my brother's stream, Riaz Report, either or. You can watch him on YouTube, or you can come over to Kick. Or if you really want to rock with both of us, open up a tab in both. That helps us both quite a bit. So watch on his, open up a tab, and then come to Kick /Myra Gaines Expo. I'm getting off of JTube right now. Okay. So yeah, no, yeah, you're right. And I talked about this, man. They don't have motion like that or influence.
It would be awesome and such a milestone, but this is the one that's like, this is where you need to be.
Why? What makes it so special?
I think probably because Chappelle was going there and I worshipped him for so long. I was like that, but it just felt like big, but still intimate. And that's now having performed there, it doesn't feel intimate. It feels like you're looking into outer space or so many people. Yes. But when I was in the audience, I was like, this somehow still feels intimate, but it's big. And it just feels like it means something. The Rockettes are here. It's like a New York City landmark. This one feels like the one. And, it's crazy. My wife, when I was going broke, she was making a vision board, and I was like, I'm not doing that. I don't know why. I thought it was too good to do that. Like,
were you guys married at this time or
no,
just
we're dating?
Okay, this is dating. You broke on her couch, living off of her.
For a little while. At this point, we're in a shared one bedroom. She and I have the living room. We put up a wall, and then there's a guy who has the bedroom. Shouts to my old roommate, Case. He's the best.
Is so great.
But it's just me and her and our puppy in the living room with the French doors. So that's our bedroom. And I couldn't even afford that. So
she's looking out for you.
She's
believing in you and your dreams.
Yeah, I mean, she's stressed, but like she's like, I'm not leaving. Basically, she's like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I know I want to be with you. I want to marry you. You're my guy. You're my man.
Now, did she know how broke you were at this point?
Yeah.
She knew you were flat
I was
broke.
very transparent about.
Okay, so you didn't like lie to keep her.
No. I don't. I would rather be honest and everybody leave than be phony and
and stay.
Yeah, genuineness is something I strive for. I'm not saying I'm the most honest person, but that's what I strive for. But then I remember she made a vision board for me, and she put Joe Rogan on there. She put Radio City on there. She put one other thing that didn't happen, but I don't care. I think it was the Comedy Cellar, and I was like, well, who cares? But Radio City's happening. Joe Rogan has happened twice, and then I think she might have put Netflix on there. So we'll see what happens with this one. I don't know. We'll see.
Fingers crossed, man. This is crazy.
Yeah.
You know you need to thank her, right?
All the time. I buy her nonstop.
Hell no, you need to thank her, bro. You need to fucking punish that fucking chick, bro. Like, nigga, she's like, and honestly, bro, I would have cooked him, and you guys can all thank me for ending this nigga's career, by the way. But, like, I wouldn't have went so hard on him had he not been such a fucking loser when we went on his show trying to talk down to us and tell us, like, about women or whatever. And it's like, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. You really don't know what you're talking about. Your girl is over here being a 304, and you're trying to lecture us on black women. Like, get out of here, dude.
Stop.
I know. I see her. I love her, by the way.
She loves you.
I love her. I think
she's a fucking embarrassment.
She is so kind and genuine, and I love that she talks whatever she wants to talk about.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's women need to shut the fuck up, bro. Like, there's nothing worse than a woman that talks too much, bro. Like, it's like, shut the fuck up, man. You are married to a guy who's famous. Like, we don't really care about your opinion. You're not funny. You're not interesting. Like, these women that are married to these guys, like, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up.
And let me ask this question. Like, where do you think, because look, obviously Akash has tons of fame. He's a comedian. So, like, where does the willingness to deal with this come from? Because this is totally optional. If he was like some complete chud loser homo, then maybe I guess it's understandable that he has no choice but to deal with her poor behavior and her embarrassing him constantly anytime she gets the chance on a public platform. But, to me, and you tell me what you think, obviously you would know better. To me, this just comes from, and I'm not advocating for haramery, this comes from like this lack of experience with girls, because I think the less kind of experience or runaround you've had with women, the more you're just willing to deal with bullshit from the same one, because you've never actually been able to see the other side of the fence. Not saying the grass is always greener, rather though that even though you may have something better to compare it to, it just seems like guys who are willing to deal with this think that this may be the baggage that comes with every girl. Like, because what is the, she's clearly embarrassed him. I'm sure maybe he's had a conversation with her or two behind closed doors. Not like it's worked. Obviously it hasn't, but where does that stem from? Where does this whole like willingness? I see it all the time, man. I mean, I see it with normies that I know. And of course that's understandable, right? Because these people don't have much ability to actually exercise different options. But with somebody like him, it always perplexes me. It always perplexes me. Like, bro,
comes from that
leave.
Ineptitude, man.
Yeah.
No, it absolutely comes from like not dealing with women, because he prided himself on like not getting with any girls when we were on the show, and he's only been with one woman. Like literally, that was one of his bragging points. Him and Andrew Schultz, and I was like, "What?
Okay,
the fuck?
That's news to me." Well, then that makes sense, and see, I'm right in my thought process. And you know, people hear you say that, and now I'm echoing similar rhetoric, and so they think that means run around and fuck bitches to death. And I mean, if you want to do that, I certainly, that's your prerogative. Whatever, perhaps that's something you want to do. But really, the bigger point is, I see a pattern and a trend all the time, guys. I have a normal life as well, and I deal with people every single day. And something that I consistently see is the guys who deal with shit they should not be dealing with are also the same ones who have never dealt with women in the first place. And that's why it's so destructive to get into a relationship early on in your life, because you're just guaranteed to go down this path of new experiences that you think are normal, but they're not. You know, and you create that normal, at least what you would find it to be appropriate for yourself after like dealing with different girls or dating around, or at least, you know, a smart person learns from their own experience, but a truly brilliant person at least looks around and learns from other people's shit. And like, you got to be able to do one of the two. Oh, I don't want to sleep around. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. All right, well, at least look around and see what everybody else is getting burned on. See what the mistake is that other men are making. And then from there, avoid those things, you know. That's a common saying, I think, you know, if you're smart, you really learn from other people's mistakes. It's just crazy, you know, like it's the same thing every single time. And I've seen so many stories in my personal life. And I always just like, if I'm close to the guy or close enough to where if I feel like I can give him advice without him cursing me out, I'll always tell him like, hey, bro, you know, this is completely optional. You know, you've got your whole life in front of you. And time is favored for men, you know, at the end of the day. We're not cooked once we hit 30 or 40, and we don't really have this like clock racing against us. But it always is just like astounding, you know, to see these super famous guys deal with or be in public relationships with women that embarrass the shit out of them, you know. It's endless stuff to react to, so that's good, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and for him as a famous guy, it makes it even worse.
Pop stat at whoever.
Yeah.
But there's something special about that, and you're really lucky.
I agree.
You're really lucky.
No,
And
it got me in some hot water, but it's fine. I don't, like, it was good for me to go through that and be like, oh, that's all noise.
All of it.
None of that matters. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, for people who are listening, they might know, but like, you know, it's like a different audience. Like, I didn't realize in the space that you function.
Thodic, thank you for the other 20. Don DeMarco for you, bro. Thank you so much, Thodic. Appreciate you, man. God bless you.
Yo, she didn't stand up for him at all. She embarrassed him. Do I got to get the fucking clip again to remind motherfuckers? Like, bro, she was making herself talking about popping her pussy in college frat parties. Like,
yo,
what?
Bro.
Here, let me find a clip, bro. Let me
like,
get it.
oh my God.
And we were the ones. Shout out to my guy, Kool-Aid Assassin, I think, made the video. We posted that shit and it went fucking viral all over the place. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and pull up that clip.
Yeah,
you would think, like, if you didn't know any context as to what I'm talking about right now, and maybe some of my viewership doesn't, you would think like, oh, she said something simple like, oh, you know, I kissed a guy in college. Like, no, she was actually running around saying shit that warrants like divorce, like shit that warrants absolute, you know, like there's no conversation to even be had. Like, there's nothing that she can do to clear up her statements. It's like you leave her on the scene. Go ahead and pull it up, because
yeah,
I haven't seen this in a while.
There's so many videos of it. I'm trying to find the original post I made on this, because I got a bunch of them. Speaking of which, since we're waiting on this, guys, get the book, Why Women Deserve Even Less, because Akasha's wife is a perfect reminder of why they do deserve less, bruh. This shit is crazy, dude.
You got a paperback
I don't know
now,
what's
right?
up. We got it back up on paperback, yep.
W's. So guys, go check that on Amazon.
Here's the video right here. This is actually, and guys, OSS, we're the ones that broke this first, man. So here, let me move this shit.
No, she just said.
Let me move here.
To me, period.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
What I find corny is my preference is not my women. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my.
He was lecturing us because we said we don't dabble in the dark.
Women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of a criminal to me, period.
Akash only dates brown.
Yeah,
Akash has been with one girl in his life who is his wife.
That's my wife. That's an Indian woman.
Like loyal through and through.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy because, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him.
She's talking about this girl's husband, by the way.
His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have two butthole stories. So one time I met this.
You never seen this?
I don't remember this part. I'll be totally real
guy
with
on
you.
Tinder,
I don't remember this
and
part.
I made the dumb mistake of letting
Yeah, bro. We were the ones that put this shit out. Shout out to Kool-Aid Assassin. He made this video.
him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up.
This story is crazy.
Him sleep over. Like one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. Oh my God. And I remember that he like
Bro.
Oh my goodness, bro.
And that's just 1 minute of it, bro. Anyway, let's keep going. And that's
No,
the
I
bitch that's
remember-
trying to say
I
she's
have
a
actually
virgin.
have a clip I wanted to show you. I remember when all this shit was going viral around November, right? Around Thanksgiving.
Yeah. It was right.
Kind
Yeah,
of-
it was literally right around
around that time. My TikTok was just flooded with like all of this stuff, and I kept getting edits of you. But I remember I sent you one. This shit was so funny. It like showed. This was like the ultimate vindication.
Go ahead, share it. I got it
You
up on
remember-
screen right now.
Yeah. I sent this to you, but maybe you don't remember. But this got like 500,000 views, like 70K likes. Even the first comment.
You can play on it.
Myron, I disagree with his red pill ideology, but the female nature aspect is 1,000% spot on. Here, let me play it.
Make it large, if you can enlarge it.
That's the largest it goes. Hold on.
These aren't new beliefs, bro. You're not telling me some shit none of us have ever heard. We all heard this from fraternity guys in college. Y'all are literally saying, nah, we know how it is.
his body goes crazy. Just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches.
I was popping my pussy and living my best.
This is your first time seeing this clip, right?
Yeah, bro. I was like, what the fuck?
Yo,
it was crazy, bro.
Yo, you genuinely had a look of horror and concern. See, that's how you know you're a good guy, because you genuinely saw that shit and actually felt like content.
Yeah, I
like
did feel bad for his dumbass. I
you
did feel
felt
bad a little bit.
You felt
for a
bad.
second. Then I said, now I'm about to cook this nigga because he lectured me on fucking black women for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, literally.
So I was like, now you're gonna get baked, bro. And you hear about this other guy, the idiot that Anthony Fontano, the nigga that always talks shit about academics. He also got exposed as like being like a fraud, bro. I'm telling you, man, these motherfuckers are all. I'll show you after.
Well, look, the vindication always serves those of truth, right? We're the martyrs of truth, and this is what happens over time. Here, I'll keep playing it, but this reaction is so funny.
Nah, it's fine. They probably pull clips from me just that we were reacting to it. It's fine, unless you really want to play it. It's up to you.
No. I just want to put your comment here. Where did you comment this?
Oh,
I hate being right all the time.
I think I commented that on their video or her video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is funny though. All the comments were
with the clock and shit.
The rabbit meme. It's always about time. Myron right now. These shits are really funny.
Yeah. No, it's good, man.
Even people who quote unquote don't like you, they were even like, damn, yeah, this is hard to defend.
Yeah. It's nuts. Here, I'll go back to this.
And she said shit that if I said it, everybody would say it was a joke. And she and I have because we've only had sex with each other, she and I have a relationship where it's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. She doesn't give a fuck what I say. I have her location. She has my location. Every time if you look at 90% of her TikToks, they're on our couch. Like she don't go nowhere without me. So I'm like, whatever you say. I don't care. I know you. But,
bro, she literally had herself like filmed like a doctor, like shaving her V or some shit like that. Bro,
I remember that.
She had
I
her cheeks out on a doctor's table, bro. Like this chick, what is he?
That was crazy.
And like to record a video there is like ridiculous.
The internet just ran with it and made it a thing. And at first, it really like f***ed me up.
I wanted to ask you, how did you really feel? Because like I can't ever gauge because you are a comic. You're so good at this. You do have thick skin.
Yeah.
I have seen, meaning for the most part,
the
success that you have had. I don't know. I don't feel like things really phase you like that. So I couldn't gauge if it really hurt.
I was deeply phased.
But what hurt you about?
It's just they're saying it about your wife. And I think the stuff they say about me will make me insecure. But when you're saying this about my wife and you're calling her all this vile stuff, people were messaging my mom and her mom saying she's a whore, she's this, she's that.
All right, now that's weird. I messaging the family, even her. I never messaged her and called her ever. I just was like, yo, you're a 304. But
yeah.
But yeah, once you message the family, that's when it gets weird.
That's a red line.
That's unacceptable. Like, I wouldn't even message her and call her a 304, even though she's fucking talked shit about me before. Because she got all mad. This Myron Gates got egg or red pill. Shut up.
Like, yo, this is crazy how far this has gone. and everything she said, y'all are chopping up. And I've probably done this to 1,000 famous people, so I don't knock the people who did it.
Sure.
But it did let me, I think God does everything for a reason, and I think for me, this was God's way, because this is how I found out I had some level of fame.
This is recent.
Yeah.
So you're just realizing your fame now?
I didn't know, because people would be like, what was your I made it moment? I was like, I haven't made it. What are you talking about? And now it's like, well, when the whole world called my wife a whore, I realize I'm doing okay.
That you've made it.
Yeah,
Extreme
nigga,
cope.
Your skin
Extreme cope.
Skin is too thick, nigga. There's such thing as too thick of skin. Maybe that should have actually gotten to you and motivated you to make the right choice. If the whole world, hey, just for the record, if the whole world is calling my wife a whore, I might have to step back and go, oh, okay, something's wrong here. You know, a lot of people don't say the same thing for no reason. So it's cope maxing to the
absolutely,
another degree.
bro. What the fuck?
That's how I found out. But I think it was just like, I'm watching them say this about her. Y'all don't know her. You're doing it off a 2-minute TikTok.
I
know this.
That asked you a question. He's my dad left. He says, Riyadh, keep up the good work, man. Good to see the growth. Also, what's up, Myron? I think Myron is right. They definitely put a FOB or FOB, and I think something happened in the process that's messed it up. Is that in regards to the David situation? What's he talking about? They definitely put down a FOB, and I think something happened in the process that's messed it up.
I don't know what he's
my
talking
dad
about.
left. Just send a like literally a $1 chat about the context, and I'll clear it up later. Keep going.
Okay.
And I read people pretty well. That's kind of like what most of my clips are about.
Right.
I'm not that big of a moron that a girl would lie to me for 14 years or whatever, 10 years, about being a virgin, and I would not even bother watching her TikToks to find out she talks about getting, you know what I mean? Like, none of this, how are we believing this? I couldn't understand it. But I think it was God's way of telling me, you always say you want like a happy, healthy family. You need to know what comes with this fame thing and decide if you really want it. And I realized I don't really want that. I want to be the best stand-up comedian I can be, hopefully ever. All that other shit, I don't care. If we go to the Met Gala, she probably made me. I don't give a about walking on this stupid red carpet.
He's referring to,
I don't care about any of that.
I
now
see
I just want the happy, healthy.
Sorry, man. The context was okay. No, there's nothing to even say. I think he's referring to the failed CIA op. A forward base is what he was trying to talk about.
Oh, okay,
like the FARP. Yeah. That's what.
Yeah,
I talked
about that with Larry Johnson. He agrees that my my assessment that the Wizzo being a colonel probably meant that he was probably attached. High likelihood. Who's that? Oh, you know, we also need to talk about Riyadh. Did you hear that they got a fucking operator, arrested him? He placed a bet and made $400K on Maduro being captured.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we'll cover that. We'll cover that next.
Briefly. And that's I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't mean to be super bleeding heart liberal, but the MAGA base has kind of had a consistency in that, bro. I don't know what's going on. They're doing some insider trading for sure. And then JD Vance tried to make a horrible joke today. He said, "Well, Marco Rubio is gonna get on what's that betting platform called?" He made like a horrible time joke.
Probably
today.
Polymarket or some shit like that.
Yeah, he said Marco Rubio's going to be on Polymarket for the war ending or something like that. So, yeah, bad timing for a stupid joke like that. But yeah, I did see that. And my dad left. Thanks. Please don't send another super chat. Now we know the context. But yeah, you were the only one, just to say for the record, I didn't see anybody else make as detailed of a video on the failed CIA operation like you did. So shout out to you for that. It was a really good video. If you guys haven't seen that, go to my brother's video.
Man.
You can find that.
Did we clip it? Did we end up clipping that shit or no?
Clipped it. Yeah, you clipped it. Yeah.
Okay, someone clipped it? Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. Because yeah, dude, that shit was okay. Let's see here. Master Sergeant Ken Van Dyke. Yeah, that's a crazy name. I ain't gonna lie. Frank, stop. Niggas licking his paws and shit. Okay, here's the indictment right here against him.
Oh, wow.
We can kind of go through that. Yeah, bro really got cooked. Yeah, we could. After we do Akash, we could do it.
All right.
Let me see here. I'm trying to get the DOJ press release.
Yeah. And if you
I will tell you this: Polymarket is good for. Polymarket is pretty damn good when it comes to like prediction markets and what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not bad. It said really there'd be a ceasefire on April 6th, and obviously there was. I mean, Trump was saying that, but it was kind of hard to discern because Trump kept extending it, but he got it right. And for those of you guys who are confused, just to give you a quick update, if you don't know what we're talking
we don't
about.
gamble on there, but it's excellent for predictions. But don't gamble on that shit. Just use it as a good predictor for polls.
Yeah. So, U.S. soldier charged with using classified information to profit from prediction market bets. And so the White House actually had a response to that.
They did?
Army Master Sergeant Gannon Ken Van Dyke. Van Dyke was a communication specialist supporting Joint Special Operations Command.
We'll read it. Well, let's do this guy Akash, and we'll do that next.
Okay.
But yes, save that and then have it ready to share screen because I got the other stuff here and we'll go through it.
Perfect.
And you know what? You actually probably have
They got like another 10 minutes of this shit probably.
dealt with more than I have, and maybe even more than what she has, because they've been going at y'all for years.
A gazillion years at this point. That's why I think I'm so surprised, because you have always been so nurturing to Colin and I. Every time that we have seen you, you have done nothing but show us support. So it's always conflicting for me when I see your name in the news or something. I'm like, Akash is a nice guy. What's going on? I don't even tune in like that, right? Because of what's happened and what I've been through and seeing the lies that people have said about Colin, I'm maybe God was teaching me a lesson early on, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't really look at headlines. I don't look at clips like that. There's always, now I'm always like, well, I need to know everything before I have like an opinion. So that's why I was more surprised, because you've always given me words of encouragement to keep going. You've never.
Okay, you dumb bitch. Just because he's nice doesn't mean he's not a simp. Like, what are you... Like, bro, like, what the hell is wrong? Yo, this is why nobody listens to mainstream media no more, bro. They're like, this bitch is retarded. You know? Like,
man, it's like you made me feel good at some of the times when I've ran into you that I know I'm not feeling well about everything. I don't want to, just like you, I don't want to see people bashing my husband.
Yeah.
It's just terrible, especially when you know this person, they're a good person and they're selfless and all this.
That doesn't change. You can still be a simp and be all those things, dude. What are you talking about?
So I was...
As a matter of fact, that these are the characteristics of a simp, actually. They can't tell when they're being used. They're too nice. That's the problem.
Surprised that, and I don't know, maybe because I was like, maybe he's acting because he could do this. Maybe now like comics are all actors now. But then I can understand why it bothered you. Like hearing that
man,
right
that's
now.
The love of your life, and you're with the love of your life.
That's right.
And here's a story I'll tell on your behalf that I would tell everybody. This was before, probably the off season before the whole controversy started, before the protests and all that started. Colin came to a taping of Guy Code versus Girl Code, and I tell the story to everyone who ever brings up Colin. He was the most low maintenance person I've ever seen. Even people who are on camera, like this guy's worth. At this point, I think it's on a $100 million contract. I don't know what the bonus was, but he's a rich guy. Super quiet. I remember I went up to him. I shook his hand. He said, "Hi, I'm Colin. Nice to meet you." Gave me a handshake. Was very kind. Didn't ask for he wasn't pressing anybody to get him XYZ. And then I remember this, man. You were filming a segment. Let's be honest. MTV's paying us dog money, especially relative to what he's doing. The viewership of Guy Code versus Girl Code versus an NFL game is not even a thing.
Or his Super Bowl game,
but
whatever,
I swear to God, I remember he's sitting behind me and his elbows are on his knees and he's leaned over watching you film so attentively. And then you said some wild shit, which I love about you. You're the talk about flagrant. You're the most flagrant. I love it. You said something about how you made him do something to prove the bond, with a door open or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I poop in front of him. Well, the door open. It's
you
important.
force the issue. Yeah. He taps my knee when that happens. He don't even know me. I'm just some bum on this. He taps my knee.
That's fucking disgusting, by the way. That's fucking weird and disgusting. I'd never want to see a girl poop or even smell her fart or anything. This bitch is gross.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with this woman? What?
Way too comfortable. There should always be a threshold of comfortability around a man when you're a girl, you know?
Yeah,
Never fart around. And it's crazy that I even have to say that, but no matter how long you're with the man, you really should try to withhold from, farting in front of him, shitting around him.
Retarded.
Yeah, that's really gross. But that's the thing, right? Now we live in this era where it's feminism and women are normal too. And it's no shit, bitch. We're not stupid. It's just a matter of decency. It's a matter of being kind of, I don't know, in a way sexy, withholding that's to yourself. That's kind of always an untold secret. That's girl code. You don't fart or poop. You don't talk about those things, but now we live in this era where we're supposed to normalize everything. Hey, let's not normalize that. Actually, let's keep that the way it is.
And then they still want you to treat them like a lady. Bro, get out of here. That's disgusting.
Not ladylike
that's
at all.
true.
That's the word I was looking for.
He was so
being ladylike.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Fucking retarded, these people.
Proud of you. And I was like, yo, this is a good dude. So whenever that whole controversy started, I was like, yeah, I don't give a what y'all have to say about him. You know what I mean? Like,
Jock says, you're really lucky. You're black and she's Indian. Okay. Jock also said his wife was hooking up with random guys and funding his life while he was a poor. Gosh, yeah, that could have been too. Or you know what? I think they came from rich families though, bro. Indians from New Jersey, because that's where I think both of them are from.
They have most.
They got dough, bro. They got some dough, bro. All the niggas are doctors.
Yeah, any brown person, Long Island, Staten Island, New Jersey, that area, kind of the tri-state, even some of New England, they have motion, man. They're always in the medical field. They're always an engineer. They're always in IT, high-ranking positions. I'll give credit where it's due. You know, I'll never be short of that.
Yeah.
They're grinders, especially Packies. Packies are like true motion people, so no secret there. But he's Indian, correct?
Yeah, he's Indian, yeah.
I mean, I think they're one of the highest earning immigrant classes, if I'm not mistaken.
They make a lot of money too. Yeah, they make a lot of money too. And the ones from New Jersey definitely make money. Definitely. And that's where his family and her family is from.
Forget that, Akash. Like, because you could have easily just continued the bandwagon of just disrespecting him or just, you know, talking mean. And you always share that story, and it always like makes my heart happy because that is Colin.
Yeah.
So kind. So through and through, that is Colin.
Yeah.
So I get how you feel when someone's talking about your family.
Yeah,
like, what are we talking about
I got
right
no context,
now?
Yeah.
But do you feel like, how do I say this? I don't want to say it's like, is it on site or are you evolved at this point?
There's certain people that it's like, I don't know if it's on site or what, but it's like, I think God will give you yours, and you know,
Sure.
that's
You're
kind of
evolved.
what I kind of try to remember that. But there's a side of me that's like, maybe it's a short guy thing, but I really identify with like Kendrick Lamar, where it's like, if we want beef, I'll destroy everything, I'll burn everything down. There's a little part of me that's pre-therapy.
No, we don't want that.
That's like, I don't care about the money, I don't care about whatever. You came at my wife, let's just burn it all down.
I get it. How did she feel about everything?
She was, I mean, look, it affected her for sure, but she said, this is where I don't like, I wish people knew, and I said this to her before she started doing social media. She's the most like multi-dimensional person I know, where she pops off.
Bruh, she ain't multi-dimensional. She literally destroys your reputation. That's all she does.
Why do
Let's
we
talk
live
about
in
being
this?
a 304.
I just can't, man. I can't. We have to live in this era where we like lie. You know, we have to like. Go ahead, play it. I'm just gonna.
No. Okay.
Yeah, just play it.
Says crazy.
Yeah, anytime you need me to pause it, bro, just tell me.
Says disrespectful, but also is so spiritual, so grounded, and so like so sweet, and so like she is so.
Yo, are you at 20K by the way yet? Yo, guys, make sure to subscribe to my brother's channel.
19.9K subs. We're close.
All right, we're almost 100 away, guys. Let's get him to 20,000 subscribers on tonight's stream, man. Let's get him to 20,000. I remember when I hit my first 20,000. Let's get him to his first 20,000. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're actually only 53 away. 53 subs away.
53 subs. Let me drop I'm gonna give you guys my brother's channel right now. Go watch him, guys. On days that I'm not on, my brother will probably more than likely fill the void.
Live. Yeah.
So
substitute teacher.
So go check him out. Make sure to go check him out. I'm gonna drop your link in here right now. Please give him a sub, guys. He's live right now too. If you guys can open up a tab and watch him and watch me, I'd really appreciate that. So I dropped the link for you guys on there.
So many facets to her. She said on like the first week this was happening, she goes, you know what, baby? God knows what's true. We know what's true.
That's right.
What else?
What God are you talking about, man? Don't y'all niggas got like 1,000 gods? Like, what do you? Come on, man. You pagan niggas, man. You know which one? The elephant god, the tiger god, the cow god, the thought god. Which one is it? You know what I mean? Niggas said God as if these dudes don't have like a million.
They have like 33 million gods that equate to one. You know, I'm really not well read on Hinduism whatsoever. I really only study the Abrahamic traditional faith, so
matters. Who cares what anybody thinks? And I was like, I care.
I just dropped the link on Rumble for you guys. My brother's channel. I'm gonna give you guys his channel right now on Rumble. Sorry, go ahead.
Shout out to you guys. C-Band's Lifestyle says, I'm right just right now. Myron/Kanye West. Thanks for that. Yeah. No, what I was gonna say earlier, of course, like I'll be correct in my approach, but no, it's just this extra. You know, front-facingly, man, Akash is the famous one, bro. You know, like, she's not. She's done nothing for fame. She's done nothing to really be a part of the mission besides what her duties are, and that's to support your man no matter the circumstances, even when the times are tough. And the fact that, like, women are praised for that, and don't get me wrong, there shouldn't be an absence of praise for that because that is worthy of recognition and that's commendable. But this like overpraise, like, you know, she's multifaceted, talented, and she's so awesome. And it's like, hey, bro, you know, the fame comes from you. You know, that's your work. And you don't have to self-boast and gloat and go on about that. But like, when you do that, you charge the girl up to think that she's in a position that she really isn't. And so we do them a disservice by kind of playing this imaginary idea that their role is higher than it is. The problem is they buy into it and believe it, right? Like if my brother's on stream and my brother says, you know, my younger brother Riyadh XYZ, I'd be like, that's obviously my older brother. Of course he means those words, but I know where I actually stand in the community and everything like that. Like that won't gas my head up larger than it is because I have the ability to not involve my emotions and discern truth from, you know, falsehood. But like, that's why you have to be careful with girls. And I'm not saying don't give your wife credit, but publicly when you praise that hard and you glaze that hard, like she's so strong,
when they don't do
she's
shit,
amazing,
let's be honest, women are useless. They don't do nothing.
But they believe you, and then they really think they are like that, and it's like, nigga, you're not like that. You know, you got to sit down. So, and that's why women fall in love with guys that don't praise or glaze them. You know, women actually tend to drift towards the men that are not always on them and on top of them and glazing them because they go, oh, this guy is not, you know, sucking me endlessly. Maybe he's actually of substance or value. You know, but the moment you give them that position above you, they'll utilize it, whether it's true or not. By the way, we just hit 20K, Don DeMarco. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. Desert Joe.
I still got to figure out how I can get my sound effects that you hear them. I got to still figure this shit out.
And then Yami Yurio, thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we got to figure out a way to link it, man. I've been ChatGPT in my way, and I haven't found any solution. So if any of you guys are good with technology or Discord or anything like that, let us know how we can link our stream decks to the...
Did you hear that?
No.
You didn't hear that?
No.
Yeah, you can hear that ding, right?
Let's go. 20K subs. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate the love.
Yeah, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, man. But yeah. No glaze, man. No glaze. Refrain from that.
Especially women, bro. Because, yo, I hate when people say, oh, she's my better half. Bro, let's be honest, man. If you don't build it, they're not going to come. Like, most women, like, really, like, if you're going to be very honest, like, they're more, like, they're just a helpmate. Like, they help optimize what you got going on. But, like, they're not your better half, bro. Because if they were your better half, they wouldn't have been with you in the first place. That's a bunch of, I hate when niggas do that shit. They self-deprecate for women. Fuck out of here. You know,
look, that's
you're the
biblical.
prize, guys.
You know,
not
that's
them.
biblical. That's not this, like, rhetoric of, you know, red pill anger and trope. That is biblical, right? Where women are kind of the sidekick, effectively. They're the subordinate, and that's the whole idea of traditionalism as a whole, is to conserve that, right? Conservative. That's why we have these views. But you just got to really be careful with, like, glazing women, because they may make it seem like they want that and they yearn for it, but it's actually what charges them up to be insufferable the way they are in modern day society. You never want to make their head so big that they can't even fit through a doorway, because it doesn't take much, you know. And that goes for anything. You know, you have a girl you like, don't fucking tell her you're pretty. Like, don't be stupid. You know, you'd actually be better off insulting her. You'd be surprised how they respond positively to that. That's just, again, that comes with experience.
Yep. No, you gotta shit on them, bro. I hate to say it. I wish it wasn't that way, Chad, but that's how it is, because, you know, they're so used to getting their asses kissed that if you don't do it, you're going to get cooked. You know, you're going to get absolutely cooked.
What are you talking about? Were you crazy? But she just kind of kept that energy. She was like, whatever y'all think about me is whatever y'all think about me. I know who I am. God knows who I am. That's it.
I love that.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's stressful, and like I had to realize there's a lot of people's voices in your ear, like talking in your ear, like she needs to do this, she needs to do that, and then I had to realize like she's the one that's actually strong and courageous, and the rest of us are like running and hiding and going dark and blah blah blah. And she's like, no, I know who I am.
She's strong and courageous for being a 304. Like, all right, man.
Ridiculous.
All right, bro.
Go f yourselves.
Yeah.
So
were
sorry,
you surprised that some people were telling you that she shouldn't be on social media? Like she shouldn't have a voice?
No, I think the thing what was
surprising?
Yeah, the thing that surprised me is so many people ran and made videos when they have my number or they have we've messaged each other on Instagram, and it's like, yo, you could have just asked me what really is happening.
Yeah.
Like people are saying foul stuff about her, and one guy was like, man, I hope I get to talk to him, and it's like, man, you got my number. You could just text me. He's talking about my marriage and like, oh, I know he had an arranged marriage, and it's like,
I wonder who he's talking about. This got to be one of his allies.
Yeah.
That cooked him. I wonder. He's definitely has someone in mind.
Really? Because you weren't invited to the wedding, so how would you know if we had an arranged marriage or not? We didn't, which I wouldn't mind if we did. Yeah. But I guess the idea was like he didn't know what he was getting into because it was an arranged marriage.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, but you didn't. I never even thought of inviting you. You weren't. If I thought of 1,000 people, you didn't make that list. So why are you running out here talking? You could just reach out as a human. And then I realized this fame thing is a monster, man.
That's right.
And people want that badly, and they'll run and talk about you for views, even if you're friends. And that's where I'm like, man, I don't want that. I don't want to sacrifice the morality. I didn't get into this to be famous. I thought it was cool at the time. Now it's like, it is what it is. I got into this to be the best comic possible. Everything else is noise. Take care of my family, be the best comic possible. Everything else is nonsense. And that's kind of where I sit right now.
And you feel good about it?
I feel much lighter, dude, when I realized like my ticket sales were not affected. They've gone up, if anything.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, these people have their community online and they bash people, and that's...
I don't know about that, man. He hasn't been on the podcast for a minute. Like, definitely... He's gotten cooked quite a bit. Jammer, thank you for the gifted sub, Mr. Drippy. Shout out to all you ninjas.
Yeah,
good for you.
He took a long
That's
break.
not an existence I would love, and I have my existence, and I'm pretty happy with it.
Were you surprised at how many people were so quick to say something because they thought it was your downfall? Like, you're like, oh, that's how you really feel about
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I thought it was, because I don't, this sounds like I'm being fake humble. I think because I'm surrounded by so many people so much more successful than me, I never see myself at any kind of peak. So to me, there's like no downfall to happen, because again, this is like the first time I thought, oh, I have some level of fame that what my wife says is newsworthy.
Right.
But so I don't think downfall. I think I was just like, oh, y'all aren't, y'all just want this fame thing more than anything. And I've realized it's addictive, and it can, I think, lure you in before you realize it. You're addicted to it, and you're saying stuff about like, we're supposed to be really good friends, and you're saying stuff or letting stuff slide. And I'm like, you're not a bad person. You just really want the fame, and you might be kind of broken if you've seen the other.
Just crazy cope. All right, let's move on to the next one. This nigga can't take the L. Is there, guys, what's the part when she says that, when he tries to claim that she's still a virgin? Someone might have the link there if you guys have it. Let me read these chats real quick. The female host is Nisa Diab. She's Kaepernick's wife and became famous for calling the manager of NFL Ravens a racist. Kaepernick was in the middle of contract negotiations. The manager came out saying the deal was close to being done until his wife was being a pain in the ass, attacking him on the internet. Contract was suspended, very similar to Jasleen. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, so she fucked up the back for this guy. Alex says, not sure if you can see this. It's 18 seconds long. This guy talks about men just working out hard and work and not home. I work 16 hours a day. I don't know if we have time for that one, man. Piggy Noided says, off topic, but me and my girlfriend were just talking about how men typically eat their food faster than women, and it made me think, blue-collar jobs that men would usually fill, we usually get a 30-minute lunch, while jobs that women would usually get an hour lunch. Yep. Cash Bags. Hey, Myron, I was True Teller Space last night. I'll speak with you. Okay, shout out to you, bro. Good to talk to you. Here on, Myron, I don't think you covered this, but DoorDash girl got indicted on 2 felonies by grand jury. Legal mindset.
The
Did
one
it?
who walked in?
You know, site time 1413. Yeah, apparently. TPC says black magic is good, but not needed if you're already running an RA and unless you're a legit cinematic camera is Sony FX3. Yeah, it's not needed for what we got. Did you cover what they had called it Trump seized an Iranian ship and said it's a gift from China? Yeah, that's fucking retarded. 729. Okay, cool. We're caught up on there.
Really quickly,
You got something,
too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Switch AR says, try software like BitFocus Companion with satellite, SoundFlow, or network-enabled plugins to bridge computers. Okay, I'll take note of that. And then Justin White says, Riyadh, are you a part of Myron's Discord? You may have to add to his server to get his soundboard sounds to play. Somebody said something about Discord Nitro. I'll look into it.
I do have Nitro, but I don't know why when I play my sound effects you can't hear it.
Yeah, no, I can't. My stream can't.
Like it's weird because you can hear when I play a video, obviously, but for some odd reason, so you hear the USB, but you can't hear the other shit, which is weird.
That doesn't make any sense. It's really weird. It shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because the mixer's all hooked up.
Okay, and then here's another clip that she posted here.
Oh yeah, can you play this? I didn't get to watch this in full yesterday.
Yeah, right now. This came up, resurfaced.
If your man is weird about periods, that's a red flag. break up with him immediately, no pun intended, because when I was in college, I dated this guy. You know, he didn't want to fool around when I was on like the heaviest days of my period.
Bruh.
Okay, totally understandable. I get that. And I was like, oh, great. Good news. My period ended. Like, we can like have fun tonight, blah, blah.
Nigga, is this recent?
Was going down.
It resurfaced later. Yeah, resurfaced. I don't know if it's recent, but it resurfaced.
Oh,
because he went on Hot 97 and tried to say she's a virgin, and niggas were like, "Yo, are you retarded?"
It's fucking crazy.
Like, bruh, like.
Oh my goodness, bro.
It's like the gift that keeps on giving.
Goodness gracious, bro.
And, yo, I don't know how she's still on the internet. Like, this nigga should have been told her to get off the internet.
Yo,
like,
he should have banned her from using a device for the next 6 years, nigga. She should have been banned for all internet access. What the fuck, bro?
Treat her like a kid.
Bro, literally, bro.
Like,
enter Islam, bro. We need Sharia. We need a fatwa, nigga, immediately.
Yeah.
And it needs to be no internet or device access for the next 6 years. Dishes 3 times a day. If obligations are not fulfilled, Abdul, get the rocks.
Yo.
Like, this is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah. No, for real, bro. Yo, I'll tell you one thing. The Taliban had right. How they deal with women.
Yeah, bro. You cannot, bro, if you give them liberty, they run way too far with it. So it's not about putting them in a cage, but you have to control the rights in which they have over you and what they're doing in the marriage and what their role is. You know, their role should be from the back end. Their role should be something that's not front facing, and it should be something that is more parallel to subordination, right? And that's what I always say, like, that's biblical. That's what God teaches. That's the way the world has always worked up until very recently. And we're seeing the fruits of trying to work the other way. You know, you're going against biology effectively. And this is what you get. Your girl coming online after you just called her a virgin and saying that she had sex with the guys in college that didn't like her period blood. Like, how far have we fucking gone, man? This is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy, bro. Absolutely fucking crazy.
Yeah, enter Islam.
Like, wouldn't you know it? I was.
Bro, I'll tell you this. People could talk shit about Islam all they want. It fixes this fucking problem. I'll tell you that
100%.
right fucking now, bro. It fixes this problem immediately. Because this is a huge problem that guys don't even realize that is a huge. It's like, dude, what the fuck is going on here? You know? So.
Still spotting. And also, if you're like poking around down there, like more blood can sometimes come out even if your period is over. And I swear to God, like I thought my period was done. He like looked at me with so much disgust, and I'll never forget that moment. Like I felt so ashamed and so dirty.
You were bleeding,
and, like,
nigga.
like, how could you do this to me? And all.
Yeah, like, bro, most sound guys that aren't thirst balls are not out here trying to eat box when you're bleeding, dude. Are you serious?
Let me say something, actually. If you're a girl and your man is totally fine with having intercourse with you, eating your box while you're bleeding, you should run. That's a troubled ass nigga right there. That is not normal. That's not clean. I don't care what anyone says. That's just not pee at all. And by the way, that is like, Islamically, that is definitely not a thing. Women are not even supposed to pray when they're menstruating because of the state of impurity that they're in from the bleeding. And then you got niggas eating box while they're bleeding. But I'm spotting and he got disgusted, so that's a red flag. No, it's like, yeah, you don't got cooties, but I'm also not about to, do anything with you. I can't believe that that's demonized, bro. I cannot believe that that's demonized.
Absolutely retarded.
All this stuff ruined the night and like whatever, and he was my boyfriend at the time. I was just like so depressed. I went home and like I called my sister and I was like, I have to tell you something, like this happened to me. And she literally was like, so, and I was like, what do you mean? She was like, Jesse, that's so normal. Like, yeah, sometimes you spot. Like, why would he make it such a big deal and like punish you for it? And I didn't realize that at the time, but being with my now husband, it's so different because he has never once shamed me for spotting.
Yeah, because he's a fucking weirdo.
Or like maybe if we are fooling around and then like a little bit of blood.
And I hate when women like use this stupid and big. We're fooling around. Just say smashing, bro. Come on.
Get somewhere. He's not like, ew, whatever. He's just like, oh, I'll wash the sheets. I got it. Like he's so fucking sweet.
That's the telltale sign that someone is thirsty, by the way. Like any guy that gets girls should be disgusted when they see blood with some chick, bro. I'm disgusted by them if I see any type of blood ever. I'm not hunting in Red October. That's fucking weird, bro. I stop at the red lights. Okay?
I'll just give him a heads up, like, oh, my period's actually like really heavy today, and he's like, okay, no worries. But then if I'm like, oh, I'm actually still spotting, he's like, I don't care. And look, I'm not saying everyone has to be comfortable with the same things, but
it's
I
like the
feel
fucking
like there is
the level of haramery, bro. You shouldn't even be on camera. You shouldn't even, you should have something covering your head, nigga. And you're over here talking about having sex with your famous husband that you've cucked online for 6 fucking months, and you're talking about how you have sex on your period and he's okay with blood on his dick, and you're spotting, and any man who cares about, bro, this isn't even the problem to address. Like, this is the surface, bro. There's like 100 underlying issues here. This is disgusting. You should not talk about this publicly.
Yo, y'all can talk shit about Muslims all you want. We got our women in check, bro.
Yeah,
okay.
Bro. Talking about your sex life online as a woman, that is an ick. That's disgusting. That's
gross.
you
niggas let women act crazy. So we got our women in check, bro. Like, this is crazy. This is nuts to me.
This is gross, bro.
Yeah.
Pattern of guys that aren't comfortable with guys that also kind of suck. So
And the other thing that kills me is, like, she's kind of fucking mid. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, like, she's doing all this bullshit and she's not even bad. Like, what are we doing here?
She's straight for a brown girl, though. But yeah, she's mid. Super Saiyan mid.
Yeah. You know, it's like, what the hell's going on here, dude?
Yeah,
seriously.
No, for sure.
So, I don't know.
Yo, really quick. I guess
go ahead.
There was a segment where a clip from that whole podcast that we were just watching with Tim Pool and Randy Fine.
Yeah.
They both agreed that Jewish people do not control the media. Did you see that?
No, let's run it.
Here, it's a quick
2-minute
clip on X.
Yeah.
Right. So I keep hearing about how the biggest podcasts in the world right now are those that are critical of Israel. And the people that Trump has been criticizing, these prominent podcasters, all have some of the top spots. And they're all very critical of Israel. Some of them discuss what they call greater Israel and Jewish supremacy. Yep. And I guess my issue is, why haven't the Jews, considering they control all media, why are they allowing that to happen?
It's a great question. And, you know, it has a lot to do with numbers. You know, there are fewer Jews in the world than there are people who live in.
We addressed this numbers thing already, but
in Beijing, China. It's only 15 million Jews.
Wow. Yeah.
There's 1.2 billion Muslims in the world. So if you measure your audience based on number of people, do you think you're going to get a bigger audience if you target Jews or if you don't target Jews?
This is like a heretical line of thinking that I constantly have to debunk from people like, I guess, Randy Fine now, but Patrick Bet-David also echoed this, Adam Sosnick, and they say, oh, well, there's only 15 million Jews. Hey, they're all in the worst spots possible to control the country. That's actually the issue. And like, I don't understand how we just step over that and like act like people are going to gloss over that and believe you. Oh, there's only 15 million. Yeah, and they all have either tons of money, or they're responsible for think tanks that influence the way our politicians think, or they're a part of key structures or apparatuses that are involved with our executive branch of government, like Jared Kushner, Stephen Witkoff. These people don't even have official positions, bro. And they're in bed with Netanyahu.
And the crazy part is they have this power while being a minority of the fucking population. That's the issue.
Yeah, and that's what we always say, by the way.
Their
There's not a lot of them.
overrepresentation is the issue.
Yeah. Like, and it's crazy. I feel stupid explaining that because I feel like it doesn't even need an explanation. But this is like the argument that I've seen emerge over the last few days. So, I mean, there's 15 million of them. They don't have that much control. They just brought us to war in Iran. Really?
Yeah.
Come on. They just brought us to war in Iran. And we had to use the false pretext that we're going there because they have a nuke. But we know they were enriching at 60%, and us attacking would make that 60-90. So it's like, what? That makes no sense. The pretext is false because our actions are going to motivate them to get the thing we don't want them to have. So that shows you we're going there for the missiles, for the proxies that don't threaten us, threatens Israel.
There aren't that many of us, and I think that's the biggest issue.
Problem.
Like, bro, and
that's precisely the problem. Well, fucking retard. It's like these guys aren't aware, bro.
I hate this big cheeseburger, fat, retarded nigga, man. I can't bear listening to him speak.
All number. This one, the guest we had on, I'm not going to say her name or whatever, but people can look her up. She said that I was evil for protecting an evil group of people that were controlling everything, and I'm just.
Now, Randy Fine is evil because he says the streets of Gaza will be filled with blood. Like that,
Yep,
you're
I
across
showed
the
that
table from
earlier.
an evil person.
In here being like,
we do a really bad job if we're trying to control everything. I mean, it's really
come on.
bad.
You only just got Paramount. You finally have one media outlet, and you bought TikTok, and you know, because yous are all
okay. Even if we were to grant that retarded line of thinking that they don't have a lot, whatever, that's fine. TikTok is front-facing, probably the most used app by the youth. Like anywhere from ages, I don't know, 9, 10, depending on how crazy the parents are and how early they want to give a child a device, all the way up until my age. I use TikTok, and people my age use TikTok a lot. Zoomers, Generation Z uses TikTok a ton. So TikTok is huge in influence. And matter of fact, the reason why they race to buy TikTok, and this is going to refute the point that they're not censoring, they are, because TikTok was the main outlet that was shedding light on the situation in Gaza. And it was probably the most truthful one aside from X, which if you've been paying
Red pilled
attention,
everybody.
Exactly. X is not as accessed or utilized by the youth like TikTok is. I can't tell you how many people. Yeah,
or progressives.
Exactly. X is really like kind of more of a right-wing platform, to be real with you.
It is.
And so, you know, I can't tell you, me personally, from people I know in my personal life, I can't even count on both my hands how many people have told me, yo, I saw this TikTok about Gaza. Yo, I saw this clip from that documentary. And it's astounding. So them buying TikTok is huge. By the way, the late Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated in September, just a few months prior, had let a letter out to Netanyahu saying, you're losing the media war. You need to start buying more media. So it's kind of like, what are we talking about here? You know, that this is genuine dishonesty.
a one big conglomerate.
Yeah.
But, you know, with the Ellisons buying TikTok and CBS, the argument from many of these people is that
just TikTok and CBS,
pro-Israel and Zionists are buying media to stop the spread of anti-Zionist messaging.
I thought we already owned it all.
That's the point. I'm like, right, they're doing it because they didn't control it already. It's different people that you're complaining about.
Lord.
Guys, special interest exists. Conspiracies are all over the place. There's Islamic special interest groups that fund and lobby and do these things. Israel does these things too. You're allowed to criticize any government you want.
Yep.
It's the conspiracy insanity that drives me insane.
Are we serious?
Yeah, well, the thing is, bro, is that there's a consequence of criticizing them. That's the issue. It's not about being able to criticize or not. The issue is that you can't criticize them without getting fucking canceled. That's the issue.
And that in and of itself is also a refutation to his entire rhetoric, right? Like they don't have any power. Well, if they didn't have any power, well, then why are the people that speak out against them so attacked? And honestly, it's been up until, bro, I would say just last year, it became much more normalized to voice some sort of condemnation against the state of Israel. And that's as far as you can go, you know?
Yeah.
So it's a very, very recent phenomenon. And the only reason there has been that shift and the entire right-wing community has kind of been privy to this is because they realize censorship actually may just charge somebody up more and vindicate their rhetoric. So instead of that, they try to counteract by buying these platforms, launching their own types of propaganda campaigns and things like that. And the AI bots spamming different comments and things like that to throw people off, make you look dumb. That's the new strategy. It's not to just nuke you off the face of the internet and cancel you. That actually makes people more powerful, and they've realized they should stop doing that. You know, we have several examples with us present day to kind of, you know, ascertain that point. But yeah, it's just, you know, of course Randy Fine is going to say that, but to say there's no influence and that's a conspiracy, that is
Bro,
crazy.
they run all that, like, dude, the head of all the social media companies have some like significant Jewish representation. And then like a lot of the people that like do the moderation, like you can look at Meta right now. Jordana Cutler used to work for Netanyahu, and she's the head of diaspora, which basically, if you put pro-Palestine stuff, we're going to ban you. And then the, TikTok got acquired by Larry Ellison. Now Zionists to protect the term.
Yeah. And they run all the blogs. They run all the think tanks. They are an overwhelming amount of authors for mainstream media news outlets. It's like, come on, are we serious here? So we've got to be a little bit more honest. And by the way, it's not even taboo to kind of acknowledge the fact that they have a lot of representation. There doesn't always have to be a negative connotation behind it. If you don't want there to be, you just kind of make that point. You go, well, they are. And you can even give them credit. You can say, to their credit, they're smart. They understand how to kind of get in advantageous positions for their own interest. And you don't even have to demonize it, you know, but just acknowledging it is the first step to a good faith conversation. So the lack of acknowledgement there is crazy. And he's saying now all of these conspiracy kook podcasts are going viral. I'm sure he's referencing like Tucker and Candace and others, but it's really just because they're calling something out and people are now being able to dissect years of history and confirm it.
Did you see this on Twitter? They're saying that there's panic because a couple of people haven't been on stream for a bit.
No, like who?
Yeah, let me see if I can. This dude. Never mind. I don't want to give this nigga no energy. I think it's dumbass Zio.
Okay.
I saw it on Twitter. So do you want to go into the 400K thing?
Yeah. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Let me hold on one sec. So here's Trump. He was asked about it, and we could react to this later too if you want. He did a whole press conference earlier today.
He looks so tired.
Was involved in
Let me go from the beginning.
a special forces soldier who was involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro, who was arrested by federal authorities today on suspicion of insider trading and betting on Polymarket. Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
He doesn't care because all his people do it too.
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Well,
It
that's
sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. I'll look into it,
There are
yeah?
also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place they're doing the.
I will say this: gambling has become mainstream, dude.
It is.
Like
but
gambling
that's
has really become mainstream, bro. It's actually kind of sad.
It's
And I blame
super
your generation
mainstream.
for that. A lot of y'all niggas, man, you guys are fucking gambling
Yeah.
motherfuckers, man.
Well, it's super normalized now. And honestly,
Yeah.
it's to the point, I can tell you as somebody who's young and in these social circles, and I have friends who are, I don't know, I guess quote unquote normies. That sounds cringe to say. People who are not super online or politically involved, you know, I'm the oddball out when I'm not betting. You know, like I'm the weirdo who doesn't sports bet. I don't have FanDuel or whatever is used these days. So like if you're not the one who gambles, you're actually like the oddball out. I would say out of all young men my age, maybe age 20 or 20 to 25, bro, probably like 5 or 6 out of 10 gamble. Like especially with sports.
You think it's that
And
much?
Oh yeah, and I think that's a conservative estimate. I think that's a conservative estimate.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Oh, it's so normal. I'm very confident in that. At least half of men my age, Gen Z, dabble in sports betting to some degree, even if it's minor, especially when UFC fights and boxing comes on. Oh, they get involved. Damn. It's super common. It's super
In
common.
my generation,
Uh-huh.
gambling was like a thing like you kind of did when you went to Vegas. It was like, it was because we didn't have like it's so convenient now to bet. And like if influencers push it, whatever, like gambling was a thing in my generation where it's like you went to Vegas and like you planned around that shit. It wasn't every day. Or you did like some fantasy football shit and you had some betting there. But like now it's insane.
No, yeah. And look, I can guarantee you even people like in your chat, you know, and out in my chat, they probably do it from time to time. It's just become this like normalized activity. It's not even this whole like idea of gambling. It's like they differentiate it. They're like, oh no, bro, it's sports betting. It's like, all right, well, you're kind of gambling. But really bad timing for Donald Trump to try and justify that the world is moving towards this gambling casino ideology or culture, which is true, but it's like, hey, bro, you're probably not something you should be saying right now, given the circumstances that niggas inside of your cabinet or niggas in the military are getting like caught out every other day for betting on like, you know, certain things that have to do with world affairs or global affairs. And there's some like issue with, I'm not too privy to this, but people are speculating that Barron Trump was involved or something like that. With
and his other guy, the secretary of the Secretary of Commerce, fucking I forget his name. He was friends with. He lived with next door to Epstein.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Somebody's gonna put it in the chat.
Yeah, but there you go. Now I'm gonna have to. Howard Lutnick. There we go. Lutnick.
Yeah.
Lutnick.
So, yeah, he was all over the Epstein situation, but it's you know. It's certainly way more normal than it used to be. I'm definitely the odd one out and not partaking in it. So
I didn't realize it was that much though. Like I didn't know. Like you're saying, 80 to 90% of dudes your age gamble?
No, I said 5 out of 6, 5 or 6 of every 10. But
Okay,
that's
like half.
That's
Sorry.
that's conservative. That's conservative.
That's a lot.
And the number's growing. Yeah, that means like
And you're saying like recreationally, right? Like at some point, like they might not gamble every day, but they're like dabble in it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of like they may not have an addiction, but it's just a normalized activity whenever there's a big sporting event, soccer, and people like, and there's people who take it serious, like they make it a whole hobby and they have Discords dedicated to like sports betting and stuff, and like they make money. And so they'll like have their guy that they bank on for the right bet to make. And like niggas will take it so far to the point where they're like so strung into it, so deeply embedded into it, they'll like bet on like Chinese tennis and shit. Like, and you can bet on all of this stuff. I swear to God, I've met niggas that like gamble on like fucking cricket, or what the fuck is that sport called? Where the Indian niggas got the paddles. Yeah, like,
that's cricket. Yeah,
betting on all this shit. They don't even know the players' names, but you know they got some guy in their Discord from that region who's telling them what bets to make and shit. So it's really gotten to another level. Sports have taken it to that level. I'd say sports, and then Polymarket. You know, now you can bet on the fact that Trump will sneeze. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
you can bet on politics now too.
Yeah, you can bet
so
on
it's literally
politics.
everything. And yo, Giannis, 69 through with the big 45 gifted. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for that. Big 45 gifted. All you brokies in the chat better say thank you to Giannis 6093. You guys all have, or a bunch of you guys going to get emotes. If you guys are brokies, say I put the fries in the bag and somebody will probably go ahead and gift you a sub. But Giannis definitely gave a bunch of you guys. Thank you, bro. I'll give you another Don DeMarco. All right, we'll keep. All right, let's play this thing from the beginning. No stops, because it's only a minute. So let me play it again for the people that are just joining.
Special Forces soldier who was involved.
And this was literally today. We can watch this press conference too if you want, bro.
Yeah, we can take
after
a look
we do
at
this special operator.
In the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro, who was arrested by federal authorities today on suspicion of insider trading and betting on Polymarket. Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Well, that's
it sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. I'll look into it,
There are
yeah?
also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place they're doing these betting things. I was never much in favor of it. I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is. No, I think that I'm not happy with any of that stuff, but they have all these different sites. They have predictive markets. It's a crazy world. It's a much different world than it was.
He completely, like, are you forgetting the part that the guy had a high clearance and he was involved in a very sensitive operation and bet on that shit? Like, come on, man.
I think it's normal. I don't think there's.
Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Go
I'll be right
ahead.
back.
Go ahead.
No, you keep going.
Yo, wait, hang on. Make my screen. Damn.
Oh,
I was gonna share something with you
I got
guys.
you. Said make your screen big. I got you.
Yeah. Make my screen big. I'm about to show something really quick to your. This was like a funny ass clip. When you come back, you'll see it. Go ahead. Can you see?
Okay, I got it. I got what you're sharing on screen right now on my side. Go
All
ahead.
right, perfect.
You're
No,
good.
I just was gonna pull up this clip. This was hilarious.
Now they can see you and they can see your screen. So I got you.
Did you see this? All right, go ahead. Use the bathroom.
I did see that. It was funny.
Yo, so for you guys on Myron's side, and honestly my side as well, that haven't been able to see this, this was like from 2 or 3 days ago. I was reacting to a Fresh and Fit segment. Some of my chat members were asking me to react to it, so I pulled it up, and I was just giving Myron credit about how good he's been with the girls and everything. If you've been watching Fresh and Fit for a while, Myron there's been a change. He's gradually gotten a lot nicer and softer with the girls. His patience has gotten longer. I always credit him for it.
Full of men.
How about this? How about all you guys get the fuck out of here?
Swear to God, I haven't seen this yet. Swear to God, I haven't seen this yet. So, you gotta love it. But no, the Fresh and Fit lore runs deep. Yo, if you were watching back in the day, yo, a girl would, God forbid a girl sniffed the wrong way. Her ass was grass, bro. She was getting cooked. You know, so times have certainly changed. Myron has become a lot more lenient with the girls. No, that show, I will say to his credit, and I only watched like 10 minutes prior, and that was enough context for me to go, wow, this panel all needs to go. Like, it was an insufferable panel. But, you know, yeah, for those of you who are OG, I see a lot of you guys have been watching a long time. You know, he's been more lenient. You know, he didn't go soft, but he's been a lot more lenient. If a girl's out of line, then of course he checks her. But, you know, I was just giving him his credit. And then, of course, he does a ultimate Castle. Frank Castle kicks every single member of the show off. But, I mean, you got to think about it, right? People always tell me, Riyadh, you're so much calmer than your brother. Like, how are you calm like that? And certainly, I guess you can entertain that theory, maybe. But I think it's just the fact that I have not, for the last 5 years, done a show 3 times a week with 10 stupid bimbos at the table nagging me about how I'm wrong and they're right. And I continuously tell them the same thing, and we go in a circular argument. He's been doing that for 3 years. So, you know, he's kind of become a little bit more susceptible to the crash out gene, which is why he booted them all. I was just talking about how you've gotten better over the years.
No, these girls piss me off, man.
Yeah. Go ahead. So I'll go through the...
Yeah, so basically, yeah. So Southern District of New York, this was based out of New York. They just released it today. U.S. soldiers charged with using classified information to profit from prediction market bets. So here's the indictment right here. U.S. versus Ken Van Dyke. So he's the defendant misappropriated classified non-public U.S. government information about a... You know what? Should I make it big on my end? Is this probably better? Or do they want us to the side?
No, it's good. It's good for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
let me just make it bigger then. Let me. Okay. So basically, for Operation Absolute Resolve to make more than $400,000 illegal profits at the time, Van Dyke was an active duty member of the U.S. Army and had access to sensitive, non-public classified information about the operation prior to its public disclosure. So he gained access to classified information. So since or about 2008. The defendant has been active duty soldier in the U.S. Army. Since at least in or about 2023, Van Dyke has been a Master Sergeant with U.S. Army Special Forces. As times relevant to this indictment, Van Dyke was stationed at Fort Bragg, a military base located in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So they give his background. It houses the 82nd Airborne Division, Airborne Corps, U.S. Special Operations, JSOC, etc. JSOC is a unified command assigned to the United States Special Operations Command that prepares assigned, attached, and augmentation forces, and when directed, conducts special operations. So they go ahead and they show that he signed. He had an SCI clearance. They're showing that he signed a non-disclosure on it because that's an element of the crime. And then on about December 8, 2025, Van Dyke, the defendant, signed a non-disclosure agreement again regarding Western Hemisphere operations pursuant to the terms of the agreement. And they probably made him sign this in 2025 because he was going to be involved in an operation.
Wow.
So then they talk about this. Okay, and then Polymarket contracts concerning Venezuela and Maduro. Polymarket is the trade name of a prediction marketplace operated by a block rationalized. So they explain what Polymarket is. They start talking about Polymarket getting involved in certain things. He makes trades on Venezuela. So on or about December 26, 2025, create a Polymarket account. So he did it the day after Christmas, used a virtual private network, VPN, and connected the Polymarket through an exit node, which geolocated to a foreign country. Then, between on or about December 27th, on or about January 2nd, at approximately 9:58, Van Dyke purchased approximately $33,000 worth of YES shares on Maduro and Venezuela-related markets.
Okay, so what does that, just to educate myself and the audience, what does that mean when it says which geolocated to a foreign country? So that means that he was somewhere else when he did that, or it's because of the
No, he
VPN
used a VPN.
So
he used a VPN
just to make sure,
to purposely conceal where he was placing the trade from, which they can argue like that's deceptive.
Yeah.
You know,
so that's where the suspect tree kind of goes on there.
Exactly.
That's where it stems from. Yeah, makes sense.
Exactly. And then specifically, the defendant traded on Maduro and Venezuela-related contracts on 13 separate occasions. On or about December 27, 2025, Van Dyke purchased approximately 634 YES shares of the market.
Wow.
U.S. Force of Venezuela. By January 31st, 2026, at a volume-weighted average price of 15 cents per share for a total purchase price of 96 USDC, $96. So on or about December 30th, Van Dyke purchased approximately 13,769 YES shares. So they go through each of his purchases of him buying shares. January 1st, he purchased 17,858. Will the U.S. invade U.S. Venezuela by January 31st? Approximately yes. Yeah. So bro is basically like, you know, buying shares here and there while using a VPN to try to conceal it.
Super sus, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no real discrete way to do that, right? When you have a precise calculation that no one else kind of sees coming, at least in that time frame.
And not only
how can
that,
you be discreet.
Like, what was this guy's rank? This dude was a, let me see here.
He was a, let's see, I think he said general something.
Like, he was like a master. He was a master sergeant with the U.S. Okay, how much does a master sergeant earn? Let me look this shit up. Like, he couldn't have been making that much money, bro.
I'm checking right now.
Yeah, let me.
So an E7 master sergeant, yeah, 60 to 100K annually in total.
60 to 100K, right?
Yeah, I mean, it goes up over time, but a very normal wage, very normal salary. About 5,200 per month, yeah. About 100K, give or take.
I'm asking Grok to just to get another thing.
He came up big then.
Yeah. So they're saying he had roughly 15, 18 years of service. Yearly base pay somewhere between $75,000 to $95,000 a year.
Damn.
That's just base.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't think these commanders and these master sergeants or whatever are getting donations like the politicians. So what you see is actually maybe what they're getting for the most part. So at least with the case of any political officials.
Because he gets other perks too.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not the total, right? There's something else, but.
Yeah. So, and I'm going to tell you why I'm trying to look this up real quick, because it seems as though bro bet, okay, so he's estimated, okay, so they're estimating he's an E8 roughly, pre-scandal, $90,000 to $130,000 a year. So he bet like 33K, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Because I saw here somewhere. Because he made the Poly Market account.
For a payout of 100 or 400, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay.
Damn, bro came up.
So then between December 27th and January 2nd, approximately 958. So he purchased approximately $33,934 worth of Yes shares. So for him to spend, sorry guys. For him to spend that kind of money, dude, this is like a quarter of his paycheck, of his annual salary. So like, you have to be pretty fucking sure that you're going to make that money back.
Yeah.
Right? To bet that level with how much you earn. If you're making 130K per year, betting 33K is significant.
Yeah, it's huge. That's half of what he makes,
like,
really, annually.
Yeah, not half, but like, it's like, because he makes 130K, so it's like a quarter.
Oh, it's 130? Okay, sorry, I thought you had said 79. Okay.
Anywhere from 90, he makes anywhere from 90 to 130K. So we'll go on that. Let's assume the higher end. If he makes 90K, that's 1/3. If it's about 130, maybe 1/4. But that's still a significant amount of money, bro, to bet, to gamble. And you just made this Poly Market account. Remember, he made the account and then started betting immediately. Like, bro, wasted no time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I'm pretty sure on Poly Market, and I'm not sure how they did it, but they did like, because I'm thinking they're the ones who reported it. That's what I saw from their official statement on X. They were saying that they reported the official or the suspicious activity to the Department of Justice.
Oh, they're the ones that's really.
They said that. Yeah, here, check it out. Pull it up for you.
Yeah, pull it up real quick.
So they released a statement earlier today on X, and they said, when was this? This morning?
Yeah, they grabbed him up earlier today. Yeah. Yeah, because like, look, on or about January 1st, he purchased 17,000 of Yes shares. And then here, on or about January 2nd, Van Dyke purchased approximately 3,618 Yes shares, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Okay, so last month, we published our enhanced market integrity rules to combat insider trading. And I can, if you want me to share, but I can just read it.
Yeah, share it on screen.
Okay.
And I'll blow it up on screen when you share it.
Okay, so it's right here.
Go ahead.
It says, last month, we published our enhanced market integrity rules to combat insider trading. When we identified a user trading on classified government information, we referred the matter to the DOJ and cooperated with their investigation. Insider trading has no place on Poly Market. Today's arrest is proof the system works. So I don't know if that's them referring to the fact that they kind of made it apparent at first, or they brought it onto the DOJ's radar. A user trading, they took it, or if the DOJ said, hey, open this up for us. But they said when we identified a user trading on classified government information, we referred the matter to the DOJ. So
you know what it was? It's probably because he put so much goddamn money in.
Yeah.
And they're like, yo, why is this guy like putting it like that? Probably because obviously, because let's be honest here, like you had to. This isn't something that people are gonna be like, oh, they're gonna go in and capture Maduro or whatever. This is like a fairly ambiguous situation. So for him
100%.
to be putting so much money in, they probably raised the red flag.
Yeah, 100%. And over time, too. It wasn't even all in one go. And then you add the VPN, it makes it even more sus. So definitely they knew that there was
VPN, this is what probably triggered it. The VPN, him making an account and then immediately betting, and then betting on something like this.
Yeah.
That probably raised so many red flags for them.
100%. Yeah, so they definitely brought it to DOJ's attention. But this is the case. Like, this is just not the first case of insider trading with this administration. So I wouldn't be surprised if like more stuff along the lines of this kind of comes out, But here, let's see. I wanted to show you quickly what the FBI
Yeah, bro
said
was
something about
gambling tens of thousands. Gannon Ken Van Dyke, I'll finish reading this and we'll see that.
Go ahead, yeah.
Was involved in the planning, execution, operate. But if you got a video, like, awesome, we'll share that too. So he was involved in planning the execution. So obviously he knew what was going to happen. He possessed materials, non-public information about the operation at the time of each and every trade he placed in Maduro, Venezuela. Under the trust, blah, blah, blah. So in the pre-dawn hours of January 3rd, 2026, U.S. Special Forces apprehended Maduro and his wife at residence Caracas. President of the United States announced the operation of social media post January 3rd at approximately 4:21 a.m. On or about January 3rd, approximately 5:45 a.m., just hours after the U.S. military apprehended Maduro and transported him to the USS Iowa Jim. A photograph of Gannon Ken Van Dyke, the defendant, was taken and subsequently uploaded to Van Dyke's Google account. The photographs depict Van Dyke and what appears to be the desk of a ship at sea at sunrise, wearing U.S. military fatigues and carrying a rifle, standing alongside three other individuals wearing U.S. military fatigues. Following the president's public announcement, Polymarket resolved several Maduro Venezuela rated contracts to yes at $1 per share. Yeah, ultimately, will the U.S. So, and he ended up, so basically he profited $409,000, bro. Like,
holy shit.
4 times his salary, his annual salary.
Yeah, he came up big.
And then here we go. It says, attempted to conceal his unlawful proceeds. So following the successful trading, Van Dyke, the defendant, transferred and disguised the proceeds from his scheme. So now he's got to get the money out. So let's see how he did it. On or about January 3rd, he withdrew the funds, including the majority of his unlawful proceeds from his Polymarket account, and sent approximately $437 of proceeds to a foreign cryptocurrency vault, which advertised that it generates interest for depositors by lending cryptocurrency and tangible assets to others. On or about January 16, 2026, Van Dyke then transferred $444,000 USDC from cryptocurrency vault account to his cryptocurrency exchange account. From there, he withdrew $440,000 from the account and deposited into a newly created brokerage account. As of on or about April 4th, 2026, the brokerage account contains a balance of $415,000, representing proceeds from traceable to Van Dyke's Polymarkets. So shortly after the announcements of Maduro's capture, reports of unusual trading of Maduro-related contracts on Polymarket appeared in the press and social media. Gannon then took steps to conceal his identity as the trader in the Maduro Venezuela-related markets. On or about January 6, 2026, for example, Van Dyke asked Polymarket to delete his Polymarket account, falsely claiming that he had lost access to the email address to which the account had been associated. That same day, Van Dyke changed the email registered to his cryptocurrency exchange account to an email address that was not subscribed to his name, which email address was created on or about December 14, 2025. So, yeah, so he took a bunch of steps after the fact when the media broke what was going on. You know what? You know what? So that's probably what happened. This is what I think happened. He made the account, trade a bunch of money. It was a sensitive topic. And the fact that he went to Polymarket and said, yo, I need this shit changed or deleted, that probably raised a bunch of red flags.
Yeah.
And they said, yo, let's raise this. Let's send this over to Department of Justice for investigation.
Yeah,
so,
that's crazy. But this was a while ago. So, I mean, I'm sure they saw the suspect actions, but just now decided that everything was kind of...
Yeah, because they had to build the case and have all the documents.
Yeah, that's true. Took time. Yeah.
So they moved kind of fast on this.
Yeah.
They arrested him 3 months later. So yeah, that's basically what happened. You got something you want to share, right?
Well, it was just the Department of Justice their statement on X.
Go ahead.
They dropped a statement here. So it says, U.S. soldier charged with using classified information to profit from prediction market bets, Gannon Ken Van Dyke, allegedly made more than $400,000 trading on Polymarket on the basis of classified information regarding the timing of a U.S. military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. And then it says here, this is from Todd Blanche, the new Attorney General. Our men and women in uniform are trusted with classified information in order to accomplish their mission as safely and as effectively as possible, and are prohibited from using this highly sensitive information for personal financial gain. Haha, interesting. Widespread access to prediction markets is a relatively new phenomenon, but federal laws protecting national security information fully apply. So that was the new AG's statement today, the one who just replaced Pam Bondi about a couple months ago. So
yeah.
That's
I'm trying to see if I can find a video of them maybe making an announcement, because yeah, I mean the bigwigs gave the fucking announcement today.
Well, look what JD Vance said. I think this was today. While you're pulling that up, bad timing joke.
Sir, what do you think of this idea of replacing Iran with Italy in the world?
Got it?
Yeah, I got to know.
I don't think about it too much. That's an interesting question. Let me give it. You know what? Let me give that a little thought. That's a very. Is that what they're doing? They're thinking about replacing it?
Apparently, it's a proposal.
Let Marco make his poly.
Marco, could you make a statement of that, please? What do you think of?
There's nothing from the U.S. has told them they can't.
Did you hear his dumbass? He said, "Let Marco make his poly market bets." This is like, I think, just after the.
What do you think of?
There's nothing from the U.S.
Give that a little thought. That's a very. Is that what they're doing? They're thinking about replacing it?
Apparently, it's a proposal.
Let Marco make his poly.
Marco, could you make a statement of that, please?
Such bad timing, bro.
Yeah, that big is probably banned too, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, Trump's ass is over the burner right now. The fire is lit under his ass like never before, and you make that joke. Bad timing.
Bruh, yeah, it was bad time. But you know what, man? I'm pretty sure all these niggas are doing insider trading, dude, with the tariffs and everything.
100%. And look, to their credit, I always want to be fair. This whole, like, betting on political affairs and geopolitics is a new phenomenon. So
yeah,
if it wasn't going to be this administration, it would have been whichever one was probably in office right now. Let's be real. You know, like, it likely would have happened regardless if it was Trump or anybody else. But man, yo, this administration is just not discreet with shit. You know, you got the whole Kash Patel situation, you got the Epstein files as a whole. It's not looking good, bro. Not looking good at all. Go ahead. You got a video you want to play? Oh, let me read these chats very quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Three.
Go for it.
Easy Money says, shout out to you, bro. Always showing love. My grandma red pilled me on them boys. She is German. Okay, nice. Nino Assyrian says, help me understand how a country the size of Rhode Island can still have a functioning army that attacks. Oops, it's getting cut off. Let me enlarge my screen. Okay, Nino says, help me understand how a country the size of Rhode Island can still have a functioning army that attacks Lebanon and Iran after being hit with hundreds of ballistic missiles. Something off here. Yeah, well, they're very strong, man. We back them. Myron X Media, thanks for the $10, by the way, Nino. And then Myron X Media, thanks for the $10. Your Zerka impression was spot on and hilarious. It would be awesome if you would go on after hours with him. LMAO. Yeah, that'd be funny. That'd be funny. Maybe, you never know. Ken Rose,
someone asked me about that too. Substitute teacher, can we see another Zerka impression? That comes from
Now, it's
Jock.
got to come natural. It's got to come natural. It came up because somebody in the chats asked you about it. Yo, you know what I should have did? I'll be honest, though. Somebody in the Zerka replied to it on X. He thought it was funny. But somebody in the comments was like, if he stood up and grabbed the mic like that, that would have been perfect. Because that's what Zerka does when he's like looking the girls. Ken Rose, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Always showing love. And then Myron Media sticker. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. I'm all caught up.
Yeah. So, okay, let's see here. I'll read some of mine. Crazy that Nancy Pelosi has been arrested for insider trading as well. Army sergeant needed to learn the fine art of 6 degrees of separation. You can't make money from insider trading unless you're a high-ranking member of Congress. Riyadh is not lying. 2025, I lost over 25K gambling in my life where I just quit for 3 months. Damn, bro. That's terrible. The noticing is getting crazy. People at work talk about it, and even my little 13-year-old cousin insults me saying you're a Netanyahu supporter. W. Riyadh, big cheeseburger, fat retarded nigga. Exactly. W. Riyadh, love, haramery, facts. 123 says, enter Islam, worship God. Hindus worship 3 million. Christian worship 3. They say 3 and 1. Okay. Mr. Clapcheeks, PBD doing damage control. He's having John Kiriko on his pod.
Yes, I saw that. They argued today. Or at least that's what I assume from the caption.
But why did he? I'm confused. Why is that?
So John Kiriakou called him a Zionist. John Kiriakou called him a Zionist, so Patrick Bet-David confronted him about it. I have the clip right here. Let me know whenever you're ready.
Oh, you do? Okay. I have this on. Is this it right here? Someone sent me this link.
No, I think I have.
I'll play it right now.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Whatever you're looking at. Because I can see your
This version talking about acid period blood. Yeah, exactly. She's capped. Okay, go ahead. Share it on your end.
All right. So, okay, I'm looking at the screen and you calling me a Zionist, so I want to get to the bottom of this because I'm a numbers guy.
You were on a podcast and my phone
It's like, why is he mad? He is a Zionist. Like, why is he bad?
Yeah, apparently he like kind of concedes to it here. I don't know. I was just looking at the comments, but I purposely saved this for the stream so I could have a raw reaction. So we'll both see it for the first time together here.
But I want to get into one thing right off the bat. You were on a podcast and my phone started blowing.
So sorry. Just pull your screen off so I can make it 3 ways. Pause.
Okay. Hold on. I'll stop sharing on mine.
Blowing up. And I'm like, why is everybody texting me this? Look what John said about you. I said, John is about to get on the podcast. So, Rob, if you have the clip, I want to start off with this. I want to address it one by one by one. I want you to cover this for me. So you're on a podcast. I don't know which podcast this is, but whatever it is, I was texted by everybody with this. So go ahead and play this clip.
I was watching Patrick Bet-David yesterday, and Patrick is a hardcore Zionist. He's Iranian. I don't think he's Jewish. I think he's like half Assyrian and half Armenian.
Yeah. Hang on.
But he's a hardcore Zionist, and not just a Zionist. He is a 1,000% backer of Reza Pahlavi to return to Iran and to assume the peacock throne and blah, blah, blah. And he was saying yesterday that it's not 60% of the Iranian people who support the overthrow of the regime. It is 94%. And
I don't know when I've ever said that, but okay, let's keep
what
going.
polls are you looking at?
There are no polls. Hang on, let's
there
keep
are
going
no
through it.
polls. You just make this shit up to put your stooge in.
The monarchists are crazy online.
This is delightful to watch, by the way. I'm enjoying
Yeah.
every moment. This is tasty.
Jammer, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Jammer. Go ahead, let's keep going.
I saw they've been passing along the message that Iran only became Muslim 100 years ago.
What?
No, that was 1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago, yes. And I get that there are...
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, Iran was initially Sunni. Just recently did it become a Shia country, like in recent history.
Still Zoroastrians, and
So now watch what
I
happens
get all
here,
that.
which is the funniest part.
Elliot Covert, Patrick Bet-David is Jewish? Okay, I stand corrected. I wasn't sure.
You're not Jewish.
Somebody told him in the middle of the show that Patrick is Jewish. Yo, this thing is unintentionally funny, by the way.
I get all that.
Which is the funniest part.
Elliot Covert, Patrick Bet-David is Jewish? Okay, I stand corrected. I wasn't sure.
You're not Jewish.
No, I'm not Jewish.
But I know he's not ethnic Persian. He's Armenian,
What else is there, Rob?
Assyrian.
Is there anything else that goes on?
Yeah,
or
94% of his friends.
Curious to know, because I want to get all of it out.
Well, that's
I'm
what they
a
do,
big
right?
fan
Like,
of
literally,
yours.
I've been asking online, like from these Persian monarchists.
See, this is what I get
where's
for
your
listening to
proof, right?
people
You say,
in the chat.
Everybody wants the Shah back. I find that very hard to believe, considering how brutal the Shah was, and the fact that he was overthrown by his own people. Right? I mean, it wasn't like he was cooed out by any foreign power. Quite to the contrary. So he, but yeah, they literally these Persian monarchists, they do polls of like.
Is there
exiles.
anything else?
And,
Okay, you can pause it right there. Walk me through this.
Oh, I
And by
owe
the
you
way,
an apology.
No, but tell me this. It's not. I'm not. I don't want an apology. I enjoy talking to you. Last time we spoke, I think out of the 7 clips that we posted, 3 of them was upset Jews because it was comments you made that were bad against Mossad, and I thought it was very revealing. I thought it was great. But walk me through each of these. Number 1, hardcore Zionist, 100% backer of Pahlavi, and then 94%.
I mean, that's nigga.
That is because.
Sorry, go ahead.
He is though. Like, why is he pissed?
Yeah.
See, here's the thing about these Shah motherfuckers, bro. They'll sit there and they'll say, "Oh, we want the Shah. Islam is bad." Blah blah blah. And then they'll be like, "All right, yeah, you like the Shah. You're a monarchist. You're a retard." Well, not really. I just want freedom for my people, bro. Like these guys. Oh my god, man. Literally, bro. I just call them Shah
by
tards.
saying that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
these
the
dudes are
thing.
Shah tards, bro.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, and I won't make this too long-winded because I want to make sure we don't interrupt I don't interrupt the video too much because I go on these tangents. But like, again, this is why John is calling him a Zionist, because when you use these anti-IRGC kind of talking points in this rhetoric, it's fine because we know the IRGC
By
isn't the
definition,
prettiest.
Zio.
Exactly. We know the IRGC isn't the prettiest regime in the world, but that unfortunately renders you a Zionist whether you realize it or not, because you are serving their agenda directly by pushing that line of thinking, as well as the fact that if the IRGC doesn't exist, well, then Israel gets exactly what they want. They get to do whatever they want. And I don't know if Patrick Bet-David realizes that, but that's why he comes off as a Zionist. Even Kiriakou believed at one point he was Jewish. You know, he thought he was Jewish for a second because of how hard his rhetoric was in favor of Jewish people. So, you know, all these Iranian diaspora, secular, monarchist, Shah-like individuals.
They wave the stupid ass Israeli flag. They put the dumbass lion flag. Like, bro, if you wave a lion flag, you're literally a retard. You're a mouth breather. If I see you waving the Iranian flag with the lion in it, 9 out of 10 times you're a fucking retard.
Yeah.
It's like, how can you sit here and support the country that led to the destruction of your country? Like, people forget that it was Israel, the United States, and England that originally toppled their government. They're a democratically elected official. And Dinesh Souza tried to lie and say he wasn't democratically elected. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
He was elected via the parliament.
And they don't know that. That's a part
but it's like,
that the propaganda, of course, tries very hard to skip over. But he was democratically elected.
He was.
And that power structure has existed for the longest. So, you know, but that's what all led to, like, you know, Steven Crowder was reacting to something earlier. I think Chris Cuomo was going on about the fact that the uranium is not really that big of an issue and whatever, and he was right. But they brought up a clip of Trump in the 80s, and Trump was talking about, or the 90s, I can't remember, Trump was talking about the hostage situation and the embassy and everything like that. But that all stems from U.S. intervention. Like, that doesn't stem from just like Islam. And it's really like the best litmus test for me. If I see that you are blaming Islam for the situation in Iran, right away I know you're not educated on history. Because if you were, you would know Iran's instability has nothing to do with their religious base. It has nothing to do with it. You know, and
it's all foreign intervention.
Exactly.
Literally all foreign intervention, bro, since 1953. And it's really embarrassing how the Shatards don't know that.
Absolutely.
Like, niggas didn't just show up in 1979 after 20 years of rule, kicking you out for no reason, bro. Like, the dudes got rid of you because you were pimping the country out. You were giving the United States and England a significant amount of revenue from the petroleum companies, and you privatized it instead of making it instead of having it be you allowed it to be privatized so foreign countries and governments will make money versus nationalized.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tell on how much these individuals like Patrick Bet-David and others lack information in the early Shah days and how the dynamic worked. Yeah, completely out of touch. But
like, you left Iran when he was 11, dude. Like, bro, you left Iran when you were 11 years old. Like, I lived in New York City from 9 years old, dude. Like, I don't consider myself a New Yorker at all.
Yeah. So and it's the thing is, like, that's what I'm saying. Islam is just the easiest punching bag for this situation. They don't want to get into the history. They don't want to say the difficult truth. What caused the hostage situation that lasted over 400 days? What cooked Jimmy Carter? You know, like, Ronald Reagan had to clean it up.
Oh, true.
It's really just the matter of fact that Islam is the easiest punching bag to kind of distract people from the real problem, which is the United States, Israel, MI6, all of these different intelligence corporations had gotten involved, or intelligence agencies got involved and started a problem they were never really able to put a cap on. We never put that fire out, and we're paying for it now today. And Trump's trying to put the fire out, but obviously the fire's got too big. You know, the fire's got too big to put out right away. To now, half of our interceptor missiles in the region have now run dry. You know, did you see that today? There was a mainstream kind of wave of reports, narrative, and this whole narrative, it was titled the fact that the United States is running out of a large amount of our Patriot missile interceptor systems that are responsible for defending several other neighboring countries in the Gulf. So, you know, we created this issue. You know, we started it. And instead of trying to fix it diplomatically, like we kind of already had going in 16, we try to attack it head on, and that's proved to be pretty ineffective.
Yeah, who's fucking retarded.
Number one.
Yep.
And And the comments that you've made about Pahlavi, like, why hasn't this guy called me back? I want him on the show. Like, why? He's irrelevant. He's a clown.
Why hasn't he called me back? I had him on the show 2 times.
Yeah, but when you first invited him.
Do you know why? Do you know what happened there? He's asking for help. Because the interviewer, the Iranian interviewer that interviewed me, is asking me, are you going to help him? Are you going to help Reza Pahlavi? And we're speaking in Farsi and English. And I said, no. He asked me for help. I never heard back from him. But I made some very bad remarks about the guy. Have you heard what I've said about them?
No. I'd love to.
I don't know how you must not know how monarchists think of me right now.
No.
Do you know they can't stand me
wrong.
today?
Good.
No, it's not good. I liked his father. I don't think he's a strong leader.
He's not.
He was following me. His wife was following me. His daughter was.
All right, but you liked his father, so.
Follow me. Everybody unfollowed. The monarchists attacked me because I called them. Oh, it is in shambles with me and that relationship, Rob. Maybe play a clip of what I said in the podcast if you want to play that.
That's a badge of honor.
You're going to leave Iran and go camp. By the way, you know what's the biggest thing that Iranian people are saying? Hey, Reza Pahlavi, why don't you go to Azerbaijan and say a few words from there? Come closer to Iran. Show some stuff. He's not doing it. The one thing about Trump, let me tell you what was very crystal clear about Trump, about Milei, about Bukele. You know what it was? They're willing to do the legwork. They're willing to go out there. They're willing to pay a price. They're willing to drive. They're willing to work their tails off. It's very obvious. We, the market, said, who is this crazy Elvis-looking guy from Argentina? There is no way he'll ever win making out with people on stage. Guess what? He won. Who is this Bukele guy that's in his early, mid-30s? And by the way, let me give you what's going to be confusing. I have a painting of his dad in my house. So I'm a fan of his father. So this is not like a bash towards the family.
Bro, the dad was way worse.
Yeah. He's referring to the previous Shah in Iran.
Yeah, the one that got kicked out.
From 53 to 90, from 53 to 79, Operation Ajax, the actual Islamic Revolution. And then now they're talking about Reza Pahlavi, who is the son of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was the former leader of Iran before the whole regime change situation took place in 79. So just so you guys are confused, because they have the same goddamn name. So the shit gets confusing.
Here he is right here. This is the guy that got kicked out
that was the former
in 1979.
Leader. Yes.
He was a former leader. And this is the guy that privatized the oil industry, which the United States and England exploited, and recognized Israel. So the reason why Israel, England, and the United States all work together with their intelligence agencies to get this guy out, put this guy in, is because he privatized the petroleum industry, which is what Mossadegh tried to not do. Mossadegh tried to nationalize this so the country would benefit from their resources. This guy comes in and privatizes it. These other countries make a bunch of money. The people don't see the benefit from their own resources. Private companies make all the profit. And he had a very fucking brutal secret police called the Savak, who used to go out and torture and kill people that were critical of the government. And obviously, the United States, in exchange for putting him in power, they got the oil revenue, and then Israel got the benefit of being recognized. I think Iran was one of the first countries in the region to recognize Israel's sovereignty. So that's why Israel was involved, because they needed allies in the region. And in exchange, they got U.S. support. That's why they got the F-4s and the fighter jets that they have now. These all came from the Shah era, because this guy was pro-West. But yeah, dude, this dude completely betrayed his country, and this is why so many people hate the Shah, because he ended up just becoming a puppet for the West.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but yeah, we can go back to. But this is who my brother's talking about, and this is who PBD is talking about.
No, of course.
And so, but this is towards, I was critical of him because for 47 years he's been talking about he wants to have Iran be free, and he didn't do it. And keep in mind, a part of me is, that's the painting in my house. That's a 15-foot painting. His father's right in the middle. My criticism is of him. But I was watching it, I'm like, why? Did somebody tell you I'm a Zionist?
Yeah.
Did you? Who's that?
It was in the chat.
But
I was reading the chat.
Did any other influencers
Israel,
that you go and do?
Yeah,
I mean, he is a Zionist. Why is he trying to like walk it back? Like, bro, you support Israel. Yeah. Like, you've been to Israel, you support Israel. Adam Sosnick, your co-host, is a hardcore Zionist. You agree with him. You support the war. Like, you don't have to say I'm a Zionist for us to know that you're a Zionist. You support Zionist talking points. You support the state of Israel. You had Netanyahu on the show. Like, you are a Zionist, my friend. You didn't ask him any tough questions.
Yeah, and the reason why it's easy to say that is because there's no neutrality when it comes to this topic in the Middle East. You either are against Israel and their policy, you're against our foreign policy in support of Israel, and you viciously condemn that on a consistent basis, or you straddle the line and you're in favor of a war in Iran that does nothing except address the proxy situation that Israel has to deal with on a day-to-day basis when they try and violate the sovereignty of its neighbors. So it's really annoying and kind of frustrating when Patrick Bet-David goes, well, I don't know why you saying this to me like I'm a Zionist. Well, it's like, hey, because you don't do anything when it comes to condemnation of Israel, and they've exacerbated so many already pre-existing issues in the region. And now that we're at war with Iran, in the beginning, let's not act silly. We can pull up the clips. You, Vinny, and Adam were raving about how this is going to be a successful operation, and the United States is making an ultimately good decision, and we should get the Shah back in power. Maybe not Reza Pahlavi, but something like the Shah. Bring the Shah days back. So you got the guy framed in your house, right? So there's no secret that obviously your interests are parallel with Israeli interests. At the same time, you just so casually happen to hate Islam. And maybe you have never said that, but you never hesitate or skip the opportunity to take a dig at Islam to push your rhetoric further. And that's all the base of Zionist propaganda and Zionist talking points and Hasbar that you see every single day on Fox News and X and all the other outlets. So again, we are not saying you're a Zionist because you said on your show, unless he has. I don't think he's ever said it verbatim or explicitly that he's a Zionist, but it's really that his ideological centering is very similar to that of a Zionist. So it's not a derogatory term. It's not this degrading term. We're just calling what we see. It's just funny how he's getting defensive. However, I'd be surprised to see if he tries and denies it. So tries to deny it. So YB Lit, thank you so much for the $10.
Interviews with, did anybody whisper to you off camera, hey, be careful with Patrick
and then
is a
also,
Zionist?
Yes.
After this, we got to go back to the Randy Fine thing with the Hadith, and he said some bullshit about like a Jew behind a rock or whatever. I want you to kind of explain that.
Sure.
We'll do Randy Fine after this. Yeah. Go back to him.
Yes.
Who was that?
Oh, I don't want to out him like that, but he said, oh, you're going on PBD? I said, yeah. He said, be careful. Patrick comes out swinging on Israel.
Is this a big name?
Yeah, it's a pretty big name.
One of the biggest names? So then I know who it is.
I don't want to out
Was
him.
his family in the CIA before, maybe?
I've got to stop.
Okay. All right.
But I want to apologize on the record because I was wrong.
Okay.
Talking about Tucker.
100%.
Talking about Tucker. Yeah.
So that and the BB side, because
But it's true. And I hate this dishonesty. It's like, hey, bro, just draw the line in the sand and be honest about where you stand. I would respect that so much more than doing this vague straddle the line cover up like, well, why are you saying I'm a Zionist? Like, bro, well, because the whole line of your thinking and all your talking points are Zionistic. Like, I don't know.
And I don't know why Kirikow is like being a pussy about it. Like, dude, just say what it is. You support the Shah. That in of itself makes you a Zionist because they want to overthrow the government. Who also wants to overthrow the government? The Israelis. You had the Shah on. You condemn Islam every single time you get a chance. You're pro-war, right? You're supportive of the war generally speaking. What else? You've been to Israel multiple times. You had Netanyahu on and didn't ask him any hard questions. Your co-host is a hardcore Zionist, right? You bring on pro-Israel voices way more than anti-Israel voices. You refuse to criticize Israel. Like through deductive problem solving, anyone can see that he is a Zionist. He is. He just doesn't like to overtly say that, right? He likes to keep it ambiguous. You have a consulting business where a lot of your clients that probably come to you are Zionists, right? Yeah. It's bad for business. You are closely aligned with the Trump administration, who are Zionists. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it just, I don't know why Kiriako is not, maybe he doesn't know PBD as good as we do, but, dude, yes, he is a Zionist. I don't know why he's not like just saying like, yes, you are, bro.
The
like
you are a Zionist. Clues are everywhere, and they've been everywhere. So maybe he's just I mean the fact that like pressure, he doesn't want to be confrontational. I'm not sure, but
I'm trying to think about it. Has he brought on recently like any big voices that are critical of Israel this year?
Not to my knowledge, but in all honesty, I don't pay attention to much of his uploads or his guests. Of course, he has in the past, but that's really because he was kind of left with no choice. And
like in the last year, I don't think so. Someone said Nick, he brought Nick on because it had an enormous amount of pressure on him, and he had to do it.
He had no choice.
And he pre-recorded it. he didn't live stream it as well. I don't know if you guys caught on to that. Like he pre-recorded it and he premiered it. So
yeah.
That was because he was getting ratioed and shit like that on X, and he just had to do it. And that was last year. But this year, I don't think he's brought on any voices critical of Israel.
Yeah.
Like, because even John Kiriakou, look, I shouldn't admit this shit, but I'm going to say, do you know that me and Sneeko had an interview lined up with him and they backed out last second?
Oh, wow.
Fucking bomb drop.
I didn't know. I thought that was just Sneeko.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. He backed out. Something to do with, like, for legal reasons, he can't work with us. I was like, what?
Yeah, it was. You know what my inkling is when I saw that? It must have to do with the club cost. I think that was the most recent wave of like cancellation, if you will, that you guys had received. And so that being kind of fresh on the radar recently this year, because it was the beginning of this year, if I'm not mistaken, kind of scared him. So
Mike, and that's what, apparently, like they said he got signed with like some talent agency and like for legal reasons he can't work with me. And I was like, what? Yeah. I was like, I'll read that shit verbatim, bro, because that shit kind of pissed me off. Because they wanted me to go talk at one of his events, and I was like, sure. But I would like to have him on the show. And they said, we were recently informed that John has officially signed with CAA last night. His reps advised that he is no longer able to participate in your podcast or our April 10th event due to legal reasons.
Yeah, it makes
what the
no
fuck?
Sense. And it would just
he said
be so
he
much
didn't get more information out of it. Legal reasons.
And it would just be so much more refreshing if they were honest and said, hey.
And they did the same thing to Sneeko. And it said it came directly from the thing. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, bro, do you know what I used to do for work? Like, I didn't get convicted of any felonies ever. Like, I used to fucking work in law enforcement. Like, if anything, Kiriakou's gotten in more legal trouble than I have. But that just goes to show.
He 100% has.
Bro, like, what the fuck? Like, he got convicted of espionage. Like, you're telling me I didn't get convicted of any of this shit? And it's like, oh, sorry, for legal reasons, we can't fuck with you. Translation, you got the call. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you got the call. Like, that's literally what it is. And it's amazing to me how the guy that went to jail for espionage is scared to work with me because I'm critical of Israel. That just goes to show how much power they have, bro. That just goes to show how much power they have. And I know Kiriakou's like talk shit about Mossad or whatever, but like he kind of keeps it there. He keeps it at Mossad and Zionism. He doesn't go into like the other shit, which I get it. But like, bro, what the like? That's weird.
And at least be front facing and honest and say, hey, it's because you're too controversial, instead of saying legal reasons, leaving this like vague
get the
excuse.
fuck out of here with that.
Like, just be honest and upfront that you're worried about your image, right? So
yeah, like don't fucking say legal reasons to a former special agent. Like, bro, I broke no fucking laws and I don't break any laws. So that's some fucking bullshit right there. And I told the guy, I was like, dude, I was used to work in law enforcement. What the fuck are you talking about? So that made me like really, lose an insane amount of respect for this guy. It's like, bro, are you serious?
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, but yeah, they did the same shit to me too. It's what is it? Creative Artist Agency is American Talent and Sports Agency.
Well, here's
let me look who owns
this
shit.
Go ahead, do your do your deep dive, your early life find. Here's the thing too that I'll say quickly while you're pulling that up. This guy,
nigga, look. Hold on. Before you look at this shit, bro. Oh my God, bro. Really? Hold on.
Go ahead, put it on the big screen.
So, William Morris Agency, okay. Michael Ovitz, Michael S. Rosenfeld, Ronald Mayer, Roland Perkins. Romanian Jew. Michael Rosenfeld, Jew.
Jewish descent. Oh my God.
Ronald Mayer, Jew. Roland Perkins. Let's see here. I can't see if it says he's Jewish here.
Here you go.
Is he?
No, it's not. No. I was saying you're in personal life. That's crazy.
Bro, so let me get this straight, bro. He gets signed to this agency, and then immediately 3 of the 4 we know are confirmed Jews. I don't know if this Roland Perkins guy is or not, but yeah, 4 by 5 agents. Hilarious, bro. It's like, it's like the stereotypes don't fucking end. So it's like, seriously, dude?
And what I was going to say, You know, the thing with John Kiriakou that I've noticed, but I've refrained from saying, is he has kind of leaned into this public image he has of being this former CIA guy. And so, of course, that falls in line with what would be normal. He wants to capitalize and be famous for it. Can't blame him. But, of course, he's still straddling the line of being safe and not being canceled, of being like this former operative that tells the truth about Israel. And that's just because it's popular right now to do it. And I want to say this really personally. This is something that I feel passionate about or strongly about. Everybody now...
He is Jewish, Rad. I just confirmed. Roland Perkins is Jewish. So all of them are fucking Jewish, bruh.
Yeah. So pretty much the guy that complains about Israel and Mossad is owned by Jewish people.
Now he is, yeah. Because as soon as he signed that thing, because he just signed. So we're probably going to see a decline in him criticizing Israel.
100%.
4 for 4, bro.
Yeah,
Niggas got the Wendy special.
He might lean away from it. But that's unfortunate because that's exactly what got him all the craze. That's exactly what made him so mainstream, is him talking about you're going to die tomorrow. Like, that's his whole thing, you know, talking about the Iranian scientists and their threats from Mossad agents. Like, he had the inside lore. He's the guy who said he bets that Operation Midnight Hammer was because of an Israeli blackmail nuclear threat, you know? So this is the guy that has kind of leaned into a very high-level political analysis that is critical of Israel and shows you how they undermine and control our government. But this is the thing, and this is kind of what I'm noticing as a recurring pattern, is like all these guys that are now coming into the space, whether they're former CIA or former military or whatever, and there's so many guys, you know who I'm talking about. I don't need to say their names explicitly. They're all leaning into this, like, you know, pro-America, anti-Israel sentiment, and it's only because of the fact that it's popular to do it. And I know that may seem so obvious, but it's like, yo, these niggas not really doing it for the love of the game, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not for the love of the game. It's not for the battle of the truth. It's not to be a truth martyr. It's not to really talk about what's right. It's because this is what the appetite calls for. This is what the craving is from the public. And it's increasingly become a lot more acceptable to do it. And I hate that, because now he's in front of Patrick Bet-David and you called him a Zionist when you weren't in front of him. Stand on business. This is your moment to shine and show that you're grounded ideologically. And he just pulls back. And to me, that's so dishonest.
And especially when like a lot of PBD's fan base is like pissed off that he's so pro-Israel. Like their viewership has declined quite a bit.
Like if there's a time to stand on business,
it's
like
right now. But now we know why. Because like, you know, because here's the thing. They asked me to speak at this event. I said, sure, I want to have him on the show. Cool. All right. So they asked me and Sneeko to show up. We're down. Then he signs with his agency, gets the call literally, and it says, sorry, for legal reasons, he just signed with this agency, can't work with you guys anymore. I look up the fucking agency, all 4 of the fucking founders are Jews. Like, are you serious? Like bro got the call and just had to cancel. Like, that's fucking pathetic. You know what I mean? It's fucking pathetic. So made me lose a lot of fucking respect.
What the
that
fuck?
You invite someone and you want to work with them and then you fucking back out because you signed to an agency that's owned by Jews. Like, are you serious? This is so fucking pathetic, dude. Go ahead. What was that?
All right.
What are you going to say?
You know I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Somebody goes, Riyadh, it's deeper. Google image search, creative artist agency aerial photos. Look at the courtyard. Your brother will know. This is crazy. Hang on.
Go ahead, share it.
Can you see that? No, you can't. Hang on. That's crazy. I'll share it with you right now. So the agency that owns this guy now, this is an aerial footage, an aerial photo of their headquarters. I don't know where it's actually located. And you know I'm not a conspiracy theorist, bro. You know I don't lean into this shit. But that is a little bit odd. That is a little bit odd. Like, that closely resembles, like, the whole pyramid eye thing. Like, that is that is kind of, that is a little bit weird. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my God. Of course.
Yeah.
Every single time, bro.
The chameleon shit here, that's a stretch to me, but this is a little bit like, okay, that had to be on purpose. Come on. So that's funny.
Bro.
That's a nice little treat.
Thanks
for the super chat.
And I didn't want to put him on blast for this. Like, I wasn't going to like say anything about it, but yo, like now that I'm like looking at this shit, like it's annoying because it's like I had like set time aside to do this shit. And then they message me and say, oh, sorry, we can't do it. So clearly it's not, they wanted to work with me first. So they like the content, obviously big enough to collab with. They want me to go to this event. Cool. Then once he signs to this agency, oh, nah, sorry, he's too controversial. We can't do it. And then I look up the agency that he signed with. Niggas are trying to say legal reasons. No, bro, it's just because I'm critical of Israel. Like, I'm not, like, with all due respect, John Kiriakou is a convicted felon. I've never broken a law in my life, right? Barely even get speeding tickets. But, like, because of my political views and my criticisms of Israel, I'm more demonized. Isn't that crazy? Absolutely fucking nuts, dude. So, yeah, I lost a lot of respect for him for that. Because it's like, dude, you want to do a collab, now you're backing out because you got the call? Pathetic.
Well, that's where my frustration is from, right? These people that kind of are two-faced and they play it like they're for the cause. They play it like they're on the right side. They're on the truth. But really, it's like almost a grift. You know, it's a LARP in a way.
Yeah. But, yeah, I wasn't going to expose that. But fuck it, bro. It is what it is. Good. But, yeah, basically, me and Sneeko, they both said no for after he signed to this stupid-ass agency, CAA.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know who's the only person in the world that interviewed BB and Nick Fuentes within 30 days?
It's got to be you.
It's only me.
It's got to be.
All right. Right or wrong. You did a good thing and you did a bad thing. What are you trying to say there? I give everybody the chance to talk. Like, come on, bro.
Nah, man.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a wanted war criminal. This guy kills people for a living. That's quite literally what he does. It's not a flex that you had him on the show. That's why you got so much flack for
it. Didn't get any asked questions. And then again, that actually proves that proves even more proves more what I was gonna say. He brought Nick on because he was getting a lot of pressure to bring him on. Like people were calling him Patrick Betstar, David, all this other stuff. So what he did was like, you know what, I'm gonna have Netanyahu on. Let me do Nick as well. We're gonna pre-record Nick.
Exactly.
And then he put them on at the same time so he can like escape the headaches.
And it wasn't an ambush on Nick, but the questions he asked him were really front-facing and really direct. That had to do with Nick's ideological basis. Whereas with Netanyahu, it was softball.
More. Yep.
Yeah, and he challenged Nick way more, and there was a motivation and hunger to have Nick on the show. There was no motivation or hunger to have Benjamin Netanyahu. Totally optional. So it's like, trying to offset the
Nobody was asking to interview that nigga, bro. Nobody's like, yo, bring Netanyahu on.
Him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Besides Adam. Come on, bro.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. He only brought Nick on to, number one, deal with the headache, but in response to pressure. But now I'm glad that he actually mentioned that. I had Nick and Netanyahu on in the same month. Oh, now it makes sense why you pre-recorded it. You wanted it to be able to say, I brought Nick on and Netanyahu to kind of save face for the inevitable headache that would come from the Netanyahu interview.
Yep. Precisely the bragging right he's exercising right now. He wanted to be able to say that. You're completely right.
Yeah, you're right. Good call. Yeah.
What the problem is with me, John. This is the problem.
Oh, and then one more thing I want to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Because he learned from Nelk's mistake. Nelk's dumbasses brought him on.
And then they did a little damage control with you for like 10 seconds and you fried them.
Yeah.
That was
like Nelk did the same shit. So Patrick saw what happened with them, so he said, nah, let me not do this. And then he intelligently brought both on to do that. But yeah, with Nelk, they put him on too and they got cooked for that shit.
Dude, the Nelk
and then they did a whole damage control stream after and collab with a bunch of niggas they would never fucking otherwise talk to.
They had you on, they had Nick on. I think they spoke to Sneeko about it. They did they literally
everybody.
They got fried for that, and then they went straight to like the JQ Avengers. That shit was so funny. It was like right away, it's like, all right, quick, like counterbalance, like we have to go the other way now.
Bro, Rad, you wanna know how I know it's bad? Nigga, the day after, they dropped the interview. The day they dropped the interview, I get a call like 1 p.m. One of the guys that I work with that I know, he hits me up and says, yo, Nelk needs you. I was like, what? And I was asleep. And they're like, they need you, they want you to come on. I was like, what happened? They got some questions about Israel, whatever. I was like, what the fuck? So I thought that was weird. And then I opened up my YouTube and I saw that they had just done the Netanyahu interview. I was like, what? And then I'm half asleep, bro, crossing my eyes. I'm like, what's going on here? And I click and I see I was like, wait, these niggas interviewed Netanyahu? And then I look at the comment section, I was like, oh, and then everything like fell into place.
Everybody was pissed.
Yeah, because I was like, why the fuck are they? Because Steiny, I was supposed to do something with Steiny before. This is my frame of mind why I was so shocked. I was supposed to do something with Steiny like years ago, right? Like that one night with Steiny, was supposed to bring some girl on, blah, blah, blah. I was supposed to do something with them for a minute. And then like, it never ended up going through. I was like, okay, it's probably because he's Jewish and he doesn't like what I'm saying, whatever. Because for those of you guys that don't know, Steiny's dad is like a high-powered attorney that defended a Jewish spy, right? So obviously they're pro-Israel. So so what ended up happening was when I got the call from the mutual friend, I was like, that's fucking weird, because I knew Kyle and them also didn't want to work with us because we were too controversial because of this shit, right? Because man, I'm really getting into the lore. the Happy Dad niggas are Zionists. I think they're like Iranian Jews. So they never really, we're bad for business for them. I'll just keep it simple. The Happy Dad people, it's owned by these dudes. I think they're Jewish or Iranian Jews, whatever. So I knew that like a collab with them probably wasn't going to happen because of my political views, and I was fine with that. But when they hit me up randomly, I was very skeptical. And that's when I looked at their page and I saw that they had interviewed Netanyahu, and I saw the comment section. I was like, oh shit, these niggas are getting air fried. So then I kind of like watched it a little bit, and I was like, oh, they didn't ask no tough questions. They're over here talking about fucking Burger King or whatever. So when I jumped on there, and then when I got on, I saw them talking to Nick, because I needed time real quick to get ready and set my shit up. So they had already been talking to Nick at the time, and I was like, oh yeah, full on damage control. Here we go.
Yeah.
So
well, I mean, it was a really bad move, right? You have a softball interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. You're not politically involved at all, so it shows that you were paid to do the interview or something like that. You don't do politics whatsoever. The first moment you ever step into politics, you have Benjamin Netanyahu on your show, and then you ask him, McDonald's or Burger King? And he goes, well, the Whopper's amazing. You can't go wrong with the Whopper. Regulated. Then he goes, you guys are regulated? We have free speech. So that was just a shit show, and honestly, it deserved a negative response. It was a big mistake on their part, but they really should have known better. It was a big mistake. And I'm sure they'd even admit to that. Like that was a mistake. We shouldn't.
No, it was retarded. But and the other thing too, like this is why they did it, because obviously they're in that Trump circle. They're all Zionists. So like in their head, they're like, oh, it's a good idea to do this. And it's like, no, dude, it's really not a good idea at all.
Not a good idea whatsoever.
So yeah.
Here we can.
I'm looking to see if the owners, of Happy Dad are Jewish. It says they're not Jewish. The Shahidi brothers, I think they're Iranians. Yeah, they're Iranian Americans of Kurdish heritage. They're probably pro Shah.
100, yeah, most likely.
They're probably pro Shah. Yeah, they're 100% pro Shah more than likely. But most American Iranians are pro Shah, and they're retarded out of California. So okay, but yeah, I digress. But
that one freedom of speech, that pitch it, don't practice it.
Yeah.
What do I mean by that? They generally want to only talk to people that agree with them.
Yes.
You and I don't agree on maybe a few things.
No, which is why I so enjoy
the conversation.
Yes,
I love the conversation because my thoughts are, Alicia, just bring it to me. It's totally fine. My thoughts are, it's like, man, I don't know. He's a CIA guy. He must know more than I do.
Oh,
he has some experience. So I want to know. But
no, I'm wrong, and I apologize.
No, let's go to the other one because I want to clear all of this up. Let's go to the one about when you said 94%. I'd love to know when I said 94%. Rob, can you take one of the language learning models? Matter of fact, why don't we do both of them? Take ChatGPT and do Grok and ask a question. How do you want to pose this question? What percentage of Iranians don't support the IRGC? What percentage of Iranians don't support the IRGC? Okay, ask the same exact question. So what we'll typically do is we'll ask different and we'll go do our own, and then we'll look at the numbers that's being given. Okay.
Wow.
This is which one? What does it say? Around 80 to 92% of Iranians appear to not support the IRGC based on available polls, supportedly like them. The direct polling on the IRGC is challenged and due to Iran repression, surveillance, and self-censorship. Okay, great. Leaked internal Iranian government poll 2025 commissioned by the presidency, a confidential report found 92% of Iranians hate the regime. And that's from Yahoo, explicitly including Supreme Leader Khamenei and the IRGC, not just specific officials or policies. This was
Who are these
cited
people,
by
though?
Iranian experts.
That's what I want to know. Where are these Iranians located? Are these like Iranians in Iran?
Yeah. And look, first of all, Iran is a rogue nation that has been ostracized by the global community per the command of the United States with our sanctions that we've imposed on them. And so numbers that you get out of Iran are already questionable because are they even coming from Iranian sources? And if they are, like Iran Intel or anything else, you still got to look at what's happening on the ground now and the rally around the flag effect. This is something that everybody strategically steps over. Prior to this conflict, even if more than half of Iranians were not in favor of the IRGC, so that's fine. And I'll be gracious enough to even concede to that without trying to dig deeper. My whole point and the contention that I have is this war changed that. So if you wanted people to hate the IRGC, well, now they've just had a butterfly effect exacerbated for them on the global stage. They are the ones that are subject to a United States and Israeli joint strikes. They are the victims in this situation. We have made them look better than they have ever looked because we started a problem that they did not start. We started a problem, and they're the ones who are simply responding by holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage and trying to weaponize it so they can somehow come out of this victorious. Israel has the malicious, bloodthirsty intent of regime changing the IRGC. Right or wrong? Right. Okay, so we can at least discern that they are trying to protect their sovereignty as a religious group of people, paired along with the fact that the Iranians as a whole, whether they support the IRGC or not, definitely do not like the United States and definitely do not like Israel. I think that's one thing that we can actually agree upon. And by the way, the same people that always say people hate the IRGC, they love America, but you also weaponize the fact that Iranians scream death to America. So which side is stronger and which side is in a larger number? You're using conflicting ideologies to push your narrative for this war that has a bogus pretext, that being nuclear issues, when the nuclear issues are only actually going to become something that's worth concerned about when we attack them, because that's when they will stop hedging and start creating. So this whole like 94%, 80%, 60%, it's irrelevant, because if the number's ever been against the United States in a high amount, well, it's now, because we just started a war for no reason. And by the way, how do you think Iranians feel when Donald Trump says, well, we're going to bomb power plants? He's made that threat twice. End of civilization. Do you think that they're still on his side? Does that sound like he actually cares about the Iranian people? No, he's a narcissistic egomaniac who's losing his mind real time and wants to show that he's not losing this war by any stretch of the imagination, which means he'll go as far as to sabotage peace deals by blocking the ports so that they will continue to block the Strait of Hormuz. I don't want to go too crazy here, but remember, Abbas Araghchi on Friday said the strait is open and we're on our way to peace, right? That's obviously an indirect implication that we're on our way to peace. We've opened the Strait of Hormuz. Then Donald Trump blocks the ports, and the Ghalibaf, the parliament speaker, says, yo, if you block the ports, we're going to have to block the Strait of Hormuz. You are trying to destroy us economically. There's malice in that. So, you know, it's like top to bottom. This is all bullshit. And honestly, it's just frustrating. It gets to a point because I consume this all day. I see it all day. You know, this is like a claim of omission. You're strategically always stepping around the facts every single time. If there's ever a time where the IRGC has been the world's favorite, the world's leader, there's been like this mujahideen in the 80s effect now with the IRGC. You know, haven't you noticed that? And everybody else, like now there's actually like more support for the Iranians than there ever has been globally. So they're kind of viewed like the Osama bin Laden, anti-Soviet mujahideen, American patriot, Middle Eastern freedom fighters. That's what the IRGC effectively has become today.
Before 9/11, Pat, when we say mujahideen, be clear, because some niggas in here are retarded. I don't want them to misconstrue what you said.
Yeah, go ahead. Clarify.
Before Osama became radicalized, guys, he was loved all across the world because he fought against the Russians and won. We're talking about before 9/11, before he became radicalized. We actually backed him in the 80s, right? In the 70s and 80s when he fought against the Russians in Afghanistan, because he volunteered his money and his resources because he was a multi-millionaire, okay? His family actually was worth billions in today's dollars. And he went over to Afghanistan and funded the fight and was in the mountains fighting with these niggas against the Russians. So he came back a hero after, and it was the Mujahideen before Al-Qaeda. So that's what my brother's referring to. I don't want idiots in here to try to say some shit and be like, oh, you're talking about Osama? Yeah. Prior to 9/11, Osama was respected all across the world for fighting off the Russians.
Yeah, he was revered, you know?
Yeah.
And so it's now the same thing with the IRGC to some degree. Of course, you've got leftists who are against this war, but, you know, everybody else, you know, so it is actually a thing. Quickly, I'll read these chats. By the way, I don't even do this often. SK1, I see you spamming the chat. I get that you're probably pro-Shah. You hate the IRGC. Look, bro, I'm not going to engage with you and debate you. Enjoy the show or leave, bro. I'm sorry. We just don't agree, and it's that simple. I'm not about to engage.
No, I'll take it a step further. You're fucking retarded. How are what we said wrong, you stupid fuck? I'm looking at your chat right now. What's his name? SK what?
SK1UX. I mean, Desert Joe.
No, don't time that dumbass out. Sometimes you gotta, yo, don't time this nigga out, bro. Let's see what this retard's got to say. Because here's the thing, dude. Sometimes you gotta fucking shit on someone in the chat, let them know they're retarded. I'll do it for you. You're still new. Let me be the asshole here. Yeah, SK1. How are we wrong, dumb fuck? Somebody untime him, bro. Brad, can you untime him? Because sometimes you got to talk to these niggas and let them make their dumbass argument, and then you embarrass them on a grand stage.
All right. He's back on.
How are we wrong, retard? Please tell me. And then this other nigga says, the IRGC got to go. Bro, nobody is over here cheering for the IRGC. We're just telling you that thanks to us attacking them, we have legitimized the IRGC. Fucking dumbasses. Why can no one ever like use any critical thinking skills? It's like if you say something positive about an organization, oh, you're pro that organization. No, bro, it's just that this war is really fucking dumb.
Yeah, and it's like
really
it's being
dumb.
dense. It's being dense to the point where it genuinely gives you a headache, because how many times have we refuted these idiotic claims? Absolutely stupid
I call y'all
claims.
niggas shot-tards, bro. You guys are literally shot-tards, idiots, stupid as fuck. You don't even know. Most of you Iranians, like, number one, you haven't lived in the country in decades. You don't even know your history. You don't even know what the fuck, why things happen the way that they do. Do you realize that had it not been for the United States and Israel, you guys would have probably, their IRGC wouldn't have been created? The IRGC was created to fight against the United States and Israel for intervening in their foreign affairs. You fucking idiot. Like, incredible how dumb you niggas are.
It's obvious that the goal of Israel is to remove the regime. That's why they created the Axis of Resistance. That's why they have the missiles program. That's why they've been hedging a nuke. And I'll go a step further. Iran could have made a nuke, and they exercised the discipline not to. So it's this like whole like, oh, they have guerrilla warfare, they're crazy Muslims. No, they're actually probably smarter than a lot of Americans, unfortunately, which is why they've been able to survive that long. You know, you got to give credit where it's due. SK1's now saying, I don't support Shah, but I don't support IRGC too. All right, bro. Well, you were going sick, and don't think that I wasn't seeing it. So it's just like, it's fine.
Now he's backing out, bitch ass nigga, man.
You have your opinion, whatever, but you're like blowing my chat up, and you're trying to like refute every point I'm making. And it's like, bro, you're wrong. You're just simply wrong.
So,
you don't have to support the IRGC to condemn this war. That's what we're doing, dummy. We didn't say we just support the IRGC either. Did I ever say I'm pro IRGC? No, I'm pro America. And that means betting on the IRGC to have sovereignty over Iran for the foreseeable future. That's what that means. And I've said that to you, and I've responded to your super chats. So
now he says, I also don't condemn what Israel's doing. It's horrific. I think you mean I do condemn what Israel's doing. It's horrific. Yeah. So, bro, what do you want then, dude? Like, first you don't support the Shah. You don't got to support any of them, bro. But like, realistically speaking, what we're referring to is that the world is on Iran's side because we attacked them first in a pointless optional war. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, precisely.
I don't know why you don't understand that, and you're being a fucking retard.
100%.
And I would argue that Iranians support the IRGC way more than the Shah, bro. Like, way fucking more. The only people that still support the Shah are diaspora retards, dude.
Yeah.
So,
or those out of touch with history, for sure, and hate Islam. It's really people who hate Islam so much to the point where their judgment is now poorly clouded. That's really what I kind of notice. It's like people who just, use the anti-Islamic rhetoric, and it kind of destroys all of their judgment. And that's what you see, right? Look at all the guys, and this is actually a good point. Look at all the people who are like very anti-Islam. They always have horrible Middle Eastern foreign policy. And it's not even because of the fact that directly it's that they hate Muslims. No, it's that they hate Muslims for all the right reasons according to the Zionist agenda. So it kind of always overshadows their ability to be able to give a honest political analysis. That doesn't mean you have to be pro-Muslim. Doesn't mean you have to be this, even go as far as Tucker Carlson, right? But the ones who like genuinely hate Islam, spend all their time talking about it, always bash it, drag it down, that's fine. They're entitled to that opinion. This isn't a theological podcast, but what I'm trying to tell you is that always clouds and overshadows their judgment, and they're never able to make a good discernment or a real legitimate analysis as to what's going on in the region. So it's perfect. It's the perfect antidote for the Zionist lobby and all of them as a whole to infect the United States with, which has worked for the last 20 years up until very recently. Of course,
yeah, this guy doesn't even know the difference between. This dude doesn't even know the difference between condone and condemn. Niggas retarded, bro. Yo, I hate when idiots try to come in and like give their opinion. Bro, I don't want to be an asshole or whatever, but there's a reason why you niggas are watching us and no one's watching you. Shut the fuck up. All right? I hate to pull the fucking authority card or whatever, but a lot of you motherfuckers are stupid. Like this guy right here, Scoot, doesn't even know the difference between condemn and condone. Like, you're fucking dumb. Okay? You're fucking dumb. And we need to go back to telling people that they're fucking dumb. Go look at a dictionary, figure out what words mean, then come back. Oh, well, you're saying that like Iranians don't like. Bro, what we're saying is even if 50% of the people didn't like the government, now with us bombing them and attacking them, we've united them and made them rally around the flag. You idiot. Like, do you not understand what the rally around the flag concept is? That's what we're saying. Even the people that didn't like the government or didn't like the IRGC or don't like the fucking supreme leader, guess what? They hate the United States and Israel more. I don't know why I have to keep explaining this to you fucking idiots, man. So fucking dumb, dude. It's incredible. It's incredible how stupid some of you niggas are. It's like retard maxing. Mike Dixie, thank you for the 20 gifted. And sometimes you need someone to tell you to your face that you're retarded. So skew whatever the fuck your name is, you're an idiot. You're fucking dumb. Okay? Dude says Riyadh is more logical. No one is running around the flag. It's only the 10%. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're so fucking retarded. You're so fucking stupid. Did 10% hit the streets when they got attacked during the 12-day war, you fucking dumbass? When they got attacked in a fucking blitzkrieg, when they were doing it in the middle of the a bunch of negotiations, you fucking retard. The Israelis bombed them, killed a whole bunch of their fucking nuclear scientists, killed a bunch of their generals, you fucking idiot. People didn't take to the streets to say, hit them back, hit them back. People didn't say we need to fucking hit them back immediately. You fucking idiot. They had a Pearl Harbor, you retard. See, you're a dumbass, Shah, dumb fuck, some retarded nigga that probably drinks Happy Dad, says the Shah's awesome and watches PBD every day. But you're still over here watching us because you know that we're actually correct. We're not pushing a bunch of dumbass Zionist propaganda. Then they got attacked again in the middle of negotiations, and the supreme leader was killed and a bunch of military officials. Yo, you're so fucking retarded. And since you're retarded, let me explain to you what would happen. Let's say you're a fucking, I don't know. Let's say you're a Trump supporter. Okay? If something happened to Joe Biden 2 years ago, what would you probably do? You would say, I don't like Joe Biden, but I'll be damned if a foreign country is going to do anything and kill our president. We're going to rally around the flag. Same exact concept over there, idiot. Like, I don't know why you don't understand this. Nigga said 10%. Bro, way more than 10%. Like, we didn't show you millions of people rallying all across Iran. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. So fucking stupid. I have to send your dumb ass to the shadow room right now because you're retard maxing and lowering the entire IQ of the chat. You're fucking dumb. You need someone to stuff you in a fucking locker or fucking give you a swirly or some shit. You're an idiot. You're so fucking dumb. Like, I hate stupid niggas. I guarantee you're under the age of 30. Guaranteed. You don't get bullied enough saying some dumb shit like that. Niggas in here talking shit. You don't even know the difference between condemn and condone. Like, what? You're the type of nigga to read the first chapter of the book and think you know the whole book. Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. You're the type of nigga to watch the beginning of a podcast, not actually learn anything from it, and think you know what the hell you're talking about. You're an idiot. Stupid as fuck, man. Man, you Cliff Note niggas, man. Like, you guys piss me off. Like, you're just so retarded. It's like you need to get a swirly or get thrown into a locker or some shit. You need bullying. You definitely need bullying. We need to go back to telling people they're fucking retarded. High likelihood you take some kind of fucking medication. More than likely. ADHD or ADD or some other bullshit like that. You're just retarded. Oh my God, man. You're nicer to your chat than I am, bro, but that nigga's stupid. God fucking damn, bro.
Yeah, no, it was a good baking session, though. Really quick, let me read these chats, and then we'll get back to
I lived here. You know I don't read the first chapter. I lived here for 20 years, and I'm 28. Well, you're also a fucking retard. You're also a fucking retard. Sorry, go ahead, read your chats.
Okay, let's see. Riyadh, it's deeper. Oh, I read that already. Let me pull up all the super chats very quickly. And then
my whole family, all of my friends are there, and no one supports them. Yo, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Your family isn't all of Iran, dummy. Your family and your friends isn't all of Iran. Ask them seriously, who do they like more, Netanyahu or the IRGC? Let's see what they say. You stupid fuck.
Okay, let's see. EB Baltimore, $5. Why is Myron afraid to debate Nick Matau? Myron can't do any worse than Nico did. I'm not sure who that is, but I'll check out that debate after if they debated. My dad left 03. Listen, Riyadh and Myron, I'm a numbers guy, K. I lived there for 11 years. This guy. You have no idea. I could hear the bombs all the way from my German refugee camp in Glendale. Yeah, good. That's a good Patrick Bet-David impression right there. My dad left. Appreciate the work you do. F the Iranian diaspora. Thank you so much. My dad left. Milan says, 07 guys, great to watch both of you. WOSS, W, Myron, and you, man. God bless you, bro. Thank you so much. PFF 1974 says, Altman and Musk AI states that a good percentage of Iranians are against the IRGC, and what does Israel and the U.S. do? Attack the civilians and sanction the people. Something isn't right there. Exactly. That's what and thank you, bro. Thanks for the $10. That's what I'm saying. It's like, if you're a if you're a dumbass, you read those numbers and go, oh yeah, that's 90%. But if you're smart and you can analyze and pay attention to who owns what and what narrative is beneficial for the United States to not look like we're losing in every aspect and sell some idea to the people, well, then you'll know that a lot of that is bullshit, especially after the 12-day war where we bombed them without any provoke, and then as well as the fact that we bombed them again and started this war for 58 days, right? So we unprovokingly attacked them. Now we're doing it again. If it was 90%, it sure as hell isn't anymore. And then, yeah, you're absolutely right. Big AI, Israel, Zionist donors, they're all together. So, you know, you're asking AI, you got to be careful. I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it's like, use your brain a little bit. You can't be so easily fooled. Punisher 5. And even, even, you know what? I'll go so far as to say, even if that's true, I'm not Iranian, nigga. So I don't give a fuck. Okay, here, let's just actually be super real about it. Let's say the 90% is true, which it's not. And we've proved that for the last however long. We see the videos. We see people rallying around the flag. We see people in the streets hearing strikes behind them and screaming Allahu Akbar. Let's just say it's not true. At the end of the day, if the IRGC falls, that will be bad for America, period. And I am pro-American. I am American. I was born here, and I do love this country. So I don't give a fuck about the situation in Iran if it means my country will be worse, nigga. How about that? Get that through your head. And that's my main priority. So even if I grant you that, it still does not negate my interests. My interests are for this fucking country. I'm being too fucking nice with the whole, well, no, actually, it's not 90%. It could be 100%, nigga. I'm American. So that's really something that needs to be said. Okay, Punisher says, that shit had me dying. W brother, that was funny. I was dying. Justice for JC. Please tell Shah supporter to watch Hypernormalization by Adam Curtis. Okay, he sees it now. My granda, I think you meant grandma, red pilled me on the boy. She is Austrian. Okay, thanks for the super chat. Easy, buddy. W Riyadh and Myron, best duo in the game. OSS. Thank you, Yami. Appreciate it. And thanks for joining as well. But yeah, bro, it's like, you know, it's like, nigga, I don't even care who says what about the IRGC. Israel cannot control the Middle East. That's the point. You stupid buffoon, dumbass, dimwitted niggas.
And they're gonna take the IRGC before, like, you're missing the whole point that they're gonna support the IRGC before they support Netanyahu. That's the biggest thing that you don't get. But bro, you're a fucking retard. You're a shotard, bro. You've been in the United States for 20 years. You've lost identity with your people. Your family members that are there, they might sit there and say, we don't like the IRGC, we don't like the Supreme Leader. Fine. But then I want you to follow up and ask them, who would you rather rule over you? The Israelis or the Supreme Leader? I guarantee you they're probably going to say, we don't like the Supreme Leader, but we like him more than the Israelis. So go ahead and follow up with the second question, you fucking retard. Yeah. Like, yo, I'm like, it's incredible to me how like Iranians have high IQ until we get to this topic. Then you niggas become window licking retarded fucks.
It's the emotions. It's the emotions. And it gets me so mad because, you know,
stupid.
The situation is that the biggest starter, the biggest aggressor and agitator of violence or conflict in the Middle East is obviously Israel. You see what they're doing in southern Lebanon, Gaza, everything else. And so it's evident they're the biggest issue.
Oh,
and somehow,
one more thing. One more thing. I got to say this too. If the support for this for the IRGC was so bad, why were niggas holding hands standing on bridges when Trump said it's going to be Bridge Day? Why were people surrounding and staying at the power plants before they got bombed? Why were they doing that? Why did thousands of mobilize to do that? Huh? Because here's the other thing, you dumb fuck, that you don't understand. Both Trump and Hegseth said, we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age. Oh, a civilization might die. He basically threatened genocide on True Social. So anyone that might have been pro-America or Israel fucking lost that sentiment immediately because they basically talked about destroying the country. So let's use common sense, you shotard fucking idiot. Okay, you 50 IQ moron. If you live in Iran and you don't like the IRGC or the supreme leader, but the people that are supposed to liberate you are talking about destroying your water, destroying your infrastructure, destroying electricity, and killing a bunch of people, and your civilization might die, who are you going to side with? Who are you going to side with? You're going to side with your government, whether you hate them or not, because they're the only thing that can fucking protect you, you stupid fucking window-licking retard. You're so stupid, it's painful. Because it's clear you don't watch the news, you don't know what you're talking about. Even the people that are shatards, that live in fucking Iran itself, immediately stop supporting the United States and Israel when they start talking about sending them to the Stone Age and fucking destroying the bridges and destroying the power plants. Because guess what? That actually affects them. So they're going to side with the government just off of that. You're so fucking dumb. Read the news, see what's going on, look at what your own politicians are saying, then come back and comment in the chat, you fucking dumbass. You are so fucking stupid, it's painful. And nothing you can say, you can refute it. It's all true. No one would side with a government that's threatening to destroy and genocide them, you stupid fuck. All right, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I don't mean to crash on your chat, but that nigga's retarded. That nigga's retarded.
No, you're good. You're good. I actually have a couple more super chats, but yeah, it's like, bro, we've made it increasingly obvious, and what you just went on about, that's what we call a rally around the flag effect. Do you guys just think we're using stupid buzzwords that mean nothing? No, we're saying this so we don't have to give you this long-winded explanation as to what that means and how it's caused. But since a lot of people don't seem to understand what's happening, we have to break these terms down in great detail. But we're addressing this in our terminology. If you're paying attention, we've been saying this from day one. You know, you bomb the shit out of a country, you threaten it. That's what happens. Round Comet says Iran has Kurdish, Balochis, Arabs, Afghanis, and Azeris, which make up 40%. Yeah, not everyone is a Persian in Iran, dummy. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking to the other guy. Yeah. That's what we're saying. I agree. Yeah, I think Iran has like 50% non-Persian population, or 40.
Yeah. And that's what the United States tried to leverage with sectarian violence. They tried to do what they did in Syria. Use sectarian differences to cause divide. That's why they tried to get the Kurds, and the Kurds said, no, thank you.
Yeah, because they know where that will lead. And that's my prediction. If the IRGC is completely decapitated, all of those different factions and ethnic groups and tribes will try and come to power, and it's going to be Syria all over again. Easy Money Car says, my grandma told me never trust them, boys. Bro, all right, thanks so much. Round Come, El Iranian diaspora, don't trust these people. Yeah, absolutely not, man. Absolutely not. Freon says, Myron, former Inca, what happened to your breakdown of your investigation of the Latin Kings? I've been waiting. Love you, bro. And nowadays I fly planes. It's Freon 1545. I don't know if you were going to break that down or what he's referring to.
Yeah, I got a dedicated episode of Fed It for that. Well, on one of the Sunday shows.
One day, bro, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
Milan says, did you hear Israel is calling Turkey next after Iran, or is it fake? No, I've seen that. And I mean, I don't know, they got enough to deal with now. I don't know how true it is, but this is what I was saying. Oh, I forgot. It's like people complain about the IRGC. Bro, just watch this video with me. This is honestly going to make you mad, but it needs to be shown. Can you see that?
Yep.
She moves her fingers as she recognizes her nurse's voice. But with nearly half her body burned in an Israeli airstrike, any movement at all is painful. Her name is Zainab. She's only 12, and her entire family was killed in the same attack she barely survived. She still doesn't know that her parents and...
My bad.
Are you good? Go ahead.
Hang on. Gotta fix it.
Zainab constantly asks for her mother. Her only two visitors are her aunt and uncle, and they can't bring themselves to tell her the brutal truth right now.
All civilian. They come. Why? No one knows. They're not fighting. He doesn't have any bomb. He doesn't make any bad thing for anyone. If I was in our house,
daily occurrence, chat. Daily occurrence in southern Lebanon.
Yep. This right here, pause red. This is why everybody hates Israel, bro. Western media never shows you guys this. But this is why everyone hates Israel, bro. They kill kids every single day like this, dude. Whether it's in Gaza, Lebanon, etc. And again, like I said before, the whole Muslim world knows this, the whole Middle East world knows this, and even the people that hate the fucking supreme leader know this, and they will never side with Israel. Which is why when idiots like SK1 come in here, I say they're retarded because they are. You are so fucking out of touch, it's painful. You know what I mean? Just turn on the PBD podcast and go home, bro. Like, you don't got to watch us. Go watch PBD. Talk about how the Shah's awesome and how you guys are going to liberate Iran. Meanwhile, we're talking about bombing them into the Stone Age. You're so fucking dumb. Like, I hate stupid niggas, bro. Yo, you guys would be extinct if I was the leader, bro. Holy shit. Fucking idiots. I won't go much further because my brother's on fucking YouTube.
You're good.
But you niggas are going to be slaves, bro.
Now, I want you guys to watch this
Free
in full,
labor.
though.
This is very bad. Yeah. I don't know what to say.
Let's see.
Or don't. Yeah.
The sole survivor in just one family affected is still critically ill and not out of danger yet. This has been a particularly deadly war for children. Sometimes it's hard to grasp statistics, but 33 children were killed in just one day's airstrikes.
You fucking kidding me? It's fucking crazy. And then they get mad about 8. Did you see that on Trump's Truth Social? The IRGC plans to hang these like 8 or 9 girls, and I want them to stop, otherwise I'm going to strike. And then Israel kills 33 fucking children. This girl just lost her parents and her brother. She's the only survivor. She's hanging on by the thinnest thread. And you got people complaining about the IRGC. Israel has been doing this since the 60s. For the longest time.
Since the 1900s, bro.
Bro,
they've been doing this shit
forever. And
niggas been doing this
think
shit
about it. You know, we become so numb in the fog of war. Really conceptualize that. 33 kids, you know? That's why I said Lebanon is not too far off from feeling the pain that Gaza feels. You know, obviously it's not the same thing, but
that's why Hezbollah exists, because they don't want Israel to do what they did to Hezbollah exists because they don't want another Palestine. That's literally what it is. That's why they refuse to disarm.
Yeah.
So 166 have been killed in the past 6 weeks since the latest flare-up, since the beginning of March, and 650 have been left badly wounded or hurt.
You know, so anytime somebody tries to say something stupid to you, just remember this image. Let it etch deep in your memory, and remember this fucking image of this small girl who's without a family now.
It's in Lebanon.
It is not a Palestinian girl, by the way. You know, and it's just like sometimes you got to remind people, even myself, you know, I get numb and I kind of forget what that stuff really means and what it looks like when you see it. But it's genuinely disturbing, and people still distract themselves with the IRGC war crimes. Fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. You know,
let's
go.
Did you
want to finish this?
Let's finish, because the John Kiriakou thing. Let's. You know what? How about this? Let's play it kind of like, not from the beginning, but like let's play so that we can get, because we got a lot of new people here that probably just joined in and they're probably like, what the fuck's going on?
Sure. Well,
so let's go ahead and have him confront it from the beginning and play it for like 3 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. But I want to get into one thing right off the bat. You were on a podcast and my phone started blowing up. And I'm like, why is everybody texting me this? Look what John said about you. I said, John is about to get on the podcast. So, Rob, if you have the clip, I want to start off with this. I want to address it one by one. I want you to cover this for me. So you're on a podcast. I don't know which podcast this is, but whatever it is, I was texted by everybody with this. So go ahead and play this clip.
I was watching Patrick Bet-David yesterday, and Patrick is a hardcore Zionist. He's Iranian. I don't think he's Jewish. I think he's like half Assyrian and half Armenian.
Yeah, hang on.
But he's a hardcore Zionist, and not just a Zionist. He is a like 1,000% backer of Reza Pahlavi to return to Iran and to assume the peacock throne and blah, blah, blah. And he was saying yesterday that it's not 60% of the Iranian people who support the overthrow of the regime. It is 94%.
I don't know when I've ever said that, but okay, let's keep going.
Polls are you?
There are no polls.
Hang on,
there are no polls. You just make this shit up to put your stooge in.
The monarchists are crazy online. I mean,
they are.
I saw some, they've been passing along the message that Iran only became Muslim 100 years ago.
What?
No, that was 1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago, yes. And I get that there are still Zoroastrians, and I get all that.
Which is the funniest part.
Elliot Covert, Patrick Bet-David is Jewish? Okay, I stand corrected. I wasn't sure.
You're not Jewish.
No, I'm not Jewish.
But I know he's not ethnic Persian. He's
What
Armenian
else is there, Rob? Is there
Assyrian.
anything else that goes on?
Yeah,
or
94% of his friends.
Curious to know, because I want to
That's
get all of it
exactly
out.
Well, that's what they
I'm a
do,
big
right?
fan
Literally,
of yours.
I've been asking online, like from these, these Persian
Yeah.
monarchists.
See, this is
Okay,
what I
so
get
where's
for
your
listening
proof,
to
right?
people
You
in
say,
the chat.
everybody wants the Shah back. I find that very hard to believe, considering how brutal the Shah was, and the fact that he was overthrown by his own people, right? I mean, it wasn't like he was cooed out by any foreign power. Quite to the contrary. So he, but yeah, they literally these Persian monarchists, they do polls of like.
Is there
exiles.
anything else?
And,
Okay, you can pause it right there. Walk me through this.
Oh, I
And by
owe
the
you
way,
an apology.
No, but tell me this. It's not, I don't want an apology. I enjoy talking to you. Last time we spoke, I think out of the 7 clips that we posted, 3 of them was upset Jews because it was comments you made that were bad against Mossad. And I thought it was very revealing. I thought it was great. But walk me through each of these. Number 1, hardcore Zionist, 100% backer of Pahlavi, and then 94%. Tell me.
Okay, the reason I said that is because of Netanyahu's appearance, number 1.
Yep.
And the comments that you've made about Pahlavi, like, why hasn't this guy called me back? I want him on the show. Like, why? He's irrelevant. He's a clown.
Why hasn't he called me back? I had him on the show 2 times.
Yeah, but when you first invited
do you know
him.
why? Do you know what happened there? He's asking for help. Because the interviewer, the Iranian interviewer that interviewed me, is asking me, are you going to help him? Are you going to help Reza Pahlavi? And we're speaking in Farsi and English. And I said, no. He asked me for help. I never heard back from him. But I made some very bad remarks about the guy. Have you heard what I've said about them?
No, I'd love to.
I don't know how you must not know how monarchists think of me right now.
No,
do you know they can't stand me
wrong.
today?
Good.
No, it's not good. I liked his father. I don't think he's a strong leader.
He's not.
He was following me. His wife was following me. His daughter was following me. Everybody unfollowed. The monarchists attacked me because I called. Oh, it is in shambles with me in that relationship, Rob. Maybe play a clip of what I said in the podcast if you want to play that.
That's a badge of honor.
I'm going to leave Iran and go. And by the way, you know what's the biggest thing that Iranian people are saying? Hey, Reza Pahlavi, why don't you go to Azerbaijan and say a few words from there? Come closer to Iran. Show some stuff. He's not doing it. The one thing about Trump, let me tell you what was very crystal clear about Trump, about Milei, about Bukele. You know what it was? They're willing to do the legwork. They're willing to go out there. They're willing to pay a price. They're willing to drive. They're willing to work their tails off. It's very obvious. We, the market, said, who is this crazy Elvis-looking guy from Argentina? There's no way he'll ever win making out with people on stage. Guess what? He won. Who is this Bukele guy that's in his early, mid-30s? And by the way, let me give you what's going to be confusing. I have a painting of his dad in my house. So I'm a fan of his father. So this is not like a bash towards the family.
No, of course.
And so, but this is towards, I was critical of him because for 47 years he's been talking about he wants to have Iran be free, and he didn't do it. And keep in mind, a part of me is, that's the painting in my house. That's a 15-foot painting. His father's right in the middle. My criticism is of him. But I was watching it. I'm like, why? Did somebody tell you I'm a Zionist?
Yeah.
Did you? Who's that?
It was in the chat.
But
I was reading the chat.
L pictures. Martin Luther King there. Replace that nigga with Malcolm X.
Like, why? Did somebody tell you I'm a Zionist?
Yeah.
Did you? Who's that?
It was in the chat. But I was reading the chat.
Did any other influencers that you go and do interviews with, did anybody whisper to you off camera, hey, be careful with Patrick, he's a Zionist?
Yes.
Who was that?
Oh, I don't want to out him like that. But he said, oh, you're going on PBD? I said, yeah. He said, be careful. Patrick comes out swinging on Israel.
Is this a big name?
Yeah, it's a pretty big name.
One of the biggest names? So then I know who it is.
I don't want to out
Was his family in the CIA before, maybe?
I've got to stop.
Okay.
All right, but I want to apologize on the record because I was wrong.
Okay, so that and the Bibi side, because you know who's the only person in the world that interviewed Bibi and Nick Fuentes within 30 days?
It's got to be you.
It's only me.
It's got to be.
So you know what the problem is with me, John? This is the problem. The same people that want freedom of speech, that pitch it, don't practice it.
Yeah.
What do I mean by that? They generally want to only talk to people that agree with them.
Yes.
You and I don't agree on maybe a few things.
No, which is
but
why I so
love the
enjoy
conversation.
Yes,
I love the conversation because my thoughts are, Alicia, just bring it to me. It's totally fine. My thoughts are, it's like, man, I don't know. He's a CIA guy. He must know more than I do.
Oh,
he has some experience. So I want to know. But
no, I'm wrong, and I apologize.
No, let's go to the other one because I want to clear all of this up. Let's go to the one about when you said 94%. I'd love to know when I said 94%. Rob, can you take one of the language learning models? Matter of fact, why don't we do both of them? Take ChatGPT and do Grok and ask a question. How do you want to pose this question? What percentage of Iranians don't support the IRGC? What percentage of Iranians don't support the IRGC? Okay, ask the same exact question. So what we'll typically do is we'll ask different and we'll go do our own and then we'll look at the numbers that's being given. Okay.
Wow.
This is which one? What does it say? Around 80 to 92% of Iranians appear to not support the IRGC. Based on available polls, supportedly like them. The direct polling on the IRGC challenge and due to Iran repression, surveillance, and self-censorship. Okay, great. Leaked internal Iranian government poll 2025 commissioned by the presidency, a confidential report found 92% of Iranians hate the regime. And that's from Yahoo, explicitly including Supreme Leader Khamenei and the IRGC, not just specific officials or policies. This was cited by Iranian experts and aligns with widespread dissatisfaction. Gammon is the one that I saw. By the way, I haven't even seen the one above that we're reading for the. Go to the Gammon one. Gammon says what? Independent Arts Online poll 10,000, 13 to 14 have confidence in the IRGC, so that leaves another 86. And what does it say? Broader regime rejection. Only about 15 to 20% want Islamic Republic to continue. 70 to 80% favor regime change or major transformation. High agreement, 70% with designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization in Iran. Can you go to the, is this ChatGPT or Grok?
That was Grok. Okay. And remember, by the way, this is an omission from that stat. And this is why you have to be very careful when you read these. You have to know what you're actually looking at and know how the world works. But just because they may be in favor of regime change doesn't mean they want it this way, that it's currently happening. Like in
I was going to say, this was definitely pre-war. This had to have been pre-war.
Precisely. And so this fashion of regime change is certainly not the one that people at home had in mind, if we're even granting truth to a lot of these numbers, right? And that's evident. Now, we're only 55 days in, and it's been disastrous for all sides. There's been no winner at all.
Okay, let's see what ChatGPT says. Zoom in a little bit. Okay, so direct IRGC split 2019 Maryland poll 80%. Maryland Iran poll, so that's Maryland, so you can criticize that because that's from here, 80%. Gammon is the same one. I think Gammon is from Netherlands. 71% of Iranians oppose, 20% support. So you see what numbers we're repeating.
Yeah.
We're repeating reports that are coming in. So it's not a.
You're right, and I'm wrong, and I apologize.
No, I appreciate that. And
that's whack.
That's crazy.
That's
Holy
so
shit.
fucking gay. Kiriako, you were right, bro. What do you, bro? See, this is why. Like, these numbers are bullshit because they're not wartime numbers. And then I guarantee you it's even less now because, like I said before, Hexeth, Trump, saying the shit about the Stone Age and threatening power plants and bridges, that made anyone that even liked America say, fuck that. These guys aren't trying to help us. These guys are trying to kill us. And the only people that can protect us is the IRGC. We're going to stay with the IRGC.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's cucked. That's cucked. You know what, bro? That town agency gave that nigga the call. Hey, you know what, bro?
Yeah.
You got to go here on PBD and cuck yourself.
This might be like a whole thing here. This might be like a planned humiliation ritual. Like, for your contract to actually come into fruition, you must allow Patrick Shin-Bet-Star of David to humiliate you on air. Like, what the fuck?
Facts.
Like, this is completely opposed to his rhetoric. By the way, this guy was a part of the IC. This guy was former CIA. Like, he knows something about something. He's not completely clueless for it. So for him to just completely shut down here is really scary and telling. And so I'm glad you honestly said that earlier, because now he's showing what seems to be his, true colors moving forward. But yeah, I mean, and I explained earlier why those numbers are all likely bullshit, and even if thare not, why it doesn't matter now during the war. But I don't want to beat a dead horse. You all know.
The last one I want to show you.
How much
crazy.
longer? How much longer are you gonna stand? By the way, 2:15
now. We can finish with the hadith thing. You want to move to that?
Well, let's see what is there anything else here? Like, or did you just fall like that?
I can put it on 1.25. Let's finish.
Let's finish it. Yeah. Let's finish this.
Yeah. Really quick, I have a chat or a couple chats. Igor says, "Do you and Myra know Jonathan? Wow, Jonathan Azizia? No, I'm not too familiar. Maybe Myra knows him. No. And then he says, "You and Myra need to have him on ASAP. Look him up, please." Okay, we'll look into it. Thanks, Igor. Shay says, "Got to come show love to you as well. Came from Myron Stream, one of his mods. I love this duo brother stream. Keep the good work. God bless you. Thank you so much for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. I don't know if that's huge. I'm not sure what currency that is, but regardless, whether it's $1 or 100, thank you so much. Okay. Let's get back. SK1 is still coping, bro. All right, bro. You're talking to yourself, bro.
That's talking to yourself. What is he talking about now?
I don't know. But I'm not going to ban you. You can say whatever you want. You're entitled to your opinion, but you are retarded. I hope you know that. But you're welcome to say whatever you want. But you're talking to a wall, my friend. We've addressed your claims like 100 million times in the last 50 days, and you still keep going. So maybe go back and watch the streams in detail.
Get this out of the way so we can have our conversation.
The internet's blacked out. The internet's not blacked out. You just can't use foreign websites. You can use Iranian internet, like Iranian websites and Iranian social media.
Yeah.
And that's obviously because of what happened in January when the Mossad and the CIA tried to get a whole bunch of these agitators to, do violent acts, which was admitted by the Israelis and the Americans. Like, bro, are you that stupid, dude?
The thing is, I'm just not engaging with him because he's not acknowledging the fact that the United States tried to meddle in their affairs. The United States has been involved for years. We've exacerbated the issue. Mike Pompeo admitted to the CIA and Mossad walking alongside every protester. Like, it's like, well, what are we doing here? This is very silly. If you can't acknowledge those things, then of course you're not aware or privy to what's really happening, or you don't understand it as a whole.
Who never agreed to go on the podcast with anybody. And when he came in, he was the most suspicious guy here looking at me saying, why do you have me on the podcast? You know who it was?
No, who's that?
The co-founder of IRGC.
No.
That guy right there. Mohsen Sazegara. Okay? Do you know who he was?
How did I miss that?
So check this out. I'm going to show this for you. So if you go a little bit lower to see who he's the founder of, go a little bit lower, put IRGC, arrest, blah, 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 blah. Can we find the IRGC there with him and Khomeini? Okay, right there in the middle.
There he is.
An Iranian journalist and political. He was the founder of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps after the Iranian Revolution. He was the guy. It was between him and Khomeini that started the IRGC.
My God.
He would do the intro to all the tapes where they would send in for Iranians to listen before the revolution happened to pin Pahlavi's people against him. This was the voice.
Wow.
Then you hit Khomeini. I had him on the podcast. And the claim was that Savak killed 100,000 people. Now, keep in mind, he's the propaganda guy.
Sure.
That's at Savak, which is,
intelligence service
Pahlavi's CIA, Pahlavi's Mossad, right? At the end of the podcast, I wanted to ask him, it's been 40-something years now. You were involved. Was it a lie that Shah killed 100,000 people? This is not a fan of me.
Right.
This is not a fan of the Pahlavi. He did not come in knowing what we were going to talk about. Look at his answer here. Go ahead, Rob.
Compare Shah with Khomeini. Let me say my judgment now. That many documents have come out. For instance, on those days, opposition claimed that 100,000 political prisoners Shah has. There are 100,000 political prisoners in Iran. That was false.
It was only 3,000, 3,500.
3,000, few hundred.
Right.
Now
this
that
is the
if I
founder of
compare
IRGC.
Shah with Khomeini, definitely, I already said. First of all, his personality, Shah, was...
Yeah, but this is not the basis in which we derive our criticism from. So,
what does this have to do with anything?
It has nothing to do with anything at all. I don't even know where.
I'm like trying to figure out why he's bringing this up. Like,
yeah, but
no one cares about.
John Kiriakou is just absolutely submitting right now. So, like, Patrick Bet-David is having a field day.
The better guy than Khomeini. First, second.
All right, pause that. I got some info for you guys. So, guys, check this out. Blame Israel all you want, but the reality is Iran has. Let me show you guys this screen real quick, because you guys need to see this. So, okay, it says here, blame Israel all you want, but the reality is Iran has always been the root cause of chaos in the Middle East, not Israel, right? And then says, bro, the Shah been dead, just move on. And then Patrick Bet-David, right, says, Jackson, aside from me mentioning the Shah, what part of this message do you have a problem with? And this got 107 likes, so this is a very well written thing about the Shah, but I'll quickly read through this for you guys, okay? You claim there was no major war in the Middle East during the Shah's rule, which is patently false. Yom Kippur War 73, Six-Day War 67, Suez Canal crisis 56, Arab-Israeli War 48. You also claim Iran was not heavily involved in any major war in the Middle East under the Shah, which is also patently false. Iran was fought direct and proxy wars to confront pan-Arabism and Arab nationalism, protect the Red Sea shipping lanes for the U.S. and U.K., protect the Strait of Hormuz for Western oil corporations, weaken Soviet alliance states, and to weaken supporters of Palestinian liberation groups. Not to mention the Shah Savak fought a war on the Iranian people to silence dissent, protect Western financial interests, and maintain Iran's position as a geopolitical pawn. For starters, the 1953 coup in Iran to install the Shah, which, the U.S., UK, and Israel orchestrated, results in hundreds of deaths, shelling, looting, the loss of all sovereignty, and suppression of dissent. After the coup, Iran became one of the only Muslim majority states in the region to recognize Israel. Between the 1960s and 1975, Shah led skirmishes backed by the U.S. and U.K. and Israel on the Iraqi border to weaken Iraq, which was a Soviet-aligned Arab nationalist state. The Shah's Iran was used to reduce Soviet leverage in the Persian Gulf, a key oil region. This was supported by the U.S., U.K., and Israel. Between 1961 to 1975, the Shah waged proxy war in Iraq by supporting the Kurdish rebellion alongside the U.S. and Israel in an effort to destabilize Iraq's Ba'athist government, which was a Soviet ally and Arab nationalist power. Preoccupied with the rebellion, Iraq was less able to support Arab wars against Israel. Iran acted as a conduit for U.S. and Israeli aid, provided bases and weapons to the Kurds, and used U.S. supplied arms to shell Iraqi positions. And then between 73 and 76, the Shah deployed 4,000 Iranian troops to aid the UK's former colonial power of Oman in securing oil routes in the Strait of Hormuz for the US and UK. Iran helped Oman's Sultan Qaboos, who was a British agent, in crushing the Marxist Darfur Liberation Front, which was backed by the South Yemen and Soviet bloc. And there's just more and more here. But the point you guys are trying to get here, and I could drop this link for you guys if you want to read more, that basically the Shah was a Western puppet, okay?
Absolutely.
I'll drop the link there so you guys can read it yourselves, but it was very well written in response, and obviously it was a monumental fucking ratio. But yeah, anyway. What's the next? We're going to Randy Fine, right?
Yeah. There was something he said about a hadith, so I'll take a look at it.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see
I
what he
can
said.
pull that up. We could probably maybe cover this tomorrow. Let me see here. This okay. Frank, no. Simcast IRL. Oh, go boom. Sorry.
Very good.
And then I want to watch this real quick because we didn't get a chance to finish up on this thing, and then we'll go to there.
The DOJ saying that a U.S. Special Forces soldier involved in the military operation in January, and he used his access to classified information to make money on the. You're calling this insider trading with national security information. How are they framing these charges?
Austin, thanks for having me, and really a first, but probably won't be the last. And now that you can really kind of bet on anything, and even though this isn't your traditional wager, it's a prediction market, we are going to see this type of insider trading, really no different than trading on an inside tip on the stock market or a boxing match or other sporting event. It is fraudulent because it is defrauding someone on the other side. Now, it's not your typical security, so it's not necessarily insider trading under securities law, but it is a commodity, and that's why it's still considered fraud. And in this particular case, wire fraud under federal law. And of course, this is someone that has classified information, and we all remember the Espionage Act. That was what was used to charge Donald Trump and other folks recently down there in South Florida. So people may be familiar with the law on that basis. And when it comes to the Espionage Act, you don't necessarily have to sell the secrets or even give them to someone else under the law, as long as you use confidential information for a personal reason.
Yeah, you're cooked.
That can
NDI
be considered a violation of
national defense information, regardless of classification.
The law.
So I was reading what the DOJ put out. They say, the government says that Van Dyke made more than $400,000 in profit here. What do we know about how investigators might have been able to trace that money? Do we have any indicators?
We do. And the good thing about
assuming they probably did grand jury subpoenas, pulled all his financials.
AI and algorithms, they flag these suspicious transactions. So again, stock market, probably the best.
Yeah, making an account and then putting that kind of money in immediately is big red flag.
Best example, right? Someone buys a stock or a lot of stock shortly before it spikes in value, well, that's going to raise red flags. Investigators at the SEC and DOJ are going to look into that transaction, particularly if it's someone who hasn't made that type of trade before. Similarly, right? And a lot of people on social media were pointing to this. How does someone make this type of predictions shortly before it happens? Obviously, we know that the president was talking about potentially using military force in Venezuela. But if someone makes that type of wager shortly before the U.S. goes into Venezuela and captures Maduro and bets a large amount, that is going to raise red flags. Authorities at the FBI, they're going to look at that transaction to see if it was based on non-public classified information in Austin. That's exactly what happened here.
There's also allegations, Nima, that he tried to cover his tracks, deleting accounts, changing email addresses, moving money into crypto. How important is that going to be with the prosecution's case?
It's going to show of guilt and knowledge of guilt.
Yes.
That was very important. Obviously, we've all heard the expression, the cover-up is worse than the crime. Now, not necessarily the case here, but that is consciousness of guilt. People that try to cover their tracks, delete evidence, hide emails and other information, those are people who have likely committed a crime. And every judge in every courtroom in this state and this country are going to allow that evidence in as evidence of a guilty mind and consciousness of guilt.
So how much of this operation to nab Maduro is likely to come out in court? I mean, this was such a high-profile operation. It's a classified operation. It's got a lot of...
Not a lot of it's going to be needed in court because he was already indicted, which means they already have the evidence they need.
They did the work.
Yeah, they already did the investigative work. So, like, the operation to grab him isn't really going to be needed for discovery purposes. That's irrelevant. He was already indicted, and they indicted him back in like 2020, bro. So like, they're gonna just use the evidence that they had back from 2020 to indict him. That's what's gonna be discoverable. They don't have to disclose how they actually captured him.
A classified nature to it. So given the classified nature of this case, do you expect if this goes to trial that we'll learn more about the internal operations or something like that?
I don't think we will. And in addition to the information being classified, there's actually a special procedure in these types of cases, and it's the Classified Informations Procedure Act, or CIPA. So essentially what has to happen is the discovery has to be turned over in a SCIF or secured facility for just the defense attorneys. The judge needs to make sure that anything the jurors see or is made public can potentially be redacted to remove any classified information.
Yeah, but they won't even have to really do that like that. Because again, this guy was indicted like 5 years ago, chat. So he got indicted like in 2020 or 2021 or some shit like that. So like, they already had the evidence to charge him. It's just that they went ahead and pulled the trigger now, but they've had the evidence against him.
And for
which
those
is like trafficking.
And for those who don't know, and obviously, like, you could speak more to this, but I think a lot of people don't really always familiarize themselves or understand like what that means. But like, indicted is like pretty much your cook. Like, they've been building a case on you for a minute, and now it's just a means of actually grabbing the
You've been
suspect
formally charged by a grand jury at the federal level, which at the federal level, when they get a grand jury indictment on you, they have quite a bit of information. Because remember, it's feds. So
it's a whole different game.
It's not like the state. Yeah.
They come ready.
So they've been, they always come ready for the most part.
And they can, with the 6ix9ine case, they could have got him sooner, but they waited. They actually had to get him fast in Connecticut. You spoke about this extensively because he could have been killed, but they were going to continue to build a case on him, right?
Yep.
So, and that's something that I learned from you too. So that's very
because
interesting.
He went to Mohegan Sun. Basically there was a threat on his life, and they were terrified that there was going to be a shootout, so they had to get him right then and there. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. They react to Hassan Pike. I talked about this earlier.
Property. Well, over your property maybe is a problem. But like, if I see a dude who owns a gyrocopter flying over the river, which they do, I'm not saying I'm being oppressed because they may as well be our brother's player. Through the river.
Is that he doesn't like people? I think he kind of has a lot of anger.
The American project who hate the history. Why do they all come? And we saw this. They get to see all of their kids are here.
Are you familiar with the Trojan horse?
Yeah.
Why did the soldiers go inside and try and get into the enemy's fortress? Well, they wanted to kill everybody.
It is also part of it's like if you look in the Quran, which...
Okay, we'll fast forward this a bit.
Fraud, it all is a scam, and they are here, they do hate America, and they're here to destroy America. Yeah, that is the goal.
I align with the idea, the concern that the corporatocracy is going to buy us out and make us a permanent rental class. And I think that I align with the leftist communists. They want to stop that too, but their methodology is to use violent force sometimes. And like, I'm open to the government seizing property, like if it was Chinese Chinese bought American farmland. Like, that's arguably communist to use the government to seize private property.
But by the way, in those cases, it's called eminent domain. They actually give them the market value of it. They don't just take it. And we do that all the time. If they want to expand the road out in front of here, the government can seize the property in order to expand the road, but then they have to give you the market price to do it. That's been something that's been around for a long time. I think the challenge here is what does it mean to be an American? And what is our culture? And are we going to be able to do these things? You talk about the corporatocracy.
Oh, wow.
It's the creation of wealth and companies that's made America, America. All these great technologies that we're talking about. It was some entrepreneur that came up with that hose that you were talking about earlier, and probably came up with the idea in America.
Oh shit! Let me get these. Joe, wait, does that mean that Trump has the same poll numbers as IRGC? Probably. As Catholic friend told his Muslim Shiites, the real ones are in the Middle East. Okay, PBD's podcast thing. I see that. Irish women are people. Okay. All right. Keep playing.
Because we create all the innovations in the world.
I just asked the robot. And it says that incest is fairly common in Somalia. Around 49% of Somalis are the product of first or second cousin marriage.
Wasn't this disastrous for Democrats? I don't know that that's true because they seem to be embracing him and sort of glossing him. Obviously, he's on the New York Times podcast. He's getting platformed. He's invited to Yale to speak at the same time that, for instance, at UCLA, a woman who survived the 10/7 attacks was faced with protests because it was offensive to students that somebody who had survived that kind of violence should speak because they were none of it makes any sense. But
well, because they lied. Like a lot of these people were like, you know, they lied about 10/7. That's why so many people are outraged by it, because 10/7 was filled with propaganda to justify what led to all the wars across the Middle East.
It's interesting. We're also saying, you know, Obama spending time with Zoran Mamdani.
Like that one girl, one of the captives said, "Oh, the Hamas guy raped me with his eyes," and then she went to Israel and her personal trainer raped her. Like what?
Yeah, that was brutal.
Do you remember that?
Brutal.
It's like,
I certainly do remember the girl with the duck lips.
Yeah. Like, yo, she's over here like, oh, because they asked her straight up, hey, did any of the Hamas fighters grape you? And she was like, no, but he graped me with his eyes as he sat there and watched me. And then she goes back to Israel, safe and sound, and what happens? She gets raped by an Israeli personal trainer.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Bruh. Like, what?
Can't make that type of stuff up.
There is just an
Can't make this shut up, bro.
eagerness, and you even saw it in the facial expression of the woman who was interviewing him. There's so much eagerness to latch on to what they see as charisma and reaching the youth, and no one in the Democratic Party is willing to call this out.
Well, my favorite part of the Yale speech was when Hassan said that the collapse of the Soviet Union was one of the greatest, what do you say, catastrophes of the 20th century. And then he was like, after it ended, you know, people were committing suicide, they lost their jobs, there was a lot of rape and children being murdered. And it's funny because it's like, and all that was happening while the Soviet Union existed too. So, like, your point is bad things the Soviet Union were doing persisted after they ended? Okay.
Was he talking about the way it got broken up? Because I think it was like businessmen that kind of decided how it was going to happen. And that's
he
why
was
Russia
saying that
lost
after the
Fort
Soviet Union
Sebastopol.
collapsed, there was a lot of suicide, murder, crime, and those bad things emerged from the collapse of the Soviet Union. He's trying to make this point that while the Soviet Union was bad for a lot of reasons, they had some stability, and after they fell, everything was chaotic and destructive. And the problem is the Soviet Unions went and, like, you know, I don't know, killed like 30 million.
They had everybody in
30 million
gulags,
people.
too. There's like so many people in jail.
Yeah, Ukrainians starved to death in the 30s, the Holodomor.
Yeah.
And they had ethnic supremacy movements, and so all of that was.
Yeah, but who did the Holodomor?
Yep.
We're just gonna gloss over that.
Really bad. We don't like the Soviet Union at all. And Hassan, you know, I wonder too, because how does someone so intentionally, like, you know, I don't think he's stupid. I don't think you get to these positions by being dumb, but he is dishonest. And
someone asked me, how do you think Candace feels about this dude now? Yeah, she probably said he got the call. Patrick bin Sharmut went to Israel. The numbers guy. You guys are fucking.
What Candace feels about who? But maybe he's referring to Tucker.
John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou.
Okay. Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't expect that. That was.
Thank you, Jock,
like...
for the gifts or for the donations, bro. Appreciate you, my friend.
There's a lot of examples of this. Here's what I'm doing. I'm going to jump to this from the New York Times. This is the article where they actually highlight the interview with Hassan. The rich don't play by the rules.
Oh, this thing was it was fucking terrible. I listened to it earlier.
So why should I? I want to.
So retarded.
A quote from Hassan. I'm just going to do this real quick. I really want to see if that's something he actually.
I'll move forward.
Fight too hard.
Long story short, they were just sitting there talking about how theft from the elites is acceptable, and how they protest and fight the machine. Whatever, it's retarded.
Wow, be nice.
So there's that's the problem. Curtis Yarvin, I think, said this, that Republicans treat power the way a wine snob treats alcohol, and Democrats treat power the way an alcoholic treats alcohol.
It's a great analogy. And it's true. And I can tell you, being inside for the last year, that is what it is like.
I also think inherently, like, conservatives, the conservative impulse, and most Republicans are conservatives, is to maintain the status quo, is to preserve what we have. And naturally, most Democrats are revolutionaries. Yeah. They want to destroy, they want to blow.
Yeah, because it's like called progressive. They must progress. God. Yes. Like, yeah, I've said this before. I did a whole like monologue on this. The reason why progressives, like, what I've always said this, progressives are more violent than conservatives because in order for them to effectuate their change, you must progress. And a lot of times that means that they have to use some type of violence to do it. Right. So like, this is why progressives are far more likely and far more willing to and more comfortable with using violence to effectuate their political cause. This is why they're protesting in Minneapolis, fucking burning the cities down, destroying things or whatever, because that is what happens. Like that, this is to progress, right? Versus conservatives are trying to conserve the status quo. So anytime someone says, oh, conservatives are more violent, I just laugh because I'm like, no, they're not. Because by definition, they're trying to conserve what they have versus it's the progressives that are trying to change what's happening. So that's why they have to use violence as a tool to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, they're forced.
And this is why they're outside more. They're the ones. Yeah, the impetus is on them to perform to effectuate the change. So this is why they're way more outspoken. This is why they will protest. This is why they will destroy buildings. This is why they'll sit there and do hunger strikes, or they'll sit there chained up and say, free Palestine. Like, it's progressives that move the needle, but we have to be honest here and understand that they move the needle via violence all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
whereas for anybody on the right, you just kind of sit where you are and pray that the legislation does not advance too quickly or too much, right? So
yeah,
that's what it is. That's true. There's also other things, right? Like just the fact that progressives typically their ideology is not only parallel with more extreme measures because that's what it takes to kind of push their narrative that doesn't exist within society, but also just the fact that a lot of them are mentally unstable because of the fact that they support ideas that have nothing to do with reality, right? Like trans rights and stuff like that. And so it kind of forces you into this paradigm where you have to operate outside of reality, and maybe that means violence is the first answer. So
for them,
a
lot of the times
it's so many things that kind of lead them down this path of violence and instability and not being able to reason or have conversation. And there's some that can, and you see them on Jubilee, but for the most part, they're a non-conversationalist group of people that would rather get their goals via force because they feel like talking to you is too far gone just because of how
not only that, they don't even
disconnect.
Yeah, it's too far gone, and they don't even think you deserve a voice. Like,
exactly.
Like they will literally sit there and say, yeah, just punch Nazis. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's and shout out to Shay. Thank you for the W and the 1,000 kicks. But yeah, like they look at it like they won't even platform a conservative, and they'll just say they're a Nazi, and then because the thing with the left is, since they don't live in reality and since they don't value anyone else's opinion other than their own, they try to sit there and say they're progressive and they're tolerant, but they're actually not tolerant of anyone that has different political ideology than them, ironically enough. They look at it like, oh, you think there's two genders? Oh, you think being gay is weird or some other stuff like that, or you don't agree with like my open philosophy? Okay, you don't deserve a voice and you're a Nazi. And that's why they use like these, they'll call you a bigot, or this is why they're so big with name calling. And this comes into warfare as well. You must demonize your opponent to make it easier for you to enact acts of violence on them, right? So when they call you a Nazi or a bigot or a racist or a vile anti-Semite or some other bullshit like this, they're name calling you so that they can justify aggression towards you. And then also they use it to justify to not actually have a conversation with you because they'll say, you spread hateful rhetoric, we don't even want you here. So that's how progressives like do things, interestingly enough. Like they sit there and they'll say, oh, we're tolerant or whatever. No, they're only tolerant of people that have their own progressive ideologies. And if you disagree and you have conservative viewpoints, they don't even look at you as a human. They actually justify violence against you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like for example,
very well put.
If I went to let's say like a Trump rally, right, and I was a progressive, versus if I was a conservative and I went to an Antifa rally, I would get way more fucking violence my way at an Antifa rally as a conservative than going to a Trump rally as a Democrat. Yeah, they'll talk some shit. Yeah, they'll say you're a weirdo, blah, blah, blah. But the likelihood of me being assaulted is lower going as a progressive to a conservative function versus the other way around.
Yeah. And that's the biggest weakness of the left overall, is the fact that a lot of their base, younger people, a lot of women, honestly, a lot of them being comprised in New York City, which I'm right next door to, they do resort to this extreme violence, and they don't care for conversation. They don't share, this marketplace of ideas. They don't have that ideology. For them, it's like either their way or no way. And that also kind of tangles with feminism, right? Like feminism doesn't want to hear anything differently than what they already have set up in place, because it's this idea that you've always had to say, now it's my turn. And it's kind of the same thing with progressive ideology. It's like, you guys are conservatives. You've always had to say, you've always had the norm. Now it's our turn, or now it's our turn. So yeah, I absolutely agree, but you're totally right. They don't want to even have that conversation with you because they feel like you're undeserving to even speak. A lot of them think that people like you and I should just never speak again and be in prison for our beliefs.
Yeah.
That's
they want us dead, bro.
Yeah.
Like look at how like the reaction after Charlie Kirk died. Like, you know what I mean? Like that. Like they don't even think we're worthy of breathing or being like alive. Like that. They literally like cheered when Charlie Kirk got killed. And here's another thing too with progressives: they don't like to debate. Like they don't like to debate, and that's why I actually give Destiny a lot of credit. Destiny's like one of the few progressives that will actively go into conservative spaces and debate people that have completely different viewpoints. Now, granted, he's a debate bro, so it is what he does. But a lot of progressives are terrified to debate. Even Dean Withers, who considers himself like a debater, bro, he's run from so many debates. He ran from me, he ran from Andrew Wilson, etc. And we have sizable audiences. So what he would rather do is like fucking like, you know, talk to some idiots on the phone and make them look like idiots
on TikTok,
on his thing. But like, but the reality is that progressives like don't even like to debate. Conservatives versus conservatives will actively go and debate progressives. We will actively go to their area and debate them versus they will not do that for us. The only few that I could think of that do that are like Destiny, and that I really can't think of anyone else that actively goes out and debates conservatives.
And one thing that I'll say as well, and this is important, and this is to the progressive side's credit, this is to the left's credit, a lot of people on the right, far right, center right, regardless, they tend to not be as well spoken, as educated, as skillful in debate tactics than people on the left. That is something I will 100% concede to. When you deal with individuals from the left, they actually tend to go to college. They actually tend to be educated. They actually tend to care about how they sound, working on their speech, working on everything else, understanding a good degree of at least domestic policy. That's kind of a pattern and a trend that I've noticed, whereas on the right, that's far and few between. When you have it, and it's very strong, but there's not much of it. And that's why a lot of guys
I'll give you a perfect example right now. Like, look at Osmongold. Like, it's brain dead geopolitical analysis, but people love it because, I'll be honest, a lot of conservatives are fucking retards. They're actually really like,
it's a big problem on the right. It's a big problem on the right. They're not educated. Yeah, they're not educated.
They're not educated. They can't formulate arguments. And it's like another reason, too, that we have a problem with the right wing in America, way too focused on only domestic issues. Way too, because what they'll do is like, they'll just be culture warriors, right? Most right wingers will be culture warriors talking about domestic issues. They don't have any idea of foreign policy, whatever. And I think there's a reason for that. Like, they don't want to talk about foreign policy because then you have to deal with the Israel question. And none of them want to deal with that because that's just that leads you down a path of issues financially, platform wise, etc. So a lot of them prefer to just stay culture warriors and stay out of geopolitics because then you have to be honest and talk about like the ills of the United States when it comes to foreign policy a lot of times because we do a lot of bullshit foreign policy wise.
Leftists will lean very hard into that. That will be the whole crux of their standpoint, of their foundation.
Left us destroy us on foreign policy. It's actually embarrassing. It pisses me off.
And you know, people even like Charlie Kirk, you know, Kirk did not like to be asked about Israel. He did not like to be asked about foreign policy. Of course, he was not in favor of the Iran war, but that wasn't tangible at the time, at least to the normal person.
He understood it. He understood it, but he never talked about it because he understood it. That's exactly. He called it regional war. It'd be a problem, etc. He understood the problems with it, but he said that this is a no-win topic for me. This is a no-win topic. So I'm just going to stay away from it. I'm going to go to the president directly, say, please don't get into war, but I'm going to stay away from this.
Yeah. It's a serious problem on the right, and it needs to be remedied and combated. And so that's the real issue that I see is there's just not enough voices on the right wing that are actually, you know, like really well-spoken. And there's just really a handful, you know, and not only well-spoken, but understand subject matter to the degree where they can take it to the debate table and have it with these other guys like Destiny and others. So there's a good amount. I'm not saying there's none, but there's definitely more intellectuals on the left. You know, and like people always demonize, like, for example, somebody that comes to my mind, Mehdi Hassan. I don't like him. Say what you want about him. He's a great debater. You know?
Yeah, he's good. He's very good.
These things like that you must acknowledge.
On Israel Palestine, he's very good. Yeah. He's very good on Israel.
Even
Palestine,
on domestic policy, I watched him on Jubilee. And although I disagree with him, I thought that he did a good job, you know, and anybody who's into debating, and I'm really not even the biggest fan of debates. I feel like for a large part they can be fruitless. They're really just for entertainment, but you know, he's good, you know, he's solid. So you got to acknowledge that and also come to the fact that we need a lot more of that on the right. Definitely need a lot more. And no better time to need more of it than now.
But no, you're correct that they tend to be far more academically sound. They tend to be a bit more educated, etc. So yeah, and you know, a lot of us on the right wing are.
They run the cities, bro. Well, they run the cities, right? Chicago, New York, L.A. All of these cities are Democratic, left-leaning, a lot of youth. Whereas the MAGA base, the conservatives, you know, they exist within these municipalities as well. But for the most part, you know, they're kind of stretched throughout the South. They're stretched throughout maybe the Bible Belt. And so there's not as much infrastructure. There's not as much money. There's no big tech there. There's no real big schools there. All the Ivy Leagues are nowhere to be found in that area. So there's just no access for that base for the white right, for the heritage American base to, you know, kind of be able to weaponize a lot of the arguments that can go far against the left, because they just don't. And it's not in the culture as well, you know, like it's not in the culture for a lot of people on the right. They don't like college. And look, college is a scam to a degree, but it's nuanced. Yeah, but it's nuanced. Look, if you want to go into STEM, if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be an engineer, if you want to do, then you need school. And even then, I'll say as a college grad, look, my degree did little to nothing for me, but it did help me. You know, I did learn a lot. I learned a lot about economics. I learned a lot about things that helped me today in the stream. So it's just something that, you know, the right could take in their back pocket as a note, is to get a little bit more educated as a whole, as a base. Because what's the meme surrounded around people on the right or MAGA supporters? You know, they're like retards with a big Make America Great Again hat, driving an old truck all around and not knowing anything about how the world works. And Dean Withers is like the epitome of kind of exposing that, because he goes on TikTok and he debates all of these guys. And of course, Dean Withers is way more qualified than all these others, but he makes them look so stupid. So there definitely is like this starvation on the right for, you know, an intellectual conversation or intellectual rhetoric. But we can keep going.
Yeah. But yeah, like, you know, not to pick on Osmongold or whatever, but like, you know, when one of the top guys over here just saying based all day, like, okay.
Things up, that is the progressive revolutionary impulse.
You know how I imagine it? There's like high school, you know, it's like maybe like a middle school playground, and there's this kid with like a leather jacket and his hair's all messy, and, you know, all the girls are like, oh, he's a bad boy. That's the Democrats. And then there's this like nerdy kid who's like walking, and then the kid in the jacket shoves him to the ground, and then all of his friends start laughing. And the nerdy kid gets up and goes, that was really funny of you to do that to me. You're so smart. And he's like, yeah, shut up, get out of here. That's how I view the Democrats and the Republicans. Remember when Bowman, like, pulled the sign off the door and then opened it, committing a crime, and then they're just like, we're not going to do anything about it.
Look, they're doing it right now. I mean,
I've got to
we're
get
gonna
Discord Nitro, bro. Yeah, it's not like a connection thing. It's like a
yeah. It's your Discord is
thing.
trash.
Yeah.
We're not going to fund the people who protect the border and manage immigration and custom enforcement. And Schumer called them all evil in the last day or two. So that is what they think. Wow. They don't believe in law.
Schumer said evil?
Yeah, he called them evil and rogue and everything. So these are people who literally check your passport when you come in and out of the border. I mean, that is where we are, where there is good and there is evil. And unfortunately, I think a lot of my colleagues refuse to understand this is not our fathers. This is not our grandfathers.
I don't think so. I think they're cowards.
That is true as well.
I think, you know, because you can see there's a handful of Republicans that are not cowards, and they get into trouble in the media. They're willing to stand up, speak out.
I'm one of them.
You know, perhaps, cause fights. But many Republicans just keep their heads down, shut up.
Because it's easier to do. Yeah, because regarding the decline of America and like reversing that, what are you like into the technocracy? I don't see like a better world than a technocracy. I just don't want global totalitarian networks that seize your free speech and shut off your bank account. Well, but that's where we're headed. I mean, that's what the liberals were doing. They were deplatforming everyone who disagreed with them. That's what
this is true.
You're a person who serves government, and government, of course, is supposed to serve us.
And then they could do communism the real way that it's never been tried.
Yeah, so smart contracts. Let's jump to the story from the Post-Millennial. 114,000 New Yorkers have fled since in 2025 ahead of the Mamdani taking of the Gracie Mansion. Across all income levels, more people moved out of New York City than moved in. The only thing I would say is a lot of people are like, yeah, that'll show them. No, this is what they want to happen. Take a look at this from the New York Post. Ken Griffin's Citadel claps back at Mamdani's viral penthouse video, threatens to scrap $6 billion New York City development. Do it. Do not put $6 billion into New York. I can sit here and talk about accelerationism all day and say, aha, people are going to leave New York. They want that. It allows them to consolidate power because the people who are leaving are the people who vote against this. But if you pull your investment out, they have no power. They will lord over a pile of ashes. If people keep investing in New York City, despite knowing the psychopathic crackpot has taken...
How is New York? I don't know. You're in Connecticut, so obviously it's a bit different. But you're not too far from the city. Has this new mayor affected you at all, or
no?
Like,
and look, I'm not a favor of socialism. I don't like him. I would have never voted for him. But like the whole NYC is ruined thing is really being dragged, and I see some desperation engagement posts on X like, "This is Mamdani's New York and it's trash on the street." Like, hey, dumb fuck. There's always been trash on the street in New York City. So I'm not a resident there.
Yeah, New York City's been terrible forever.
Yeah, but what I will say is what Tim is saying right now is unfortunately cope. New York City is the richest and greatest city in the world. And despite the socialist being in office, I don't think that's going to be derailed anytime soon, at least in the foreseeable future. That's asinine. You've got the stock market, you've got NASDAQ, you've got Wall Street. billions and billions and billions of dollars will always be going in and out, inside and outside of New York, despite whoever is mayor. And that's just like an unceasing reality. So this is like, like this, you know, this is what, bro, this is how I can explain it to you. Mm-hmm. Of course I'm conservative. Of course I suppose somebody would call me far right, whatever. But like this is the problem. This is what I was just saying. Niggas on the right get so into this like emotional trope, like, oh, New York is ruined. Oh, New York. Like, you're showing your low IQ. Shut the fuck up. Like, figure it out. New York
City sucks anyway. I don't even know. I hate New York City, so I don't care.
No, I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah. I love it in doses, but I need it in doses. I would never be able to live there, I don't think. But, you know, I like going for a little bit. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, it's just like this crybaby fest, like, oh, Mom Donnie. It's like, hey, bro, then let's get empowered. Let's win. Let's teach people how to think. Let's gain some influence. Let's not run this podcast with Randy Fat Fuck Fine and then complain about Zohran Mamdani when the guy across the table from you is taking millions of dollars from Israel. And the same mayor who's mayor in New York City, the most influential city in the fucking world, said that he does not support Israeli war crimes, and he won. And so the guy across the table from you is supporting that. So, like, do you not see where the pendulum is beginning to swing now? And that's what's so frustrating. You know, it's like, yeah, I get it. I don't like Mamdani either. But enough with this, like, right-wing culture vulture rhetoric. Like, this is so fucking annoying, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Hopefully that's kind of clear. It's like, oh, Mamdani. It's like, hey, bro, you're sitting across the table from Randy Fine. We have bigger fish to fry. And New York City, although there may be some policies that go into effect that certainly affect the upper or rich class, really, I'm not in favor of that. I strongly disagree with that. I hate socialism. But, you know, at the end of the day, what are we talking about? You know, it's kind of silly. It's just like a part of this, like, anti-left wing kind of like, oh, it's a part of the culture war. It's so easy because he's a sitting duck. You know, he's a Muslim. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day,
they're gonna just attack him for being Muslim this whole time. I guarantee. Listen, I haven't watched it, but guarantee.
But bro, listen, and I'm giving niggas on the right the antidote right here. I'm Muslim, and I'm telling you I don't like him, but he's well spoken, he's charismatic, he's young. He's fiery, he's energetic, and he had an excellent campaign. You know, he's in the subway, he's talking to the youth, he's addressing the problems head on. He did what Trump did. That's what Trump did, right? Trump is an excellent campaigner. He gave people exactly what they wanted to hear. That's what this guy did. So are we going to sit on the podcast and have Randy Fine on across the table bitching about everything else in between when the real problem is Israel? Or are we going to get people in positions to combat this guy who are also very smart, witty, funny, young, handsome, charismatic, that have opposing views? Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's actually address the issue because
we need a Republican, we need a conservative version of him, is what you're saying, to fight him. We can't fight him with old tactics.
And there's nothing like that in New York, right? You have that with Fishback in Florida, obviously, but does Tim support Fishback? I probably doubt it. So it's like, bro, you know, you're complaining about it, but you're not trying to fix the issue.
Yeah, we can't use the old guard to combat this shit. We need to get into the new, and we need to, like, modernize and realize. And I told you, I said this when he won the election when he won the election last year. Be prepared. Democrats from this point forward are all going to have anti-Israel rhetoric. And this is going to be the way that they campaign. They're not going to take the AIPAC money, or they're going to get the money in other ways from other shell packs. And if the Republicans want to keep up, they're going to have to adopt this more modern campaign style where you're not owned by the Israel lobby. So we need to catch up because the Democrats are already doing it. And Mamdani has proven that that's the campaign that's going to win. And the whole Republican rhetoric of like, oh, yeah, I would go to Israel first is my thing, that shit ain't going to work. And yeah, having Randy Fine on talking about it is retarded. But I agree with you. We cannot use the old guard Republican campaign.
It's so outdated
strategy.
And it's becoming cringe.
It's not going to work.
It's like, hey, to recognize and defeat your adversary, step one is giving credit to their expertise. And that's exactly how Mamdani won this election. He was an expert, you know, and he campaigned well. So it's just like, bro, you know, and I'm not trying to rip on these guys, especially Tim, but like, bro, come on. You know, I don't want to do that like 50-year-old right-wing crying session. Like, nigga, let's mobilize here. But so go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. Yo, can you run this? Let me give you, if you want, I can give you this link and the timestamp. That way you can stop it as you need to. I got to run down. I'm going to run downstairs to grab a burrito. I'm fucking dying.
Burrito? Where'd you get it from? Actually, you don't got to say.
What the fuck is the name? So Uber Eats it. I could give you the name. It's some like new spot.
Oh.
Here, check your Telegram. I gave you the link.
Bet.
Here, I'll stop screen sharing. I'll make sure that you get it up first before I run downstairs.
Pulling it up right now. What's the timestamp?
We are at 42:24 right now.
42:24.
Yes.
Okay. Are they about to bring up the hadith? Oh yeah, they definitely are, because they're talking
No,
about
that's
Ramadan.
later on. Yeah,
Oh.
they're gonna. Yeah, probably will come up after this.
Okay.
Someone said, "Myron being a fat ass, bro. I've been on stream the whole time and haven't eaten all day. Shut the fuck up."
Okay. All right.
Niggas
Perfect.
retarded. Like, what the fuck? I've been sitting here the whole time. I haven't even eaten yet. Shut the fuck up.
Locked and
6'3", almost 100 pounds, bitch ass niggas. Like, bro, you're the fat one here. Also, it's double chicken with black beans and white rice. So shut the fuck up, dumb fucks. I'm not you.
Josie's super chatted. Hey Josie, what's up? Thanks so much. Justice for JC says, "Hey Rhett," and I'm ready. Go ahead, bro. You can grab it whenever. I'm gonna read chats and then run it. Hey Riyadh, maybe you can do a show where you review hypernormalization. Hold on, let me get the chats full screen here. Sorry. Okay, Justice for JC says, "Hey Riyadh, maybe you could do a show where you review hypernormalization, similar to what your brother does with The Greatest Story Never Told." Yeah, I just don't know if I could do it on YouTube, but I would love to do something like that with all of the chat one day. Josie, the biggest super chat you ever get from a Jew. Okay, thanks so much, Josie. Appreciate it. Shout out to Josie, by the way. Huge help. Justice for JC says, "Could you please try to debate/interview Osmond Gold?" I don't know if he's down.
No, he won't do it. He doesn't do collabs, bro. MHD, thank you for the 5. Yeah, Osmond Gold doesn't do collabs, and I can see why. It doesn't really. It doesn't benefit him, bro, to collab with
He gets
anybody.
hundreds of thousands of views in minutes. The guy makes tons of money. He's not gonna.
Yeah,
discredit
why is he gonna
himself on
collab with?
public
Yeah,
display.
like
that makes no
makes
sense.
zero sense for him to which I don't. I'd be happy to have a convo with him, but bro, there's no way. And he looks at it like I'm not gonna talk to other conservatives, like whatever.
Yeah.
But he won't. That's just. I don't think he'll talk to anybody. If I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think he would debate because even a progressive. He just doesn't like to talk to other people.
Yeah, yeah. He does his
I'll
own
be right
thing.
back.
So, okay. And then we got Solo King says, "Tell Myron stop dissing Somalis. We love Sudanese." Okay. Justice for thanks for the 2. Justice for JC says, "New York should worry about them boys and kiss to Wall Street." Yeah. Texas Dub 14, thanks for the $10. He says, "Thanks for the great show. You and Myron have always been amazing. Would you ever consider doing content in Arabic?" My Arabic's not strong enough. Not strong enough at all. I would love to, but I'd have to make it a lot better and more fluid. Inshallah, maybe one day. Thank you so much, though, Texas. All right, let's keep going with the video.
Pot has taken over. You will enrich and empower him. He will steal your assets. You put that money in his jurisdiction. He will put it in his pocket. So instead of just threatening.
Like, he's kind of right. The guy's a socialist. So, effectively, he's super left.
To do it, why don't you go ahead and do it?
Well, the issue I have with the headline that you showed before is they're all leaving and moving to Florida. And as a Floridian, as a Floridian, I should like that, right? My state's booming, everybody's coming. But here's why it's bad.
Yeah, but New York will never fall.
New York's going to collapse because
Okay. No, it's not.
Everyone will leave. See, if I don't like American policies, I have 3 choices in American. I can burn my passport, pay my taxes, or go to jail. If you don't like what they're doing in New York, you can just get in your car and drive away.
But you don't understand, no place in the United States or the world offers the same opportunity as New York, as well as the fact that a lot of the base in New York is actually not super right or right-leaning whatsoever. New York is a center-left city at best. So maybe they're not the biggest fan of Mamdani, but they're certainly not this far over on the window like you guys are. They don't care that much. And New York has always been an expensive pile of taxes and shit anyways. So it's just like, it's more of a culture issue that he's in office than anything else. And New York is not going to fall as like the financial hub. It's a silly statement.
That's what a lot of people are doing. But what's going to end up happening, and this is why every American needs to be worried about this, when New York goes bankrupt, they're going to come to the taxpayers of the other 49 states and say, you have to bail us out. It's why we all have to care, because New York's problems will ultimately become all of our problems.
Well, Maybe the harsh reality is that Trump does not have the capability to deal with issues like this, but he's butting up with Mamdani in the Oval Office. Trump should be exerting every avenue possible to be stopping things like this from happening. He doesn't do it. So
And why doesn't he do it, Tim? Go ahead and elucidate the full picture for us. Because I agree with you, but why doesn't he do it? It's because he's vigorously distracted with a stupid-ass war that he started for the people who pay the guy across the table from you that is probably weighing down your chair and ready to break it.
It's no surprise that you've got so many people turning on Donald Trump, and these podcasters, these specific individuals that he's called out, are finding it is very lucrative to be against him. And I think the reason is you've got the younger conservative guys. Many of them flock towards people like Nick Fuentes. Fuentes says, screw Trump. Don't support him. Vote for the Democrats. Republicans deserve to lose. So Trump's losing the support. And then I'm sitting here saying, like, I got to be honest, I don't know what I get for voting for Republican either, other than a speed bump for Democrats. And by all means, it's a fair argument. It's better to have Republicans do nothing than Democrats burn it down. But if the argument is manage decline or decline, I'm going to choose prepping. I'll just say, okay, well, then I'm not interested in any of it. Because I can dedicate my time and energy to saying, man, we better get a Republican Congress to take the majority this time around. And then what happens? They can't. The SAVE Act, 80% support across the country, and they won't pass it. So the thing is, if I felt, man, we better get punishing for Republicans to vote against them, I would, but it's not. Right. So Dave Smith says Republicans deserve to lose. He's like, I wouldn't advocate giving Democrats the White House or anything like that, but they need to be punished. Nick Fuentes says something similar. The problem is people like Thune, he doesn't care if they lose the majority. He's gonna laugh the whole time. He's obstructing this intentionally. So the problem is you can vote for Republicans and get nothing or do nothing, and then Democrats just burn everything down.
The problem, though, is once Democrats burn everything down, we're living in ashes. And so that's not great.
Well, I mean, I moved out to the middle of nowhere and I own chickens. And like, I'm just saying, I'm preparing.
All right. What the doomsday shit? Like, okay, bro. The only reason they have a chance at winning is because Trump has made horrible decisions, and I want to see more condemnation for it. You're saying, well, all the podcast bros went against Trump because it's popular to do it right now. Yeah, but it's the right thing to do right now. Like, if you're not against Trump right now, then you're objectively wrong. And you're not America first. And America first doesn't mean, people hear that and they think it's synonymous with Nick Fuentes, which, I mean, these days it absolutely is. But America first goes back before that. And all it means is we want our country to not be, we don't want any country to be over-prioritized over ours, even in the slightest. And that's what's happening with this war. And so I've said this time and time again, this is the easiest thing to be on the right side of. You either care about the United States and don't want to get involved in a foreign conflict that will serve the interest of Israel and eventually give them the power to undermine us even more than they already have, or you say maybe there's some strategic benefit of this war, insert bullshit China rhetoric. It's like, come on,
Hey, because it's either going to happen next year or the year after.
By the way, all the places where they sent all the Haitians and they started eating the cats and eating the dogs, it was a place like this. So you never know what'll happen if the Democrats take.
Well, no, that can't happen here because the DC people fleeing the crime moved to the Eastern Panhandle.
This is what I mean with the right-wing brain rot. Oh no, the Democrats are going to win. They're going to burn everything down. I ain't gonna lie, they did do that in 2020. But get mature for a moment here.
Handle of West Virginia.
All right, so you found the one safe place. If you expect,
until they overrun us and
there's
vote.
trans flags in my neighborhood.
If you expect me to defend what's going on with Republicans in Washington, I'm not going to do it because I'm so frustrated. I don't understand it myself.
It's got to be aliens.
So
the only explanation.
I think it's because it's hard. It is hard to fight. It's easier to just go along to get along. It's easier to say, I'll make that someone else's problem. Or I don't want it to get in the way of my reelection, or I don't want it to get in the way of the job that I want next.
The only hope that I have is that the SAVE Act is being held up just a little bit so that they can get it right before the midterms, where it'll have an impact. Otherwise, it might go into the Supreme Court and it gets stays and injunctions or whatever. I just don't believe it to be the case. All the prediction markets are basically saying the same thing. It's not going to get passed. In which case, it's just like, listen, if I was a senator, I'd probably get expelled. Like the things that I would do and say, nothing criminal. I'm just like, I would ram things through. I would.
That's what should be happening.
And they have that power. There are things
they just won't.
One
do it.
member can
I get rid
grind
of
the
the
place to a
filibuster in
halt
2
if they
seconds.
wanted. One member can grind the place to a halt. I don't know why they don't do it. But what I've done is I've said I'm not voting for any bill. I'm in the House. I've said I'm not voting for any bills that come from the Senate. None. I voted for one a couple days ago. I even tell my staff, I don't even care what the Senate bill does. I don't want to know. If it's a Senate bill, I'm voting no on anything other than reopening the Department of Homeland Security. I'm voting no on anything because there's nothing more important for them to do than to make sure illegals can't vote in our elections. The longest filibuster in American history was 62 days for the Civil Rights Act to make sure that black people could vote in our elections. It was worth 62 days to make sure that bill passed. It's worth 62 days to make sure people who aren't Americans can't vote in our elections.
But it's not even that. It's the SAVE Act is a general election security bill. I think it's simple enough to say it prevents illegal aliens from voting, but it prevents duplicate voting. It prevents accidental dual state voting. Again, I'm not saying intentional multi-state fraud. I'm saying maybe there's a little old lady and it happens. Exactly. And she forgets she filled out, 2 ballots. Well, this prevents that too. So it just cleans things up. And you know what? Democrats want it too. And for some reason, not the politicians, Democrat voters, 70+% polled in favor of this. Independents, 80, Republicans, over 90, giving us an average of around 80% popular support in the country for the SAVE Act. And they're just like, oh, gee, well, I guess I can't pass it. Okay, well, then you can't do anything, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because they've made some decision that we no longer live in a democracy. A democracy would be a majority rule, 51 out of 100. But they made some arbitrary decision that if you can't get 60 votes, you can't pass anything. The filibuster is not in our Constitution. It's not in the Declaration of Independence. And in fact, the way that they use it today is an artifact of the 1970s. It used to be if you wanted to filibuster, you had to stand up and be Mr. Smith Goes to Washington and yell and scream and hold it in and not go to the bathroom for hours and hours and hours. Now you just say, nope, there's 41 votes against it. We're not even going to consider it. I can't explain why they do it that way. It doesn't make any sense to me. And frankly, if they stick with it, they may destroy the country.
I mean, of course, the concern is that as soon as we get rid of it, then Democrats sweep in.
But they're going to do that anyway.
I mean, they haven't yet.
But they're going to.
They tried. The 2 Democratic senators that kept them from doing it last time they were in charge, they ran both of them.
Right? And
they ran them both out of town. So every Democratic senator who was there for that, who's there now, has said, let's get rid of the filibuster.
Well, you hear them talking about it. You hear them saying
absolutely.
What their plans are.
What's the average age of Congress right now? Let me...
All right, I'm back.
I think the Senate's a little older.
At like 8.
The Senate's a little older.
Let's do the average age of the Senate. Because I'm going to tell you what I think. I'll tell you what I think. Let's look it up.
Did we get
64. Okay.
Did we get the stupid comments?
No. They were talking about Randy Fine was saying he's not happy with Washington right now. They were talking about Mamdani a little bit. They finished up with that. And now they're talking about denying anything that comes from the Senate. But they haven't gone over it.
It might be further. It might be towards the end because I remember it was an hour. You know what? It was like an hour and a half in. They hit these shit.
But I also suspect they're both getting paid by the same people. So that is a big
well. Here's the
part
trick, though. You don't need to be paid by someone to be paid by them. Let me put it like this: if you run a botnet and you flood someone's live stream and then super chat a bunch saying something like you should feel this way, then they're going to be like, oh, maybe I should, my audience is telling me to feel the way that I should feel, right? And you can also go into the back end through Google and buy ads against certain content. So the example that I really love is there was a fitness influencer who was getting like 20 to 30,000 views on like, today we're going to do push-ups, we're going to work on our biceps or something like that. And then after October 7th, he made a video saying, a bunch of people have commented asking me for my thoughts on this tragedy. And, I'm not a really political guy, but I know it's considered to be like a serious tragic event. So my heart goes out to the victims. That video gets 100,000 views. So what does he think? Wow, I'll make more money if I do this. So then he makes some fitness videos. Sure enough, a week later, he makes another video about Israel. 100,000 views. Here's the thing. The comments were all critical of Israel. So he gets all these views, and then his audience keeps saying things like, you need to look into this more. It's a false flag. Netanyahu knew it was going to happen. They made it happen. It's all a big scam. And then within a month, every video he's making is anti-Israel. No longer fitness, and he's getting 200,000 views.
That happened to
We
me.
need more fitness influencers commenting on Israel. That's
So the idea is, one, this could be an organic trend that people were interested and critical. So when he made a video, he got more viewership because of the algorithm. It could also be that somebody with interests aligned against Israel saw that video, went into Google Ads and said, put 10 grand behind this video to, to run my commercials. And then this video.
Well, if that's the case and that's highly speculative, well, then get a taste of your own medicine if you're on the opposing side. Because the pro-Israeli side has been really responsible and guilty of actions like pushing certain narratives in the algorithm and mainstream media, all these narratives that we see. They've had control of it for the longest. So if it so happens to be the case that the other side now has some sort of motion in pushing their ideology, well then, well-deserved. And that's the side of the truth. And for a moment, did you ever think maybe that engagement is organic because people are surprised that there's like dead children all over their timeline? Just a thought.
Video ends up getting a ton of play because YouTube's
people only look into something because something they saw about that very topic struck their curiosity. And so they want to get to the bottom of it. Israel, Palestine. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, 1948. Oh, wait, why did that happen? Oh, wait, what happened later on in the 1900s? And so they go down this rabbit hole prior to 1948 and then after, and it paints the clearer picture, and there's obviously an aggressor there. So, is it Google ads and people targeting some sort of traffic towards a certain rhetoric? Maybe, but is it just organically the world is waking up and realizing something's really wrong? I think that's more of the answer.
Says there's a,
and I get it. Tim is like just kind of flirting with the idea, allowing the conversation to flow, but that's the answer there.
$10,000 budget behind this video, show it to more people. So not that they're running the video as an ad, but they're running ads on the video, which results in the algorithm boosting it, which results in the person making more money. And then they say, I better do more of this. And the algorithm says, show more of this. One of the most interesting things that I've heard recently is that the term Erica Kirk as an ad term generates an RPM equivalent to finance. Finance is the highest RPM.
Interesting.
That means for every 1,000 views on finance, you get about $18.
That's a lot, by the way. That's the highest RPM on YouTube, which if you guys aren't familiar, RPM is what? It's like revenue per...
I forget what it is, but basically certain genres make more money than others, and financial this is why like financial YouTubers make so much money even though they get no fucking views.
Yeah.
Because they have more ads.
Yep. Their audience is rich, and so advertisers will pay more, obviously, to get on those platforms because of the fact that the likelihood of people engaging with ads and purchasing is much higher.
Precisely.
So that is crazy that Erica Kirk's name generates an RPM similar to that.
I didn't know that.
Financial content.
I did not know that.
But I mean, it makes sense. Look, her husband was just murdered in cold blood. That's what's going to generate the views. That's where most of the people are going to flock. So, of course, advertisers are going to be all over that shit. I mean, it's not rocket science here. It's not a conspiracy. It makes sense.
For news and politics, it's about 6 to 8.
I stay away from that shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go to the trial. You know what I mean? See what the fuck happened.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing conclusive.
Both
narratives.
Both narratives have holes in them. So.
Yeah.
We're in the off season, right? This is going to pick up in the fall. Viewership will increase because more ad dollars are going to get spent. So viewership declines. I'll give some inside baseball. Viewership declines around right now, particularly because we are not in any main political season. After a presidential election, views drop dramatically for political content, and the ad spend dries up. So the algorithm says, why promote content no one's putting ads on? Promote something else. Once you start getting into the midterms, so here's the lull in the 4-year cycle. As you get closer to the midterms, what happens is YouTube will say, we have just gotten $2 billion targeting specific political terms. Run that content. So it's actually it's actually pretty easy to understand. If there's 10 people and they all say, we want to run advertisements on political content only, YouTube says to fill that inventory, we have to get 1 million eyeballs on political content. So put these political videos on the front page so we can fill that, so we can sell these ads. If someone buys $1 million on a political video, but YouTube won't show that video, YouTube gets no money. So they promote it. So come fall, we're going to see a massive explosion of political content and money for political content. The manipulation is that you can flub that. So right now, Erica Kirk is generating between $18 and $20 RPMs. This is why you're seeing so many people just obsessed with Erica Kirk, which indicates something very, very weird. Someone is putting ad dollars behind the term Erica Kirk for some reason. The Occam's razor could be that if you are targeting women, women are obsessed with Erica Kirk. So female, like Candace Owens' content largely targets women. So they may actually be just targeting women, and the YouTube algorithm just says women love hating Erica Kirk. However, that's me trying to rationalize when in fact it doesn't make sense. As a singular term generating that RPM, it like finance views are low because interest in finance is low. So YouTube pushes these videos and the ad rates are extremely high because inventory is so low. It's a complicated system, but it's like this. If YouTube shows a finance video on the front page and no one clicks it, it has to stop doing it. That means if you are in finance and want someone to see your ad, you've got to outbid the other guy. So I say, look, there's only 1 million available views.
Sorry, I had some chats. I don't know how long these sat here. I didn't even see them till now. Oh no, this was only here for a few minutes. Let me make sure I'm all caught up here. Scribed Voices says, you think Palestine question should definitely be answered now after the war and would make peace talks a little easier if two-state solution? I don't know, man. I don't think that thing will ever be easy to talk about, to be honest with you, unfortunately. It's not likely. Milan says, Riyadh, if would be expelled from 106 schools, would it be your fault? Okay. Thanks, Milan. Thanks for the super chat.
Today in finance, I want to get those for my company, so I'm willing to spend $20 for every 1,000 views. Then the other financial planner says, I'll do 21. And this auction system is what drives the price up. In politics, however, the news takes over. YouTube can very easily put a political show on the front page and get 1 million views and sell out that ad budget. So there's dirty baseball going. I'll put it like that.
I think.
Yeah, we got to find this. Did you find this part? You didn't find it?
No.
You might be too far. You might be too far. And are you? Oh, I think they're going to talk about Nick here too.
Right here.
Yeah, go to that part, and then also.
You said an hour and a half. Oops. Okay, 1:30
yeah,
maybe is when they talk about it.
Yeah.
It's really obvious. Outrageous, and but it works. And the
Mm-hmm.
fact now that we've basically taken sort of a step back with all of the immigration policy, that's a direct result of basically the CCP spending a few $1 million on these protests that now we've seen sentiment completely change around that issue.
126.
Well, then you find out about Unite the Right.
126?
126, yeah. They start talking about the third temple. Yeah, you could go
we can all live, and we largely share the same beliefs. But I have to be marched around if I look like a Jew in the holiest place of my religion, and Israel allows that. That is the Jewish state of Israel's decision. Not only to not build a third temple, but to stop Jews from praying in the holiest place in their religion.
Is there a third temple?
They ain't gonna stop it.
Temple like a fact?
They're just not going to be public about it.
I think it's complaining about the Temple Mount. The reason why they don't let them go to Temple Mount is because you guys, they go anyway. Like, what the fuck?
Ben Gvir
they go
leads
anyway.
the whole entourage anyways.
Yeah. Like,
so.
Yeah, that's cap. They do go. So that's bullshit. We'll keep playing.
Of people that are willing to, because we've been talking about the end times philosophies and like a great war that will coalesce where Jesus comes back and destroys, the aberrant Jews that have strayed or whatever, and then but like, would people bring that on themselves? Are people in government crazy enough to start World War III?
It's not government people who want that, but there certainly are people who want to build. There are certainly people who want to build a third temple.
It's a big question. I know you don't have the answer to that question.
I'm not. It's not. There are certainly people who want to build a third temple. That's
they want to do it.
Part of their philosophy, and
there's people in the government that definitely want to build it too. There's people in the government that want to build it too. He's capping. What is he talking about?
Complete universal belief. That's not a nuanced or like kind of one individual strand of the crowd believes. No, that's like all of them.
Israeli. I never went to Israel,
and that's the theology. That's not like a controversy or that's not conspiracy. That's what they believe.
One of the funny things about being me, I always get accused of being a dual citizen. I'd never even been to Israel.
Well, I mean, look at your head.
Until I was in my 30s, and none of my family is actually from there. But I've been there a lot, actually, mostly since I got elected because of all of the work that I've done, really to try to make America safe for Jews.
That proves the point even more. You were born in America. You went to Israel only a handful of times, yet you have all this pro-Israel rhetoric.
Yeah.
That proves the point that Jews almost always put Israel first because they have an affinity to the land from a religious perspective. It's taking your own side. Nothing wrong with that. But they take their own side at the cost of the country they live in. So this actually doesn't help his case whatsoever that he didn't go to Israel till he was 30. This actually proves our point even more, that despite the fact that you didn't even go to Israel until you were 30, you went there, and then it changed your entire philosophy. And now, as a politician, you have put pro-Israel rhetoric and legislation to the forefront of what you do, even though you've only been there for a bit and you're not even a fucking Israeli. That proves us correct.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And it's like the lack of self-awareness.
Dual allegiance.
Yeah, the lack of self-awareness. You know, his rhetoric every day on X, you know, the things he's been saying for the last 6 months or ever since the war started. And then the fact that obviously he's paid and he's been to Israel. It's like, bro, and then you're like trying to defend yourself from what people accuse you of. Are you a fool? Like, you make that so obviously. You make that so obvious.
He has an Israel flag in his chambers, dude.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. One with the American and then one on the other side of Israel. I've seen it before.
And this proves what I've always said. I hate to say it, but a lot of these Zionist Jews are always going to pick Israel over America. They just are. They have an affinity to that, right? At least Ben Shapiro's honest about it. This guy's a politician. He won't be honest about it. But if he had to pick one, he would pick Israel more than likely.
Yeah, of course.
Punisher, 5-1,
all,
thank you, guys. Thank you.
They're all in his pockets. They're all in his pockets. So that's really why.
Because I will tell you this, the pernicious threat of anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. It only starts with the Jews. It doesn't end with the Jews. Every society in recorded history that has become anti-Semitic has ultimately collapsed. And it's not because the Jews did it. It's because it's a brain rot. It's what Tim's talking about. Why this obsession? By the way, they believe all kinds of other crazy things. None of it makes any sense. And so,
no,
yeah,
go ahead. No, that's just why it was so crazy.
Maldives hasn't collapsed. Indonesia hasn't collapsed. Malaysia hasn't collapsed. And all of these countries voice very strongly against Netanyahu and the Israeli government.
Crazy after October 7th. It was like October 7th, giant massacre, horror, teenagers, children, women murdered. And then the next day.
It wasn't the next day. It was that day.
Was it that day in New York?
I'll never
City.
forget.
There was like marching around, people ripping down American flags, putting up Palestinian flags, and being so excited that there was a massacre. And then October 8th, we were hearing about Islamophobia. And when you think about what happened after 9/11, right? We had 9/11, and then it was so shortly after 9/11 that everyone was like, don't say anything bad about the terrorists or you're Islamophobic. And it's like, you guys, they used our citizens as bombs and took our buildings down. And now you want to, complain about Islamophobia, which is really a term that was invented essentially by the Ayatollah Khomeini in the 70s. In order to in order to make people feel.
And Islamic terrorism was created by Netanyahu in the 70s and the 80s.
Bad about saying.
Released a whole book on it. He released a book on it in the 90s. They're going to talk about the Hadith stuff here. Get ready.
Anything bad about Islam.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was that day. It's one of the things that radicalized me on this. I remember finding out about October 7th. I was at a crew regatta for one of my sons. I'm hearing about it. I'm learning about it on my phone. I get home that night. And I see that, and you can look it up. I see there's a protest, not in New York City, in Tampa, Florida, in my state. A protest of hundreds, I don't know if it's 1,000, but hundreds of mainstream Muslims. They were out and they were celebrating.
They were happy about it.
The terrorists were still killing people, and they were celebrating. And the image I'll never forget is watching people that were holding up their phones, showing people the videos. Remember, because the Hamas terrorists not only did what they did, they broadcast it live for people to see.
People still don't believe it.
And they were celebrating it. By the way, the reason it happened so fast is that was part of the plan.
No one says that October 7th didn't happen. When they say that it's not real, there was lots of parts of it that were wrong. 40 beheaded babies, false. Okay, mass grapes, false. Babies in ovens, false. That's what people are talking about when they say that they lied about October 7th. No one's denying the fact that atrocities occurred on that day. However, the atrocities that occurred were not enough to justify the aggression that Israel wanted to use.
Yeah.
So this is why.
And they knew the attack would happen.
Yeah, and they knew it was going to come too. This is why guys like Yossi Landau, right, from Zaka, told a whole bunch of ridiculous fucking lies that were way worse because Netanyahu, and he actually prepped them before he did his press conference, Netanyahu needed political juice to justify a crazy campaign into Gaza as well as an entire regional war in the Middle East. So no one says that October 7th is fake. What people say about October 7th is it was a sensationalized event, and a lot of the atrocity porn that they used to justify the subsequent aggression wasn't real, which was the mass rapes, the beheaded babies, babies in ovens, women being mutilated and babies outside their stomach, all kinds of crazy shit, which was demonstrably false. And people admitted. There's a great documentary on this, guys. It's called Atrocity Inc., actually directed and made by a Jew, Max Blumenthal. Fantastic work when it comes to Israel. Glenn Greenwald. This is the thing, too, like I said before. I always give Jews their flowers that are in the fight with us. Glenn Greenwald, Max Blumenthal, Norman Finkelstein, Dave Smith. Who else? I'm trying to think. There's more. I just can't remember them all right now.
My mind.
Yeah, there's so many more. I just can't remember them right now because it's been, man, I've been going for about 9 hours now. So, yeah. But yeah, we'll keep going. This is gonna be the hadith part. So, and then after we do this, you look like you're tuned out, bro. You're tired. So we'll.
No. I'm letting you cook. The thing is, I just responded to the October 7th thing. The October 7th thing is like, it's just crazy that it still carries weight on mainstream platforms without any sort of like pushback. And there was a reason why it was done. And there's always me that will stand here and say what they did to innocents is disgusting, and we always condemn that. But there's like 40 other pieces to it that are omitted and that matter greatly to understand the greater reason as to why it happened and the context behind it. Obviously, Saudi Arabia was about to sign a peace deal with Israel. They were going to join the Abraham Accords. They were going to do the red heifer ritual, which means that Masjid al-Aqsa will be destroyed eventually. Hamas knew that. Abu Ubaidah said that. Israeli and IDF personnel look like normal Israeli civilians walking amongst the streets, and so some videos may have looked a different way than they actually were in reality. That's why they streamed it, to show that they weren't actually trying to kill civilians. Now, whether they did in totality is obviously not true, right? There were still casualties, but like the whole October 7th situation is...
You can't even find any of the videos that they claim. You can't find any of that on video. If it happened, like, you would have found it.
It's blanketed as this mass campaign where they flew in on paragliders and just started destroying people, and it really wasn't that. It was a calculated attack to seize hostages so they can have political leverage and get what they wanted and delay the sacrifice of the red heifer, which would guarantee the destruction of the Masjid al-Aqsa, as well as the fact that Saudi Arabia was about to be the last leg standing in favor of Palestine to eventually join the other side. And so they had to do something. Now, that's not justification, but that's just a little bit more of a high IQ analysis rather than, oh, it was a monstrosity, the babies were beheaded, and there's no proof for that. And it's like, why would Hamas do that? There's obviously a political motive. It's not that just they're these violent, crazy, rambunctious monkeys, but that's what they want to paint it as. But it's all political, and there's all motivations behind it. And you have to understand that no matter how much you side with a faction or you go against it, and that's completely your prerogative, you have to understand the motivations behind why either your friend or your enemy is doing something, because that's how the world works, right? And to do this lazy intellectual analysis and say, well, they're just violent monsters who just roam the streets and want to take people and kill them, it's not that simple. Sorry, that it sounds good on paper, but anybody who has half a brain knows it's just never that simple. So
yeah, and then most Americans can't even tell you why they attacked. If I lined up 100 Americans, and asked them why did Hamas attack on October 7th, they will
zero.
None of them.
Be one out of 100.
It would be maybe a couple would know about like the occupation, but they wouldn't know the Al-Aqsa. They wouldn't know about the Abraham Accords.
Yeah,
they wouldn't know about any of that stuff. They'll just say, oh yeah, they're just crazy savages, blah blah blah. Here's the other thing too. I just thought about this as I was talking. I think I know why they record on the GoPros. Because they knew the Israelis were going to lie.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason. They streamed everything and put out videos because their objective was to show that they're taking hostages. Their only green game, their only green lit people were those belonging to the IDF. So although some of them were in civilian clothing, a lot of them later came out to be confirmed in the IDF. And so it wasn't civilians that they were necessarily targeting as a main priority. However, that did happen. We know that. But that's the only weaponization that Hamas has. If you guys don't understand that, the reason is, of course, Hamas is militarily lopsided in comparison to the IDF and the United States as a whole. And so they can't fight them head on. They have to utilize hostages, which is crude and it sucks. Israel actually recognizes that, though, and so they did half of the job for them with the Hannibal Directive, which my brother has gone into extensively, and we've brought up before as well. Something that Randy Fine, I doubt, would ever even acknowledge. I don't even know if he would even be aware of such a topic.
Israelis never talk about that shit, bro. And when you bring it up, they play stupid. Every time I debate them and I talk about the Hannibal Directive, they play stupid, bro.
Yeah, killing your own people so they don't become free game and become this, liability for you in the grounds of battle. But it's just like, we could do this lazy gloss over, and that's what they do. But if you really want to talk about it, it's a lot more complex. It's not this matter of right and wrong. It's this 70-year political struggle that, and this is kind of the response that you see from violent military occupation in a closed air prison or an open air prison, that being the Gaza Strip, right? So
the plan was to attack. What I've learned doing what I do is there's the physical attack and then there's the PR attack, and it happens at the same time. But look, this is a threat to America. If the Republican Party goes down the
and then he drags the Americans into it. Americans have nothing to do with October 7th.
Yeah.
Same path that the Democratic Party goes down, our civilization will collapse. Look at this brain rot. Hassan Piker, it's not just about the Jews. It's about you can steal and you can murder and you can do all this other crazy stuff. It is the gateway drug to destruction. And that's what we're up against.
I do think all of the protesting, too, that you've touched on, I mean, there's some reporting, but what we know from the past is in the 70s, the Vietnam protests, none of these protests are organic.
None of them.
At all. Even the Soviets, with a very small amount of money, can fund this sentiment, and then it just snowballs, because then
you got a lot of balls saying that as an American.
The news outlets are covering all of these, and then people join in. But it initially is not organic, and you can sow so much discontent with a few $1 million it's really targeted. And we know that the CCP has been funding some of these protest efforts. And again, you put in a very tiny amount of money and you can completely change public opinion. The fact, even back at January, all of the protests against ICE in Minneapolis, the fact that people are able to get signs, the same
They're all the
day,
same.
The same signs.
It's
It's
really
obvious.
outrageous, and it's
Women really shouldn't be in politics, bro. This bitch too pretty, nigga. I'm just looking at her. I don't even care about what she's saying.
but it works. And the
This is like the problem.
fact now that we've basically taken sort of a step back with all of the immigration policy, that's a direct result of basically the CCP spending a few $1 million on these protests, that now we've seen sentiment completely change around that issue.
Well, then you find out about Unite the Right and the SPLC.
Yeah, which makes me think that there is a bunch of anti-Israeli money.
Yes.
Just like the
Of course
SPLC
there
was
is.
doing,
Of course.
radical white hate groups, and they were building them up to make them the enemy.
Let me ask you a
We'll be
quick
doing
question, Ian. How many Muslims in the world are there?
I think you said 1.3 billion at the top of it earlier.
Here we go.
Can you do you know the specific line from the Hadith pertaining to what makes the end come?
All right, pause.
You don't. It was in the.
All right, Riyadh, time for you to shine.
Yeah, so I already know what hadith he's going to bring up. I have a feeling.
Yeah, let him play
So
it, and then you can rebut it. Yeah,
let's
go
see.
ahead.
Hamas Charter. Should I read it for you?
You sure can.
Let's see. What was the? Everyone in the chat already knows it. Let me pull it up, and I'm going to read it. Let's see. Here we go. The hour will not be established until you fight with the Jews, and the stone behind which a Jew will be hiding will say, "O Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, so kill
Come
him."
strike him. Yeah.
That is that the it's in the Hadith. So I ask you this, Ian, because considering that's one of their religious texts, and then how many Jews have you said in the greater
15 million
in the diaspora?
There are more Jews in the world. Yes, there are fewer Jews today than there were before the Holocaust. Jews have not even repopulated.
Wow.
Yeah, there's yes.
So let me. I just want to throw this out there. Considering the religious drive and the 1.2 billion, do you believe there'll be more money in favor of anti-Jew or pro-Jew?
So I don't even know what Randy Fine is about to say, but very quickly, yeah, that hadith is authentic. That hadith is not prescriptive, it's descriptive, and it's eschatological. So the whole point of it is to highlight what will happen when the end times come. The prophet's not saying in that hadith, this necessitates the end times. He's saying that this will be one of the realities in the end times, which is that Muslims and Jewish people will be at a violent war with one another. And so obviously, that hadith coming from the Islamic prophet, believes that the earth will give the Muslims a whereabouts to their adversary. In that situation, it happens to be the Jewish people. But they always take this hadith and spin it like, oh, this is what they're telling the Muslims to do to the Jews, and this is how they look at you. No, it's that there's going to be a war, and Jews are going to be on the other side of that war. It's just that simple. And again, eschatologically, Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. So we don't believe another Messiah is coming. Jewish people do believe another Messiah is coming. So we've got a paradox now. We've got a crossroads. And so that means that both sides will be fighting for who they believe to be the truth, who's divinely appointed by God and who is actually not divinely appointed by God and who's actually the enemy. Both of them obviously conflict on this matter, which is why they will have this great holy war. Now, in regards to how that war will happen, when it will take place, what it will be following or what it will lead up to is unclear. That's not supplemented anywhere in Islamic commentary, in the tradition, in the hadith. The hadith is as it sits and it's as vague as it comes off, but it's something that we have and it's a sign of the end times. This is like an ayat. The Prophet always gave these subtle reminders or like these subtle instances that if you see them, then you know that the end times is near. So that's one of them, that Muslims will be fighting with Jews and then the earth will give Muslims whereabouts as to where the Jews are. It's that simple. Hamas used that because they believed that they were about to invoke that prophecy because they were about to fight the Jewish people. It's not that deep or like, conspiratorial, this like crazy big thing like, oh, that's what they're prescribing. And no, it's just a description of what will happen. It's that simple and it's cut and dry. And there's not more to it than that. And also in Islamic eschatology, Jesus Christ will descend in Syria at a certain minaret and lead the Muslims and defeat the Antichrist and strike him and then tell the people that they were worshiping a false god and this whole thing. So, yeah, that also exists as well. But they don't want to bring that up. They don't want to bring that up, huh?
I was going to say the Antichrist is the Jewish Messiah, by the way, chat.
Yeah. So
you don't want to say that, though.
They don't want to say any of that. And I don't know if Tim is a Christian or what, but it's no secret that Christian eschatology and Islamic eschatology is more parallel than the Jewish eschatology is to either. That's just the facts. Now, they're not the same.
He might be an atheist, bro. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Tim might be an atheist. I don't remember.
He very well may be, actually. Because I don't know if he's ever identified religiously or like had some sort of religious affiliation or anything like that.
One of you guys might know. Can you guys tell me what he is? Or he's agnostic. Yeah, agnostic or atheist. I don't know if he subscribes to religion, but someone please correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. We can keep going though, Riyadh, if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Really?
Who's printing the money?
The arithmetic is that difficult, huh?
Yeah.
1.2 billion people with a religious text saying you have to kill Jews, and 15 million people who don't want to be killed, but who's religious.
Nope, that's not what it says. It's never said that. Historically, Muslims have actually always gotten along with Jews, despite the fact that that hadith exists, because that hadith is not prescriptive or directional. It's to actually go over an instance that Muslims will foresee in the very end times, likely around the time of Jesus Christ's return. That's what that hadith is talking about. But until that happens, and it happens organically on its own, well, then there is no command that exists anywhere in Islam to kill non-believers like Jews or Christians. The only thing you'll see like that in the Quran is when the Prophet was fighting the pagans that expelled him and broke their peace treaties with him. So God prescribed the ruling to fight them and kill them. But if they ask for forgiveness, then you must give them cover. That's what you'll find in regards to violent commands in the Quran. And that's just the truth. There is no, prescription or supplemental advice or directions for the early Muslims to attack Jewish people or fight them or anything like that. That actually is ongoing. That actually is, evergreen. There were certain instances, and once those instances happen, like Khaybar or Banu Nadir or Banu Qurayza, if you're familiar with those, if you're a Muslim, after that it was done. There's no ever-long attack on Jews or ever-long command to fight the Jews. That's not a thing. And actually, historically, Christians have fought Jews way more than Muslims have.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about fucking history, you would fucking know that. But all of these guys are historical fucking retards.
Text. Is there religious text in Judaism that says to kill Muslims?
No.
No, but Maimonides, the greatest Jewish authoritarian and scholar, said that every Christian should be dead and it's good practice to spit on Christians. So the Jews' greatest real scholar or like authority actually prescribes death upon Christians. Did you know that? Now, I bet you didn't.
But Islam didn't exist when the...
Actually, the Jews say the Muslims are a little bit closer to us because they have the idea of monotheism. And so it's okay for a Jew to actually pray in a mosque. They can't pray in a church. So they hate Christians way more than they hate Muslims.
Jewish religious texts were...
I think there are some quotes, however, from...
Yeah, exactly. Especially Catholicism because of the history. Exactly.
Religious leaders that have made comments about it.
By the way, no group of people has a monopoly on bad people. You know,
agreed.
Right. So, yes.
So, but my point is, I mean...
When was the Hadith written? Because that could be, is that 1,000 years old? I don't know.
No.
Ancient, when they used to have fights with the Jews and the Arabs would
They
fight
still
each other.
do.
Not really.
Every
What
day.
No, that hadith is a prophecy for the end times. Everybody knows that.
That's huge. That's such huge. That's important that you mentioned that, bro. That's an end of times thing.
Bro, it reads
changes
that way.
it completely.
It completely reads that way, though. So all these guys are doing is this dishonest reading. And again, this is like, I'm just so sick and tired of hiding behind Islam so we can avert blame from the Jews. Like, this is so gay.
Not really.
It used to be like real bad.
It's real.
Now it's more government.
Tell the people who've been hiding.
What do you think it was back then, bro?
That's what Hezbollah is terrorist.
They removed it from their charter on purpose. It wasn't.
They
like
removed it from their charter within
But
like
that's-
the past couple of years, like within the past.
Indeed,
10
and that's
years.
not a comment on the existence of the Hadith itself.
It's
My
not.
point
it's
is
not
simply
really
this:
that they removed. They removed it in order.
This is how dumb all these fucking niggas are. Ready? I'm about to destroy them all in 2 seconds. Watch this. Since they want to play the game, we can really do this if that's what it has to be. So go ahead and take a look at my screen. This is the hadith for you. Okay? This is in Arabic and it's translated on the left. Allah's messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, "The hour will not be established." This line, or this statement in Arabic, means one of the signs of the day of judgment. Meaning these are like the end times signs. So like this is not just a blanket command. He's giving you something that you will see as a sign that draws you closer to the day of judgment or the hour. It's that simple. And this is how they're dishonestly reading.
So whenever they say, just so we make sure we know this, whenever it says the hour will not be established, they're referring to like the end of times.
Yes. It says in Arabic, "La taqum as-sa'a," which means like the hour will not arrive. You know, one of the last signs that you will see before the day of judgment is that the Muslims will get into a holy war with the Jews, and he's giving a specific instance or kind of like, you know, one situation that would happen where it says, "Oh Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, so kill him," obviously because this is an Islamic hadith, so it believes that the earth will be in favor of the Muslims, the earth will support or aid the Muslims. And anyways, there's a bunch of exegesis. Some
But it's
scholars
very important.
Some
It's very
scholars say
important
this
that
is
you mention it
figurative,
in the
not even
context.
literal. Yeah, the
It's very
context
important
matters.
that you mention context. That matters a lot because you're saying end of times, not now.
Yeah, and that's what it is. There's no prescription for fighting Jewish people. I mean, nigga, just go ask ChatGPT. You know, like go ask ChatGPT, be honest with me. Is there any prescription in Islam to fight and kill Jews? And it's going to say no. That's just not true. So, you know, these guys are all lunatics. They're all stupid. They don't know how to read scripture. And I could do this all day with the Old Testament, by the way. And there would actually be a lot less defense. So it's laughable, really. But they've got no clue. I mean, that same lady over there in the corner was trying to suggest that the Quran says that, like, a jihad happens in political stages until you get control of the government and then you kill people. Nigga, what the fuck? Islam has never worked that way. Muslims come in and they conquest or they conquer and then they run the land and you pay jizya. That's how it's always worked. People who systematically take power over the course of time in a really discreet way and then control everything from the back doors are Jewish people. That's like how, that's their whole MO. That's not a Muslim thing.
That's literally how they do things. They
Muslims
pretend to be
are-
white and then they come in and you don't even know.
Yeah, Muslims are not even conspicuous enough or like insidious enough to think of something like that. Like that's so fucking like, what the fuck are you talking about? The Quran says nothing like that.
In order to appeal to American, you know,
Lefties.
to appeal to American
If
progressives.
1.2 billion people donated $1 towards not liking Jews, and 15 million people donated $1 towards defending
Oh
Jews,
my God.
who has more money?
Here's the statistic.
There's no fucking way he just said that. Tim. Wow, bro. That, you know what, bro? I've been on for 6 hours. That was the dumbest shit I've heard all night. Hands down. because there's more of A than B, A more powerful. Wow. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't even know where to start there. I don't even know where to start there. If every Muslim donated $1 and every Jew donated $1, okay, but Jewish people have more money than Muslims, and they're like 1% of that of the Islamic population worldwide. Do you want to talk about that? And that's what's actually going to grant you power. What? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Again, these are like the lows you have to stoop to use Islam as the shield for the issue Zionism actually is and what it causes in our country. So, excuse me. So it's like, you know, this is the rhetoric you have to spin, and it ends up really hurting your credibility and making you sound a lot dumber than you are.
I can look on X, you know, I can see where my comments come from. Amazingly, 30% of the people who comment on my stuff are not from America. And for every one comment I get from Israel, I get 60 comments from Turkey and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia.
That's actually a big problem because the country doesn't recognize you're a retard. The globe does. And the globe also recognizes that we're controlled by Israel, which is why they're watching you. So you make the country look worse.
Yep.
This is why the parliament speaker said the United States is controlled by Israel. They love to spin that narrative because they know it hurts the American base badly when we find out about that. And you're the epitome, or you're really the Trojan horse, or like the spearhead of that problem. You're
and the best way to establish this. The best way to establish this is if you took his quotes and put it on Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar, Muslims in the Congress, and they said the things like he said, the streets of Gaza will run with blood. Okay. The streets of Tel Aviv will run with blood. Bro, they'd be in jail.
They'd be out.
They'd be in fucking jail.
They'd be
cooked.
In a moment.
So clearly it goes to show, if you could say that as Randy Fine and be a congressman, but Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar can't say that as Muslims, what does that tell you?
There's a double standard.
And sometimes, not recently, Iran and other places. There's just a whole lot more of them. But, you know, you talked about Islamophobia, and it's a fascinating word. I talk a lot about it. We have words that describe...
And I'll tell you, I don't like the term Islamophobia.
Yeah, I hate that word, bro.
You don't like
So
Muslims, you don't like
fucking
Muslims, nigga. We don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. Like,
we don't
as
care,
a
bro.
Muslim myself, I try and practice. And nigga, what does Islamophobic mean? You're afraid of me? I don't know. You got nothing to be afraid of. You don't like Muslims? That's your prerogative. You don't need to like Muslims. I don't need your approval. So that's the problem with Muslims, is like this left-wing brain rot and all these buzzwords they try to weaponize for their own aggrandizement. It's like, hey, bro, just practice your religion and be on your own bully. Like, don't worry about that whole fucking, like, don't buy into that. That's bullshit. Like, Islamophobia. What the fuck? Like, that's so silly.
Bad behavior. Racism, bad, right? It's you're against a race. Sexism, bad. You're against a sex. Anti-Semitism, bad, because you're against Jews. Why pick the word Islamophobia? There's nothing in that word it's not anti-Islam. It's not anti-Muslim. Islamophobia, if you break it down, it's Islam and it's fear. And it says it's irrational fear. And Islamophobia, the term was created as a sword to silence dissent, to silence questions, because part of Islam...
Yeah, and it originated from the left. But you have to acknowledge there is some truth. There is an unnecessary amount of fear on Muslims, at least there was freshly after 9/11. Now a lot of that has died down. And now the main buzzword that everybody's using is anti-Semitism. So... it's kind of become irrelevant these days.
Is that you can't criticize it.
We
it's
actually
blasphemous to do so.
But you can. Though. But you can.
I was gonna say, you actually
make
can.
millions of fucking dollars doing it. The fuck are you talking about? You can. It's totally safe to shit on Islam. You could do it all day. Nothing
Christianity and
happens to
Islam.
you. Christianity and Islam are completely open for criticism.
Yeah, you can absolutely decimate both of them. You can cook both of them with impunity.
Yeah,
like
nothing happens to the YouTubers that talk shit about Islam all the time. Like, what are you talking about? Look at the YouTubers that you know, if you know, you know. Like, they're not around. So
they came up with a weapon to stop it.
We get more viewers from South Africa than we do from Israel.
Because there aren't that many people in Israel. But
I'm just surprised. Our fifth biggest demo. So 83.4% of our audience.
Israelis prefer to watch only Israeli media. Yeah. Like, there's a reason why them niggas kicked Al Jazeera the fuck up out of there, bro. Like, yo, they only want to watch Israeli media, bro. Like, Israelis are very fucking,
picky.
They're picky about what they watch, and they also don't want to debate, and they don't want to hear like the atrocities of their country.
Yeah.
So they only watch Israeli media, bro. Like, there's a reason why they kicked Al Jazeera out of there, bro. They're like, yo, get the fuck up out of here, man.
Yeah, and Al Jazeera is like the front runner for exposing Israeli war crimes. So
Yeah, big facts.
This is American. Then
Tucker's wouldn't be.
3.6 is Canadian. 1.8 is British.
boring ass Canadians. Them niggas is bored as hell. All into American politics because nothing's going on over there. Who gives
Nothing's
a
going
fuck
on
about
over there.
Canada?
Nobody cares about Canada at all, bro. Worst country
Yo.
ever. That's just trash.
So trash. Yo, are you staying on? I think I'm gonna jump off as I gotta be up for work.
Yeah, I'll stay on a little bit longer. You go ahead. I'm gonna cover. Shit, there was some other stuff I needed to cover too. So yeah. No, yeah, man, just cool. I turned on my YouTube too. Everybody can just come over to Kick. I'm gonna fucking.
I'll read some
turn
chats
off my
very
shit.
quickly with you.
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
Then I'll jump off just in case any of them are asking you a question.
Yeah, I'll drop the Kick link.
Let's
there.
see. Justice for JC says, I appreciate your hard work, guys. Myra not even taking food breaks. Yeah, I know. Crazy. W Brothers. Thank you so much, Justice. Milan says, fuck it, people cry about crusades, but at least there was peace, more or less, under Christian and Muslim control of the Middle East. Yeah. Thanks so much, Milan. Andrew Tate Show says, what are the best financial YouTubers? I don't know. I'm not aware. Igor Tigor says, I would ask him about the dancing Israelis. Yeah, that'd be funny. IMZ says, next debate, Myra needs to be on a point system so we highlight their loss. Yeah, true. Justice for JC says, guys, have you seen the new interview from yesterday, Dan Blazarian Hodge Twins podcast, Dana spitting truth about them boys? I'll take a look at it maybe tomorrow unless my brother watches it right now. But I'll definitely check
No, I won't watch. I'll wait. That's fine.
Yeah. Massad's Honeypot, okay, says El Talmudcast W Riyadh. Thanks so much. Yeah, this is like the Talmud squad. I see why somebody responded to your comment and said, what did he say? He said, something cast with a T. You were laughing at it.
Oh, they called it Talmud Cast or
no.
Tim Stein Gas or something like that.
Kosher something.
Kosher Cast. They called it Kosher Cast. That's what they called it. Kosher Cast IRL.
Yo. You know, Tim is just too soft around the lines with this stuff, man.
It doesn't. I get it from his perspective, bro. It doesn't make sense for him to go hard on it.
Yeah,
it's
it
like,
doesn't.
yo, why the hell? Like,
But having Randy Fine on is like, come on, man. Now the next guest needs to be like Dan Blazarian, literally.
I gotta go on there, yeah, or Blazarian or some shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There needs to be like a negative effect. It'd just be funny if it was Dan because he's about to run against him. But yeah, all right, no, appreciate it, bro. Thanks. And for everybody who's on your side, just sub to the channel if you haven't
guys,
already. Shout
make
out
sure
you
to
guys
like
for the
my
20K.
brother's video before you guys come over to Kick. Make sure you guys like my brother's video, please. We're at 568. Like it. Let's get him to 600 plus. Get the engagement up. But yeah, I'm gonna get off of all the YouTubes. So guys watching on my brother's thing or watching on my channel, I'll just turn it on real quick for the Randy Fine thing. I'm switching over to Kick. So I'm getting off YouTube completely, guys. We're all so come on over to Kick. Kick.com/MyraGainsX, guys.
Shout out to you guys.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow?
Maybe, but definitely Saturday. Tomorrow I'm not
Okay.
sure, but definitely Saturday night. So
We'll do Saturday.
yeah, I'll keep you posted if anything.
right.
But unless something
right,
breaking
cool.
happens, right? Who knows? Who knows? Everything
Yeah,
is
there's some breaking, yeah.
kind of fragile right now in the Middle East. But all right, man. I'll talk to you.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you, man. Peace.
All right, peace. All right, people. Go over there, check it out. Jump over to his stream. Appreciate the love. Am I caught up on chats? Yeah, we're good on chats. Shout out to all of you guys. Much love. Very late. Get some rest. And then we'll either be back tomorrow or Saturday. I'm not sure yet. But stay tuned and wait for the notification on YouTube. Turn them on if you haven't already. That's how you'll know right away if I'm going live. Oh, man. Camera's over here. I was like so lean back. My light turned off over here, by the way. But it's fine. All right, guys. W, all of you. Love you guys so much. Thank you for the support, the consistent support. I have a great fan base, and I'm very thankful for it. And, yeah, until next time. Peace out, guys. Oh, that's awkward. Where's the YouTube thing? Okay. Love you guys. Bye.